supposed to cause us harm, but these days all I do is wonder, is it better now that we can start again? 'Cause in the pain there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold. Oh, that's severed world. The pieces feel so cold. Oh, all the tears won't bring it back to life. But hate will always grow.
She stole a smile and my heart responded. She's everything I never knew I wanted. And money won't buy her happiness. Yeah, she's my kind of glamorous. Natural beauty, what it's all about. Tell something to me, can't figure it out. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Beautiful soul, heart of gold. Beautiful soul, always got my beautiful soul. I feel the magic when we touch. Yeah, still get that first time feeling rush. She's laid back and casual. A real homebody, it's wonderful. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Beautiful soul, heart of gold. Beautiful soul, always got my beautiful soul. Heart of gold. Beautiful soul. She's one of a kind, hard to find, straight up. That girl's a dime, so divine. Got my mind made up on what she saw in me. I'll never understand. She wanted all of me, now I'm a lucky man. Oh, yeah. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. I just wanna
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Try to wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking. Bad little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Try to wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking. Bad little bitch, she savage. Hit to slide, when I wanna dive. Headed to the rhythm all day and night. Blazing the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck and I'm on one. Little homie looking bad, never got none. When the pop song, girl go pop off. Mommy got clear beats, who can't go pop.
I just I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I kill it like Shaq, I'm shacking. Bad little bitch, she's savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, feeling I'm massive.
Please let me go.
I should've cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna talk, and you don't wanna listen, baby, I don't get it all. She don't love me, she love drugs and alcohol. She said that's how I'm involved, everything that happened. Oh no, I don't wanna talk about it. Used to wanna talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again.
I know it's bad, but I can't help myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance. That's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay, stay, stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason, the music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason, the music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason. I see the signs when I stay in my shell. As soon as I'm sad, I tend to build a fence. That's when I need tunes to keep on living, like someone's listening. I see the signs when I seek for the lights. I know it's bad when I forget myself. Lately, music's been my self-reminder, my self-reminder. Music is the reason why I stay. Melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is
heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain, I'm on and I'm calling my mom and tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. Had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was ghosting. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
I know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul?
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to the Phantom League Season 5 Grand Finals. We have got ourselves a banger of a game set up for ourselves this afternoon. My name's Trevi. I'm going to be joined here by Puffy Bob, and we're going to be taking you through all of the action today.
All of the action and the two teams we're going to be having right now will be Sissy State Punks versus Cerberus. Now, these are two teams that have, gotten through the run of things. They've gone through the entirety of the season, and now there's a reason they're in the grand finals to give us a show and to show why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, that's it. These two teams have really fought through the bracket, and they are going to be putting up, hopefully, an incredible grand final for us here this afternoon. Now, of course, Puffo, would it be a grand final without a massive prize pool to go with it? Because it's all well and good playing Siege, getting that ranked, getting that charm, but, you know, sometimes there's a little bit more on the line than that, and that is certainly the case here this afternoon.
100%. And, well, normally if you take a look at the Wikipedia, right, the first place would end up getting 750 euros, the second one being 250, and then for the last one being 50. But in this case, both the teams ended up agreeing that the winner takes it all. So a total of 950 euros for the winner of today's grand final. And, well, it seems both these teams are going in with a lot of confidence.
That's it. Both of these teams willing to back up their skill set. And that really speaks a lot to it, doesn't it, Puffo? You know, both of the teams are willing to put their share of the prize pool on the line if they do lose today's grand final. You say it would have been that 200 euro given to the loser. It's not ideal, but it is your entry fee made back, a little bit of a consolation prize with it. But no, both these teams are confident, they're ready, and they believe they've got what it takes. So why don't we get straight into it and have a look at our first team here, the Sissy State Punks.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Sissy State Punks have been through the entire season very dominant, and they have played against Cerberus in the lower bracket final before with a 2-0 score, with the maps going 7-1, 7-2, that being Clubhouse and Consulate, and the rest of the teams not being able to put up much of a fight against them, and essentially a flawless run.
Yeah, that's it. They have had an essentially flawless run through. They've dropped a couple of maps here and there, but this side, I mean, if you've been around the console scene for a little while, you're going to recognize those names at the left side of your screen. Atok, Shinji, Vasi, Bunkers, and Rise. Phenomenal set of players. All of them have had their very share of impressive performances in tournaments like ESA. Here in Phantom League as well is no different. Incredibly great showing from them so far, and well, the opponent team of Cerberus, they have got their work cut out for them here. Sent down to the upper bracket by none other than SSP themselves. They had a very good run, very promising run, all things considered, until right at that sort of second to last hurdle there where they dropped down into the lower bracket, but they got the job done, right, Puffo? They got themselves back up into that grand final spot, beating out White Dragons, and now they've cemented themselves here in this very, very prestigious spot.
In the top of the food chain alongside Sissy State Punks, but who's going to be the king of the jungle going into this? Well, Trappy, the gladiator, always needs an arena, and we have ourselves 5 maps. Normally, throughout the entirety of the season, it's always been best of 3s, but today we have a big best of 5 on the line.
Oh, we do. We have an amazing best of 5 to get through. And as always with Phantom League, it is going to be an unlimited overtime game this afternoon. Meaning that, well, if it gets to 6-6, if it gets to overtime, we could be here all evening. So let's take a look at our maps here. We're starting things off on Border, going into Night Haven Labs, chuck all the bands through, Consulate, Skyscraper, and should we get there, should we need it on that 2-2 decider, we're heading to Lair. And looking at this initial impressions, this map veto is probably one of my favourite ones I've seen. Incredibly spicy.
Incredibly spicy. Out of the ordinary, some might say as well, because normally when you're going in for these maps, you want to have yourselves the maps that you know most, and most commonly known maps are the Clubhouse, Night Haven, and Chalet. 2 of those have already been banned, meaning we're going to have ourselves a good mix of utility and aggression. Going into the first map, Border, it is fully guns, mayhem, and Armageddons all around the board, as then later down the line with a map like Skyscraper, which is very commonly renowned for its heavy utility dump.
Yeah, that's it. You've got those really heavy utility dumps, and this is it's that mix of maps in this veto, right? You have those very strategical clears that you're going to need to rely on for your Consulate and your Skyscraper on attack. You've got your Border, which is going to be that pure aggression. Night Haven Labs, as you said, it's going to be one of those maps that sort of really plays that more default way, plays that more standard sort of style of Siege, and then you end things on Lair, which, you know, still here, still sort of been here a while now, but a relative unknown by some teams, still quite a wild card pick. Whatever this one goes, it is going to be an absolute banger. And, well, you know, obviously we were talking about it a little bit a minute ago, how these two teams have faced each other. So let's just take a quick dive into the head-to-head and see what maps they played, what the scoreline was, and how exactly SSP took down Cerberus to that lower bracket.
Yeah, Sissy State Punks here went in quite dominant. It was a best of 3, but we didn't reach the 3 overall. A 7-1 on Clubhouse showing dominance, and just about the same going on to Consulate with a 7-2 scoreline. But as we saw, you know, Cerberus went down into the lower bracket. They fought their way back up, and now they're ready for a second chance. And I imagine they've adapted and are ready to overcome Sissy State Punks, who still remain to be the quote-unquote numbers better team.
Yeah, that's it. They may have the numbers advantage. They may have themselves a very, very strong position up there coming in from the upper bracket. They got to pick the map first. That is quite huge because obviously by picking that map first, out of all the maps, you get to assess where your opponent's weakness. And what really surprised me with this map veto here, Puffo, is they didn't choose to go directly into one of the maps where they took down their opponents of Cerberus last time. They picked on to border a map that they haven't played against each other, wasn't at all in the veto last time, was banned quite early on if memory serves correctly. So here, it's going to be very much an unknown, but SSP, they're confident in their gun skill, and it's hopefully going to deliver a really spicy start to this grand final.
I think if Cerberus are confident, and if they're able to express that through gunfights and raw brute force, they're going to be able to pick up map number 1 quite easily. Now, of course, it's not like utility isn't going to be the play, but considering they're at this level of competition within this league, they might have the basics more than enough. And same goes for Sissy State Punks. Again, they've been holding up quite a high standard between both the teams for all of the teams inside the league, and I imagine they're going to be looking to keep it for themselves. They've not only been here, but they're a very recognizable name. Even before going into this broadcast, me and Travi, we've heard of Sissy State Punks. I do believe they've competed in previous tournaments, possibly even such as ESA, which is the highest competitive scene of the console scene of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a really celebrated org here, quite a large one, and it's all about that name because obviously as well, you know, it was the finals of Phantom League Season 5 here, but we also have, you know, Season 6 is coming up in a couple of weeks' time, I believe 2 weeks after the end of it, this season as well, and Phantom League as well. We may or may not have a LAN coming up next year, wink wink, so there is going to be some really spicy games to get to, and here is the opportunity for SSP to sort of make their mark on things, put their name down, and really solidify themselves as one of the top dogs in the console scene. But before we can put anything down on pen to paper, we're going to have to throw things to a quick break. We've just got to set a couple of issues here with the Observer. We're going to get the feed going for you, and as soon as we've got the game going, we'll be back live with you in just a few.
I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. Every time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery. Yeah. Socializing doesn't fit me, but I can get away so easy. I was born a misfit.
Well, we spoke about quick break, didn't we, Puffo? And well, quick break it was. We're ready to go. The game is up and running, and things could not be more spicy.
100%. No lies over here at the Travi Twitch channel. And quick break, done and dusted. You were waiting for the match, and sadly we weren't able to catch it quick enough, so one round has slipped on by with Sissy State Punks being able to win it out, but that's only the first. Let's give these teams a bit of time to warm up to each other.
That's it. It's early days. It's border. It's going to be one of those maps where it's all about the brawls, all about the aggression. And speaking of aggression there, Shinji opens up on towards Sped. Immediate trade from Luna. Exactly what we like to see from these teams. High level of quality team play there. As Cerberus, they get their first in this round and evil things out 4v4.
Good one. Lunar still seeking out a second victim and almost found one in quick succession. Yet again, though, Cerberus, even though they found a quick lead onto Shinji's case, it's going to be quickly exchanged. And Sissy State Punks now going to be fighting for ground mostly. C4 there checked and found its mark perfectly as now Lunar will be taken out.
That's going to be a massive, massive loss there. That is your vertical taken off the board. That's your ram, a critical loss there for the side of Cerberus, and it leaves them with a lot to do. But they still got quite a bit of time to work with here to clear out these remaining top floor presence on the side of SSP right now. You've got Adox and Bunkers playing upstairs here, trying to find things, get a little bit of aggressive here. Atox has taken the position back of Shinji, the fallen teammate, and if Cerberus go unaware of this one, they may get punished for it.
Might go punish for it. And I'll be completely honest with you, Chavry. I am not able to see anything.
Yeah, no, you're not the only one. The feed has Bravo 6 going dark, says the clean feed, and we have disappeared. So let's just throw it onto the loading screen for a second there till the feed does come back up for us. Hopefully it will only be a moment or two for you folks. Do apologise for that one. But you know what? At least we got to see a bit of a start of a round, right, Puffo? A good bit of aggression. Yeah. A good, really good showing of things from both these sides. And, well, let's see how this one does unfold.
100%. I mean, like we said, these things tend to happen, and it's only the beginning, so we're not going to be missing too much. You at home watching right now can just kind of imagine the scenario. We're gonna let the power of imagination do its thing. While in the meanwhile, we're gonna be returning out of nowhere. We're making sure you guys are on your tippy toes and ready for any action about to incur because of the 2v1. The last one seems to have given away his position in a seek out for 1v1s, but with no time remaining and the gate's gone cold upstairs, you can only try and play into a 2v1.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot here for Kyron, but you know what? He's 3-0 so far. This one might be a little bit far-fetched. Going to sprint up these stairs here. Caught totally looking the wrong way by your eyes. And SSP, they're going to start to build up a lead on these round count now here. They've gotten their second, building things up. Looking much better for it. And 2-0 lead, there's nothing to scoff at so far. But at least if that round was anything to go off by, Puffo, at least they've been close.
Certainly close. A 2v1 is great to see. We can only wonder what was left in the void of nothingness and what went wrong with Cerberus. In the end, though, the attacking side, a bit more of a rougher beginning, but yet again, we gotta let these teams warm up to each other. As for Sissy State Punks, beginning with a 2-round lead already, 2 for 2 right now, going quite great, and now also with a third site in rotation being, I do believe it's gonna be Ventilation, if my eyes caught it correctly.
I believe you will be correct. I believe we will be heading in towards a Ventilation side. Yes, we will indeed be. Yep, Ventilation down at the bottom, workshop. Nice and easy. Tertiary bomb site now for SSP, and that gives Cerberus their best possible opportunity, right? Hopefully, but they need to play in that verticality correctly and already seem to be going a bit of a different direction. We do see the Nomad pick from Cerberus, which again is going to be indicating that maybe the top floor could be just a suggestion. We see the Os and the Capital, which heavily indicate that they might be pushing and confronting the side directly without even having the thought of going upstairs. Yeah, that's going to be the thing. It's going to be really, really interesting to how they want to go upstairs, how they want to play this one out here, because you've got a lot of roam presence. You've got that Ella, the Grismot mine's going to stun people and feed the information through. Most importantly, the attack Cerberus, they are cautious of that. Luna has the Nomad there for the flank watch. Kyron as well could be able to hack that utility, turn it the other way here. Cerberus, they seem to have a read roughly of what's going on.
Sissy State Punks could not be screaming out aggression in any other way than putting Rise on the yellow. As for the rest of the players, now it seems the Malusi's tempted for a swing. It's kind of the fashion of Border. It kind of whispers into your ear, go for the swing, go for the run out, go for the spawn peak. And in the end, Sissy State Punks seem to be taking that with granted. But as for the rest of Cerberus, might be starting to adapt to that type of play style. And now with the opening here, it will be Cerberus's to claim, but can they keep it?
Yes, that is the question. Can they keep it? If you're wondering what's going on here, folks, we have just asked very kindly for our observer to just slowly update the game a bit more back to what you're used to seeing here at home. So hopefully the screen should be a bit more to everyone's liking. We've heard your complaints about the 4x3, or I believe it was actually 5x4 aspect ratio there. We're working through it as things stand, but Cerberus, they're working through the attack, and phenomenal start to this, all things considered here. They've got their opener, they've not lost the trade this time, and now they can work from this advantage.
Sissy State Punk's already one down, but still looking to maintain their ground within CC, although confronted by many different angles and sites. Cerberus are looking to crunch down upon this one Malusi player, but of course, that's why we have Banks coming in for the support as the Warden, and even some players approaching from below. Now, although the defense has given up ground, it's not like the entirety of the floor has been gone uncontested.
That's it. They've given up a little bit of space here, which has given Cerberus some comfortability to move on in, but still castle barricades up. Still a lot to play for, and if they're not aware of bunkers on the flank here, there could be a massive problem as Cerberus move in through break, but you've got to be careful. Could be possibly a death trap awaiting. An eerily slow round for Border here. Final 60 seconds incoming, and Cerberus, they really need to get a move on.
They need to, and they need to take what's given to them. Sissy State Punks have essentially retreated back to site and are playing off of the verticality from the bottom floor, while Cerberus are still trying to drone out and check their nooks and crannies. Being secure is always a good thing, but if it wastes your time unnecessarily, it might lead to a disadvantage.
Yeah, that is it. It could be absolute disaster. Bunkers is going to go for a bit of a flank outside, bit of a run out, but not going to be able to find anything off the back of it elsewhere. Rise taking a little bit of damage. Final 30 seconds to go, and I think SSP are realising this one's just going to be a final 30-second collapse onto site, but the only one's collapsing right now is Cerberus. Kyron's gone down, interlude full spend, is able to find one back, however. Luna with the double swings the advantage back into the pocket of Cerberus right now, as Bunkers and Rise now left in a 2 versus 4 situation, but the clock could be the one to deal the final blow here.
Of course, it's down to Sissy State Punks to play it correctly. We have Banks, we have Rise, one from the C4 playing the verticality and able to claim it. Smart with a second swing. The SMG-12 is going to be converting it around, but overzealousness ends up being the greatest enemy. And just walking into your own fire and flames, the diffuser drop down. The wall bangs will be what ends up finishing the job. And Rise, we're just barely sticking it together, but SSP keep up the flawless streak.
Yeah, beautiful round there from SSP, maintaining it despite the disadvantage found themselves. Luna can get a double kill, but the end of the round just trickles away for Cerberus and costs them ever so dearly. And that's a shame, because that one should have been the round you should have gotten there, a tertiary bomb site. But you now get to go into the second quarter of the game. Additional operator ban to go, as well as some learnings from the previous round. You know what to expect from these defensive lineups. You can ban to adapt towards that, and more importantly, you can adapt your strategy to make sure you're going to excel now.
I do wonder what the bans here are going to be for. Now, from what I've been able to see, I think Cerberus were picking up on that Bravo for a moment, and Sissy State Punks were able to catch on to that nicely. As for the defensive, I haven't seen much of the Azami play. Maybe in the first round where we missed it, but in general, the effect of that so-called operators could have been switched out for a better pick, such as, let's say, the Castle, I think, has been very prominent.
Yeah, that's it. The castle's been very prominent. There's been a lot of traps being brought overwards by the defense, and, well, it just doesn't seem like it's been read into. It feels more like a default ban from Cerberus right now. And Azami is a common operator here. She's one used, but not always in this instance. And as we've seen here, she's not been. So for Cerberus, maybe a bit more reading could have been done through. We obviously do have to forget we didn't see round number 1 play out. So we'll take it with a great assault for now. Either way, though, Cerberus, they definitely have their work cut out for them in the final 3 rounds and a half here, because they can't be going into half number 2 on a 6-0 down.
It showed some of the players from SSP are also more than just working well as a team together, but we have mechanically gifted individuals such as Adox currently with 6 kills already, and of course if Cerberus won't be able to pinpoint these players and take them out soon enough, it can lead to catastrophes as the previous round where Rise went off on a double kill just to finish it out.
Yeah, that's going to be it. You've got these players that are performing like stars right now. For Cerberus, we're looking for someone to come alive right now. They've all had an okay start to the game. You know, most of them are sitting around a 2 to 3 point, which, considering you're 3 rounds down, is a fairly okay point to be in. But we've yet to see anyone really come alive, come up huge outside of that double from Luna. We need to see a big hero play from someone from Cerberus. Take the medal, take the team, and carry them over that finish line, because we've seen the rounds be close, but nothing from Cerberus says yet that they can get it all the way over the finish line.
Ooh, the C4 with the Prime Shinji just waited for the castle to be barricaded and opened as well. As now, not finding the timing, it seems one of the players get to keep themselves alive. Although the read from SSP here, and especially Shinji, just attempting to take early contention, shows Cerberus that they can't go swinging in without any precaution.
No, that's it. You've got to be careful moving in here if you're Cerberus. SSP want to try and stop this attack from the get-go here. Not even letting Cerberus get in the building, as Spen is currently finding out here. Locked outside on the balcony, trying to find a way on in. There is a pinch possibly being set up here towards the player on East Stairs. As the death mark comes on through towards VoDs, it's not going to be finding anything. Instead, it's Atox, the first one to fall star of the show for SSP, taken off the board.
To bring bright light upon SSP, they've always been at a disadvantage on first contact and always able to bring it back. But this time around, Cerberus are playing a bit more smart with the team coalition. They're able to find a double up and yet again leverage back for the attacking side. But now they need to push on through all this utility, going step by step, and plenty of time to do it as well.
This is it. You've gotten that East control. You've only lost one player in doing so here. Really great stuff for Cerberus. And as you say, that triple tag team on the player, incredible stuff. Exactly what you want to be seeing from them. Vasi's going to be taking a lot of damage right now. And I think for SSP, they're starting to reinforce off the rotations, realizing they're in a tricky situation. As Rise goes down, you're now in a 2 versus 4 yet again. Pings are being fed through for Cerberus. The information is there. The information's good. Shinji walks right into it, and it's all down to Vasi now in a 1 versus 4. Going to be identified by a death mark, but you're not even going to need it. Chiron swings in, finds the kill, and Cerberus, they get their first on the board.
They get their first on the board. It only took 4 rounds, but hey, better late than never, and it's off to a greater beginning to a possibly better end. Again, Cerberus, this is the amount of rounds they won last time these two played on Clubhouse as a whole. So, already showing a bit more intuition, already showing a bit more adaptation. And again, Sissy State Punks, they play off of this very aggressive play style, where Cerberus seem to work a lot better as a team. A lot of Sissy State Punk players have currently gone in for solo swing, and again, isolated gunfights that Cerberus took advantage of, they exposed and got themselves the first round, and I want more.
That's it. They've exposed a weakness. Now, there is definitely a possibility here. For Cerberus, they've cracked the code. And the other thing is, as well, is they've got a best of 5 to play through tonight. 3 maps guaranteed at a minimum. Meaning you've got lots of time to learn your opponent here. And as this game goes on, as this series moves through, Cerberus, if they can keep just learning, keep on building what they've done, they're just going to get stronger. They're just going to build upon themselves and really get themselves... We've just been baited for a 16-by-9 switch. I feel robbed. I feel ever so slightly robbed with that one, but we're on 16-by-10 now. Dubs in chat for that one. Shout out to our wonderful Observer Shadows for tonight, stepping in to observe us and provide us this lovely look at the game.
Of course, without the observers, there would be nothing to watch. So we got to give the shout outs, the big ups to the right people. But in general, as of the match right now, Sissy State Punks, you know, they're second chancers. They're going to give a second opportunity here to this top floor side. They've won it once already. Why can't they do it for a second time? And they've been very consistent with this lineup they're currently rocking. I think it's a very casual lineup. You bring the Malusi, there's going to be Intel Denial and Breach Denial, and of course the Warden Castle, because they're kind of in the meta of what's good. And I think this lineup can work on every site, but I'd want to see a bit more focused operators that counter out what Cerberus bring.
This is it right now. Cerberus, look at what they've got. A very aggressive lineup. The Deimos and the Grim. They want to go hunting. They want to be bringing the full fight way to the front of this match. And right now, SSP, as you say, Bob, they've got a very generalized lineup here. A jack of all trades, but master of none. Whereas Cerberus, they have a clean game plan in mind right now. It's very evident exactly how they want to play this one, exactly what they want to do. Send the players in, get the backstab, set up those 3-way crossfires like you did in the previous round. The question is, are SSP aware of it, and are they going to be playing into it more importantly?
Interlude seeking for the first initiation. Not going to be found. A C4 already popped. And again, Sissy State Punks taking these solo battles, but this time with a bit more utility rather than head checking and going into certain death. As Cerberus taking slow steps. Slow, but you got to make sure they're always steady with it. And now the breach from the sledge right onto 90. A swing already comes out. And again, the attackers just expect it.
Yeah, that's it. They just know what they're doing right now. I'm loving the fact that Cerberus have an evident game plan in mind right now. The thing that's stopping them getting in towards offices is that bandit battery there, and they don't have anything really for it. Luna's taken down Rise there, could get themselves into an incredibly good position here from below to start applying some pressure on towards these defenders here. The Hibana wants to get this wall open, but again, you can't do that because of the bandit utility, and Cerberus, while they've got in the open up, they're at a bit of standstill right now.
Difficulties are reached within the second step, but the Habana pellets are going to be coming through, although the bandit trick, I think it's going to be just about well timed. Yes, there it is, good enough for one, but you got to be checking those second X Kairos. They're coming on through, but getting all denied one after another. Interlude is actually able to convert it, and speaking of the bandit, he's not going to be able to drink no longer, as Banks will be quickly joining him 6 foot under, even though the Malusi is attempting to keep their players alive, doing so successfully. Prior to it, Vasi is able to bring an EQ, an unofficial one, though, considering that Banks is currently on the downstate, but Cerberus are looking to lock it down because it's a one-man stand currently, and all down to Addox fighting against 3, 2, brought down by himself. Pinks are there, you could go for the pre-swing, but not confident enough as Cerberus finished the job for the second time in a row.
And I loved the end of that round there from Cerberus. You know, you were looking at it. There was a three-way triangle yet again on that bomb site from Cerberus. They had players inside of Armory, players coming up from East, one pushing in from Office itself. They had a crossfire held on the defenders there. SSP, they had no movement. Anywhere they go is faced with a punishment. And that is the kind of team play there that's going to elevate Cerberus. They've now matched their best result against SSP. They've gotten that second round. And considering we're still in the first half of the game here, Parfo, there is potential to go a bit further here. Cerberus, they've had some really great rounds in the last few. Now they're looking to tie up this half here, and if considering how it started, coming out of this one 3-3, I wouldn't say it's bad by any stretch of the imagination.
No, 100% not. Cerberus are already proving to be better than any of the past track records that they provided against a team like Sissy State Punks. And currently, going into round number 6, they still have the opportunity to equalize out the round count and split out the draw. Now, of course, that can also then transition on them being on the defensive side, which would, in my opinion, be a bit more favored on a map like Border, because you have a lot more potential to swing out of corners that the enemies don't have expectancy out of. But in general, hey, we're going to have to see. Sissy State Punks, on the other hand, need to get the ball rolling once more. Otherwise, Cerberus are taking up on that initiative.
That's it. It's going to be going into that second half with a lot of momentum there, and that is the thing that scares me. Cerberus, they've already faced hands once at defeat once at the hands of SSP, and they do not want to be going through that one again, and it's evidently showing here. A massive step up here, mainly from Luna and Chiron, who the last couple of rounds have really stepped up to the table, and a couple of rounds ago, that's exactly what I said Cerberus needed. They need some heroes, they need some star players, and while Atox has had some great moments, taking a little bit of a back seat right now, Cerberus, they're shining bright and really bringing the fire.
Same steps as before, take out the castles, go in one after another. This time around, Cerberus seem to spread themselves thin throughout the map, which is going to be allowing Sissy State Punks to take these 1v1s again. They're confident in those, and it's shown that Lunar Wall isn't too sure if we should push into this office armory side. So just going to sit back for a moment, wait for the information to come out, and play off of your teammates, as Cerberus usually does. But you got to be careful of Rise's position, even more so Vasi on the kill feed, going to turn it orange for the moment being. And again, the first initiative from Cerberus quickly put to rest, and a second one to follow. Is it there? The tap onto HCRV, but not the finish.
No, not quite able to get that one over the live half. Still going to be left upstanding. 9 players in the lobby. Make it 8 as Vasi gets a double there. Takes down half. Ignore everything I've just said. But I want you to look at the operators Cerberus have lost here. They've lost the Grim. They've lost the Gridlock. 2 incredibly potent operators towards that late round to denying that flank. SSP, they've still got map control. They can still go running around. Well, Vasi is going to fall. You've still got players lurking below to worry about here for Cerberus. And you've lost your Gridlock. You've lost your ability to contest them. What some of the track stingers did get deployed, not all of them will be, and some taken to the grave as Interlude finds his.
Such a grave battle upstairs, and it seems like it will all be left down to Chiron to carry out the shoulder that now is burdened by the IQ player alone in a 1v4 upstairs, while the site still remains one floor below. Spots out one. That's going to be a good finish, but that's information in return, and the rest of the players can start stacking up towards this east side. Crunch him in the moment. Well, again, ones will be your best friend, but you don't have the case. You're looking for Util to clear yourself some extra angles from the enemy pushing in, but the second you go for the reload, you're able to find that flick onto the left, although looking in the wrong direction as Banks finishes you from 90 side. Now with a 4-2 split, SSP are just able to finish it out with a winning half.
Yeah, a good bit of recovery, a good bit of bounce back there from SSP. They've been challenged, but they've been able to bring themselves back up to that winning form there. A real shutout as well towards the end of that half there, where they just had all 3 players swarming the final player as Cerberus, and there really wasn't a lot that could be done from that situation. But clean slate upon us, 2-4 split here. Cerberus, I don't think, considering how the first 3 rounds went, they're going to be too disheartened by that. But now is really the time to come off with your spring in your step here. Start the half with a bang, tie up the game 4 of 4, and we've got a real map on our hands here. But of course, got to get through the operator bans first. Ace and Mirror taken off the board here. Nothing too unusual, nothing out of the ordinary.
100%. The one thing on this map you want to have is as much safety as possible, and the Ace brings it with those Selmas. You go for a distance breach, while the Mira, well, it's a Mira, let's be honest. Same goes for these Ami and Bravo. Pretty standard bans, nothing out of the ordinary as mentioned, but that also means it leaves up open opportunities, such as the Fenrir's. And again, on a map like Border, you want to make your gunfights as advantageous as possible, and what better way to do it than with a nasty Blackbeard?
Yeah, that is going to be it. Get on those shields. I'm surprised it's taken us until round number 6 to really start to see a Blackbeard coming in here. He has been a menace in the console scene since his rework. I mean, Puffo, you casted it as well. I'm sure you'll remember ESA. Blackbeard had some ridiculously high ban rate. And while we don't quite have the stats here for Phantom League, I'm sure it's been no different. These shields are terrifying. Hitting those heads is hard enough with a mouse and keyboard, let alone on a controller. Blackbeard Bunkers is going to terrify this lobby, and Cerberus, their defense, they've got a lot to be careful about here.
Only a shame Cerberus on their attacking side didn't get to use it, but that time is far past us now, as it's Sissy State Punk's time to attack, while Cerberus already setting up on the top floor, going with a similar composition. Yet again, I'm loving the Melusi, the Yellas, everything, all sorts of it, but the extension matters most, and how long you can hold out towards the CC site.
Yeah, that's it, is how long can you burn it down? Because as we know with Border, it's such a small map, you don't have a lot of wiggle room. These very small rooms, CC, security, over towards offices, there's not a lot of ground to fight over. So you need to make sure you're maximizing your time in there. And that's where I feel this loss of the Azami is going to be felt. She can very quickly reactivate a defensive position with those keeper barricades, throw it down, get some cover, start to fight back. You're not going to be able to do that here. Cerberus rather only have the utility thrown down at the start of the round, and as soon as SSP can find it with Atox on that Twitch or whether that Flores drone, they're going to have a very easy time clearing these positions out.
SSP going for the usual. Again, CC holds a major position if you want to advance off to 90, and then offices in the later board, getting it mighty close, and you can't be letting the Flores drone detonate right below your feet. It got scary close. We didn't lose alive though, and that's what matters most, but it still is a gadget list, and wasting that precious time is not something you can afford all the time.
That's it. You got to be careful of those Rotero drones. They are packed full of C4. A little bit of a workplace hazard as Rise is now finding out. Sticks his head through a window. Takes a little bit of damage for his troubles here as Interlude spearheading the front line of Cerberus right now. Not letting SSP get themselves anywhere near the building. And this is where the attack need to diversify. Find a different window. Find a different means of assault. Find another way in towards this room to start applying pressure on through. Atox gets the right idea but takes a lot of damage for their troubles. Luckily though, it's exchanged right back towards Interlude, whose position is now in a lot of trouble as the attack really started to make that push on through now. Spen's going to be the first one to fall.
First one to fall thanks to Shinji. Perfectly timed with that flash, but you gotta be careful about the second as Interlude still remains here, even though Gurzmodded able to fight back up close with that SMG-11 and claim back a man for the loss on their own side and trying to retaliate for what was taken away. A second swing will be able to find Succession and even backed up towards Rafters, but that's gonna be quickly shut out as Lunar loses his life, and all thanks to Rise, it has been reclaimed by Sissy State Punks, who are now looking to take initiative, but even then, they've only gotten the CC, they've only gotten East, they still need to approach site.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful. Look at the HP on Rise and Adox there. One bullet is all it's going to take. It could be incredibly, incredibly risky. Now they're going into this one without Vazzy as well there. 2 versus 2 situation. 50 seconds left to play out here. Defenders much better off for wear here. Halves on full HP. Chiron's on about 50. You look at SSP and, well, they need to find themselves something. They need to get themselves one pick back, but they're not going to be able to get that. Instead, it goes the other direction as Rise goes down. All up to Adox now, hopping in, 30 seconds left to go. Kit's cold, have to try and force this defuse down, but with no utility, no information, there's nothing really to work off here as an attacker. At this point, it's walk on in, pray to the siege gods, the Lord Tachanka himself. Maybe he will shine in your favor today, but Cerberus, they know what to expect. They know what's coming, and as the clock dwindles on down, they should have an easy closeout towards round number 7.
Should have an easy closeout, and in the end, what ended up being the deal breaker was nothing else besides good old-fashioned teamwork. I mean, Cerberus played that well. We saw two of the final players, they went up together, they closed on to the lone gridlock, while the Twitch was on the opposite side of the map. We were lurking around trying to find a 1v1, but little do you know, you can't just spread around and hope for people to swing into your gun. Of course, Cerberus are just better at team chemistry in general, and unless Sissy State Punks start working between each other, especially when it's a 2v2, you can't expect much. Then, of course, for the defensive to crunch down, take you out, and get themselves around, now only one behind.
That is it, and that is the huge thing there. Cerberus now only one round away, a far cry from the first few, starting to set themselves up now, really for a good success in this second half here, and I feel a lot of this game is going to teeter on round number 8 here. If Cerberus can tie it up, we've got the potential to go the distance. Whether it's a regulation win for one of these two sides or going into overtime is a possibility. If SSP take this, they're only 2 away from taking the map here. Now, obviously, something to keep in mind here. SSP had all 9 maps available in the pool. They chose Border. They chose to come here. So this is going to be a real point for them and a concern for them in the series, especially if this one becomes too close for comfort.
After the first half, Sissy State Punks haven't been necessarily showing, or rather after the first 3 rounds, Sissy State Punks haven't been able to back up their own talk too much. And again, I want them to get back into it, especially considering they have the shield. I'll be quite surprised if we don't get to see at least one rush.
Yeah, that's it. We have to see a rush, right? It's Console Siege. If there is one thing I love about watching Console, it's the aggression, it's the pace, it's the rushes. Don't know if it's going to quite be this round, but if we're not seeing senses, glazes, and yings thrown about at some point, I am going to have to write a formal complaint, and I think I'm going to have to go to Mr. John Ubisoft and say, can we get some rushes here, please? The people crave for some phenomenal entertainment. As this game really is shaping up to be now a much closer affair than perhaps the initial look-in went, as already Atox here making very quick work of these to get into control on through, and SSP keeping the pace very high in round number 8.
The key thing here, I'm not seeing much of a back off. Thankfully, you do hear Rise's tracks in the background, so it will be a bit more of a team effort as Shinshi's able to start it off here. Cerberus with a loss of 1, but of course, we can always count on Herb to return the favor just so evenly and slightly so, barely keeping himself alive with a little to no HP to remain for the following gunfights. Although the bandit still remains alive, we still have some utility on him as well, so definitely potential to bring about some extra value.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be a gun that is still active there. It's going to be that MP7, whether you just want them to watch an angle, but Luna trying to watch something of their own does fall to the fray there. SSP reclaim control of their advantage. Obviously, do keep in mind, sight is down below. Top floor control has still not been forfeited by Cerberus. They're wanting to fight over this vertical, and they need to, Bob, because look, we've still got over half the round to play here. They need to get something before retreating. That's exactly what's going to happen. Atox is going to go down there. The logic bomb's going, and anyone from Cerberus that wants to play deep, that wants to go for a robe, they're going to have a much easier time breathing now, knowing that their phone's not randomly going to go off in the middle of a gunfight.
Look at Sissy State. Again, we have Vasi on the outside of Archives. Someone right below, that's going to be Rise, and Banks around 90. It just isn't the best. We have a bit of a Bermuda Triangle setup, if you may, but in the end, you have to play it together if you want to access sight. Of course, the case is also picked up by Vasi, so now they could start putting in the plan together, but there's still 2 players above they need to clear, and they need to do it fast as the final minute is slowly starting to tick away. Smokes are out. Vasi looking to make an entrance, but it backfires as you end up smoking yourself while Rise just hoping that someone's going to peek into his line of sight. With a drop from the bandit, it leaves only one upstairs, but no certainty of where he might be as Banks was waiting for him. That's a drop onto another leverage back to the attacking side. The nade doesn't find the flush it would hope for, and SSP have no information.
And that's it. SSP think that position is cleared right now. I don't think they're aware of Sped. With Half getting one down below, it's going to be panic stations hitting for the attack right now. They have the rough idea that there's someone still playing upstairs, but you've got to be careful of the clock. 20 seconds left to go. You can hope to spray through the feet hole. Sped going to be going for a run out towards security here. Forfeit side means that if SSP push this here and now, they could try and do this in a 2 versus 1. Catch him on the doorway. Halves left alone on low HP now. 1 versus 2. Cerberus, they traitor in the final few seconds here. 7 seconds to go now. Plant's going to be going down. Can Half deny it? Has the yellow pings, have the information, but a hard wall in his way and a pre-fire held by Rise. Beautiful shot, and it's going to be Cerberus losing the round and SSP moving themselves up 2 away from a map point.
1 away from a map point, but actually, what would you consider it? Would it be match point and map? Yeah,
it's
our brains are tangled together right now. We're just trying to logistic this way through. But yes, Travi, like he said, 2 rounds away, it will be map. 1 round away, match point. What it means that Sissy State Punks have a bit of pressure just overstaying at the residence of good old Cerberus. But in general, at the very end, I would have loved to see Spen be a bit more expectant, right? Rise already knew that the Solus went outside, dropped downstairs, but it seems like Spen didn't take into consideration that the Gridlock can just follow along the footsteps of the bandit, access downstairs through the same way, through the same single open E-box hatch, drop on down and catch you, cut you in half and leave the bandit in a 1v2. But in the end, it happened. Sissy State Punks got themselves another round. And Cerberus, we've seen the pace before. Bring it back.
That is it. Cerberus now have an opportunity to do what they did, and it's not unwinnable yet. It starts to raise a concern at a 3-6. Now is the time to start picking up. You've learned from that previous round there. I think bit off a little bit more than you can chew. A little bit too much confidence perhaps there from Spen, as you said, but all that has happened already. Now you just have to look to this next round and the future, because it's a long series. It's a long game ahead of you, and Cerberus right now got some catching up to do with things. SSP going to be maintaining much of their similar lineup from before. Going to go hit him hard and fast with Dekebi, supported by the Gridlock for the flank there, facilitating just quite a very fast and what's overall been a very aggressive playstyle for SSP's attacks.
SSP have been always very one-dimensional and direct. They take out east and they follow out from there, right? Not much of a need to change as it's been working out in majority, but now going for the main breach, the nade will not be able to find the left bandit, but the right one is taken out of the battery. I don't think it's going to get placed down in time, but of course, with Herf still sticking around close by, looking to contest anyone, going behind that half wall. Now it's going to be down to SSP to track him down and clear him out, but he's already shown himself prior to it a bit of damage onto Banks here. The nade will not be bounced off correctly, and that leaves a bit of util wasted. Rise on the other hand, clearing backside, but Shinji still holding the Harv on steady. Interlude is able to keep it for Cerberus for one, close enough, but SSP are starting to slowly approach.
That's it, and caught totally off unaware there. Interlude's able to make the flick around there, takes down Bankers, and while a Twitch Shot almost finishes the job, not quite able to do so. Interlude, you have a choice right now. You can go for the fight, you can go for the retreat. Instead, Chiron is able to make the trade on towards Adox here, 2 versus 2 situation, but I can't help but feel Cerberus yet again overextending, overstaying their welcome a little bit on the top floor here, and that is going to be key for Luna right now. Needs to realise the game is up, there's no support. If you go down here without being able to take anyone from SSP on you, you are at a massive, massive disadvantage for your team there. You are practically handing the round over to SSP. You're playing a 2 versus 1. Chiron down below can't have a lot of impact from here. The C4's already been expended. You need to just drop. You need to play it. And SSP, speaking of, they're going to drop down in towards site, find a sole player on their lonesome, and now leaves it all up to Luna to reclaim site and try and deny this post plant as Diffuser does indeed stick down.
Oh, the metal detector is going to be giving away that sound call as only one option remains. And can you drop that down that hatch? Certainly not. It's either going to be stairs or vertical battles, but Sissy State Punks are not offering those up, as now you're up in a battle against the clock. So you take the second opportunity, a drop shot, and it doesn't seem like Vasi will be reacting in on time, but the main boss now waits. Shinji laying down on site, and Lunar might expect him to be outside. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. The C4 won't be in correctly. Shinji's just right below the desk, and there's not a clue about it. The Valkyrie doesn't expect, the Lunar goes down. Match point for Sissy State Punks.
Absolute cinema there, hiding in the desk. That's what I expect to see in my ranked games, in silver, in bronze, where all of the awful players play. Not up at this level, hiding under the desk. It's made work, it's stuck on through, and it's got an SSP, a very match point. Very high risk maneuver, mind you, but the risk has certainly paid off. They've got match point to play for right now. Of course, it is only map 1, but I have to argue, SSP, they picked this map out of all 9, as I've said. This is where they're most comfortable. This is where they feel they're strongest, and they are certainly showing for it. And while Cerberus, they've been able to keep the rounds close and to a degree the scoreline close. It's those end of rounds where things sort of trickle away from them, where it's a 2v2, you lose one more player, and it all just sort of falls away from there. The end rounds for Cerberus really need to start tightening up.
We've been playing a game of ping pong between these two teams on who ends up playing teamwork and who ends up going on a solo mission. And currently, it seems like SSP ended up taking the former. As for Lovely old Cerberus here. They went into 1v1 gun battles once more, hoping that they could play the game of time, but it ended up going in a vice versa situation, as now every round from this point on, 3 in a row, need to be won from Cerberus. Otherwise, one of them secured by Sissy State Punks, and we're off to map number 2 in no time. And seeing as Sissy State Punks are going to be bringing out the loud green on Vasi, I might imagine a rush to ensue quite quickly. The Monty, the Aurora, I see the vision. Sissy State Punks, bring the rush!
There, we asked for it, and we are finally getting it. And Maru, Ying, Rora, Grim, this one screams SSP. They want to get Border done. They want to get it done now, and they want to finish it with nothing short of a statement. We saw a cinema end to round number 9. Can we see the whole map of Border go out with a bang? Bringing the shield along as well. Cerberus, I really hope they know what's coming for them right now, because look at this, Puffo. No one is actually on the site right now. SSP, they could just hop in there, stick a diffuser down while no one's at home, and walk away with daylight robbery.
They're about to be knocking on your door here, and you have zero clue about it. The Ying is coming in from east side as well, so you got to be careful of which window of opportunity will get opened up first for SSP, who don't have the critical information on site just as of yet, but the setup is where it matters most. SSP, you could go in from archives, you could go in from sandwich window, you could even rush into main site itself through the breach, but which of the 3 options do we end up picking?
Oh, there's choices ahead right now for SSP, and with this kind of a lineup, it is going to be one of those where it's all or nothing. You can't play the long game, you can't play the waiting game. You have to pick your moment, and then you just have to full-on send it and go on through. Seems like SSP want to bide away the rush just for a little moment here. Start to pick away the pieces, use those drones that they've got to feed information through to the team, assess where the players are, so at least when they're sending Vasey through windows, bunkers, through doorways, they're not going to be going in completely and utterly blind. As Atox... Oh!
Lunar goes for the run out, finds Atox. But again, look at Cerberus. Site is just vacant. No one's in sight besides like one player, and Vasey's going from below. This could be a huge opportunity. You could even play from the E-Box hatch. There's so many openings here for SSP, but they're just not taking it. And with this first initiation, Cerberus are now going to be backed off onto site, meaning SSP have kind of unironically and unintentionally doomed themselves.
Yeah, they've boxed themselves into what could be one of the biggest rush plays of the century right now here. SSP, they've got positions down below, creeping on their horizontal map control here, just corner checking things at face value with the Blackbeard, with that big shield in his face. He's pretty safe to be able to do so. SSP, aware of the one on east, aware of the possibility of a flank right now, and this one, final 60 seconds to go. What could be the map here? Vasi wants to go for this, but there's no one in position to right now.
No one in position. The setup has not yet been made, and if they want to make it work, they need to be careful about each step they take. The Blackbird now going in, not fully with intent though, but the Ink can tell us smokes are going to be out. The diffuser is on Vasi, so his role is going to be extremely key as the plant is going down. But do Cerberus have a clue about it? They have the Warden, but not in the right spot to counter. It was a shot from Chiron, gets to there just in the nick of time to put the keys, to have it be cold, to have it drop down. SSP are falling one by one. Rice is still going for the retaliative fight back, and his all interlude is going to be one step away from death. The job is finished. 20 seconds. We could be looking at an ace here. A Shinji, relentless. A Candela still in the pocket. But again, Rise needs to back him up. The diffuser is in small box, and you need to find it through. That's Rise's squad. We need to have an ace or nothing. It's Chiron, the MVP for Cerberus to keep them surviving.
Oh my goodness. For a moment there, I was terrified for Cerberus. I thought they were about to throw away a 4 versus 2, and all of Border along with it. Came down to a 1v1. Closer than any right that round should have been right there. But SSP are just unable to get the job done, unable to make the full comeback through. Almost the ace, almost a highlight reel moment, but Cerberus, they hold on for one more. 2 rounds now, and we can get ourselves into that overtime territory. But now Cerberus, they've conquered Armory Lockers, the strongest bomb site on the map, many would argue. They now need to play Bathroom Tellers or Workshop Vents. One of these options is going to have to be what they pick. I believe they're going on to the former of them, but they need to make them both work here, because you're not going to be able to go back up to that top floor. You need to make these bottom floor sites work, or Border is lost.
Or border is lost, but there's still 2 rounds. Sissy State Punks still have 2 lifelines, and if they don't use a single one of them, Cerberus are going to be able to play for the long run, get themselves into overtime. But that's for the future to tell. Currently, we need to focus on the precedent. Again, that was a really well attempted rush. Sissy State Punks had the time. They gave themselves a good opportunity, but the fact that you wanted a single player to be the hero without a cape and Candelas in hand to carry that round through, it's just not the right way of going about it. And not taking into account that the Warden was still alive, Sissy State Punks could have handled it better. They went for a risky play, but I imagine now they're going to be playing by the book.
Imagine they're going to be playing
I
by
imagine.
book. I do see a sense creeping on through. Obviously, you know, since their rework a little bit around, I believe about a year ago now, where they can bring the projectors up and down at will, there are more options there. The sense isn't this meme pick that once upon a time they were. SSP, fairly standardish lineup here for them. Cerberus, what interests me is they're doubling down on these traps. Both the Ephemerate and the Legion being brought along here to try and slow down SSP, to really punish that aggression and catch them blind, catch them with a goo mine in their foot. It could be an opening for Cerberus to take some early picks in this one as they go on their own clear.
Seems like Cerberus are also starting to pick up on powerhouse operators, such as the Fenrir, knowing that SSP are quite tenacious at certain moments, and they don't want to be allowing that to slip into their sight by potential chance. And currently, hopefully, I'm still crossing my fingers that SSP go by the book and not just some random rush it in and go by the plot armor.
This is it. You've had your one meme round. Now, you've had your fun round, and sure, it was almost a 1v1. You could argue just keep trying again. It might not be the best way. Just play it by the book, as you say, Puffo. Get the job done. No need to make it flashy. As we said, it's all or nothing for this grand final right now. You need to be playing like everything on the line as it is. SSP making their way through towards the east now. Got the flank watch covered out here by the gridlock, by the track stingers. They need to clear these top floor players down now. And Cerberus, we saw them the last time this site was played. They overextended, overstayed, and it cost them dearly. SSP hoping the same mistakes follow through here yet again as a direct trade comes on through. Kyron gets one, but Spen's dropped to the floor. The question is, can Cerberus make the recovery?
Exposed for a moment too long, Spen gets down, but the approach from SSP was only a distraction upstairs, a diversion, as the rest of the stack is now approaching site directly down below. And we already have, what, 2-3 players going in with smokes. The diffuser hasn't made the step in, but it's going to be upstairs as Banks, the effort of a double, able to pick up SSP potential. And now in a 3v3, look at the chunk of the C4. Lunar Wall is going for a half-court shot, finds it, but it's Axiomatic's efforts that make sure it won't be all for now. The diffuser, again, downed out, but it's going to be raw skill that you can't find it. Adox doesn't see the player. Interlude was not spotted, but you turn around, you find it down. There's the 12 gauge to your face, and between a 1v1, it could still convert into leverage here for the defending side as the instant pickup comes around, and Rise has no clue about it.
That's it. Rise just off in Narnia there. Gets away from it unscathed, but lets a revive come through for Cerberus right now. And sure, the 2 remaining players, they're on low HP. They are in hot waters. They are in a 2 versus 1. But SSP, they have the information on through. Rise, he's 14-6 so far. Had an incredible start to the series. An incredible border so far. Knows where Interlude is. The real X factor, the real question mark in this round is going to be half. But you've got to choose what do you do here. You could go pick up that diffuser, could go for the plant, but you've not got the time, and you're almost certainly going to be pushed if you do so. 9 seconds left to go here, and at this point, SSP, they're not going to be able to take this one back. Interlude is going to go down for sure, but Half's just going to play Heidi, not give it away, and Cerberus, they bring us to the brink of regulation. All 12 are going to be required. The question is, do we go to overtime, or do we end it here?
Oh, what a heartbreaking moment here for SSP. The communication didn't come through. The 2 final players could have just went through. You know, we got it down, we get 1 more player, we play together, it's an easy win, right? No, Rise was a bit too tunnel visioned on the mute, and that mute wasted the 20 seconds that were remaining on the attacking side, leaving the Legion still alive, maybe not healthy, but the war won nonetheless, and now match point for 1 more. Sissy State Punks need to make it count, or it is overtime.
That is it. You need to make it count here. And on the flip side of things, Cerberus, it would be heartbreak if they lost this round here. They've done so well to bring it back, as they have throughout the entirety of this map. But the story so far has been, while they've been keeping pace with SSP, the latter of which they've always been a step ahead. SSP have been the ones really with the reins on this matchup so far. Cerberus needs to take control of it, and the step to doing so is going to have to be getting us in towards this overtime. Final defense now, heading down to workshop ventilation, a lineup that has been what's been working for Cerberus. Heavy on the traps, heavy on those power operators here. SSP, they've got a lot to clear through, but I think they have their answer in the form of Bunkers' pick.
We either get the same performance on each side with a 4-2 from Cerberus now looking to even it out and bring it to overtime, or Sissy State Punks once more playing it as they usually do, rationally. Playing it well, and also with a new introduction of Vasti on the floors to clear some of this util. But most importantly, I do wonder what Banks is going to be up to, because from the prior round, we saw Banks was alone on the top floor playing a 1v2 and won out both of his ones. And with a Nook, you can sneak in, you can backstab the defenders and find potential for leverage on the man count.
That's it. If you're having these games where you can just feel you're going to be winning these ones, you're going to be getting in these advantageous gunfights, you're going to be taking them for yourself, just go into a lurk operator like the Nook with the shotgun deagle as well. Just send yourself in behind enemy lines and see what kind of chaos you can do. If you can take one down, great. You're even more than that. It's just a cherry on top. What's already a delicious looking pie here. SSP now going to have to make their way through. Already opened up Armory and already started to put a lot of pressure onto the extension here of Cerberus.
Sissy State Punks always have Cerberus questioning their own decisions. Where are they going to be going? Well, Lunar already has the answer to it, because Interlude and himself are going to be bringing SSP down to 3 players, and those 3 now need to clutch it out yet again. SSP have been playing the save game for far too long. One of them being a meme round doesn't end up to be benefiting that factor anymore. As for Cerberus, they're playing it safe. Look, 3 players aligned nicely together on the top floor, just playing it sound, playing it slow, waiting for SSP to run into them, as Rise is now taking heavy damage, and SSP are not gaining any extra ground by standing still.
Cerberus, just 2 more kills stand between them and this overtime. They just need to wait, play it patient, not give anything away. Shinji's had a little bit of a quiet game so far. Bunkers as well has had a great performances in areas, but overall 9-9, that flat 1 KD here. They need to step up now for SSP if they want to get this one done. Bunkers with the deagle straight to the head of Kyron there, gets the one, fishing for even more one-taps, has the idea that the Legion's going to be playing close, but caught swapping the weapon. 2 quick kills come in for Cerberus and Puffo. Overtime is now going to be on the tables here. As Cerberus, they're starting to make the comeback work. Question is, can they now take the lead?
Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Technically, we could be here for the entire night, right? We could be here till tomorrow for all we know, as this is unlimited overtime, and we need a 2-round difference to finish it out. Sissy State Punks not having the results nearly similar to what they were when the last time these teams clashed are. So, good for Cerberus. From a 4-2, they made a comeback, and they're looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, that's it. They were in a really poor spot earlier on in this matchup, to be honest. The 0-3 start, then a 4-2 half, then the 6-3 end point for regulation. They're 3 rounds in a row now. Cerberus really starting to shine here at the later points of this border, and it has pushed SSP to their absolute limits here. The 6-6 now lies upon us here. Whether it is going to be, well, SSP just decide to completely disappear from the lobby, as Cerberus, bye-bye. They do not win the map. Don't worry, folks. That is not a map win. That is not a game win at all there. That is a rehost going to be coming on through here for these 2 sides. So I suppose that gives us a moment to just sit back, relax, chill, and just have a waiting game until the next one comes on through. But Puffo, this one is starting to get really exciting.
Right? And we're only into the first map of the grand final, and we're already screaming our lungs out. That's why we love working with each other, Travi. But at the same time, we have to consider this matchup has been one hell of a roller coaster. We've been up and down by these teams. We've seen teamwork from both. We've seen mistakes. But majorly, I think the punish and play has been the major leading round winner between these two. Because again, we take a look at small mistakes. We take a look at the 2v2 not being taken correctly, and it's a round gone. It's 2-3, right? The leverage is picked up and not a technical timeout taken by any of these 2 teams just yet. Means they're both playing it well. They're playing how good Siege is meant to be played.
That is it. They're both playing a really high level right now, and that is the exact thing I wanted to talk about during this. How dare you steal my thunder, by the way. But it's going to be this opportunity spot, and that has been really making the difference so far between these 2 sides, right? You've been seeing these teams, occasionally a mistake will slip on through. Occasionally something will go wrong, something might not go quite the right way, and then what you end up with is being able to take the lead upon it. You need to make sure, as a team, as a player, you're going slowly and not letting these mistakes slip through. through, because you let them slip in. Let these mistakes go on through, and that is where the punishment comes on through, and that is where we've been finding success. Cerberus, they've been able to tighten up their ship and instead rely on SSP to make mistakes. That's how we've now gotten ourselves to this overtime point, and at this point, it's 6-6, and I'd make the argument it's anyone's map right now.
It can be. And what's so interesting about it is how we're going to be going into these following maps, right? Because Border is unlike any other. This is as aggressive as it gets. We can expect runouts, we can expect bomb peak, we can expect an ace that we almost saw from, I do believe it was Rise with a Ying. I mean, really close, but really aggressive. And going on to different maps that we're going to be seeing, we have the Nighthaven Labs, Consulate, Skyscraper, and Lair. Those play out in completely different fashion, and those four can relate between each other a tad bit more. Thank you for showing that. I was just about to ask. But Border is a map on its own, and we can expect the results on Nighthaven Labs to be somewhere on the opposite side of the field.
That's it. These, as you said, these maps, they don't really play in the same way to each other. There's a very much a diverse pool here, and if you ask me for a best of 5, that is exactly what we want to be seeing from this kind of a matchup. You want to be seeing every part of the teams tested. You don't want to see 5 maps that rely very much upon the same sort of principles. You know, if we see a Clubhouse, a Chalet, and a Nighthaven Labs to kick off a series, let's say, we see the same 5 sets of skills between all these players, and we don't end up with that very diverse game. The teams just replaying the same things, and perhaps if you're good at the more defaulted style, well, it's going to just get you to 3 map wins off the back. But here, everything's different, and while Border's been in overtime, different labs might not be the same, and as you said, it's just going to be an incredibly exciting series to really see how this one goes on through. And you know, just to bring it back up again, we're a far cry from this scoreline, right, Puffo? Because we were talking about this a little bit before the game, before the day really started. We were worried for Cerberus. They were just going to get a little bit demolished here, but so far, they have been proving their way and the reason why they are in this grand final spot.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is the previous matchup between these two we're looking at. This is a best of 3 right now. 7-1, 7-2, and all of a sudden we're going into overtime. It's crazy distance. I don't know what Cerberus did. I don't know what happened to SSP, but the difference is surely drastic one way or the other, and it's making for a great grand final, that's for sure. And going back to the maps, again, we talk about how different play styles are there, but I'm also going to see how the pressure of these maps are going to affect these teams, because right now on Border, you can play the same 5-stack roster of operators and go through with it for the entirety of the first or second half, right? When maps like Nighthaven, on a map like Consulate, Skyscraper, Lair, you're going to constantly need to switch those operators up to adapt to the pressure being brought by the enemy team, and especially the pressure brought on by the bans. Because on a map like Border, I think every map's bans, operator bans specifically matter, but when you go to Nighthaven and when you don't have those shields available or the hard breach denial, right, it makes for such a drastic change that you need to, in the moment, adapt to the new environment.
Yeah, that is it. It's that deep strategy, Paul. As you say, Border, you get away, repeat the same mistakes, but on a map like Nighthaven Labs, repeating the same thing again and again and again, well, it's not the way to play. You need to be diverse, and I think that gets increasingly so as we go through the series. Consulate is difficult to attack. Skyscraper is arguably the hardest map to attack in the pool here. So if we start getting to these later maps in the series, Lair could be total calamity. Anything can happen. But as we hit this really important point in the series, unfortunately, we're going to need to take a little bit of a break to get things ready. So we're just going to cut it to a quick intermission, and hopefully we'll be back in a couple of minutes with you with the final couple rounds here of Border.
It's all overrated. No, I never missed it. I was born a misfit. Don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated. I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. La 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 loner. I'm an outlaw in this world.
push on my deal. Take your time to complete. I ain't wanna rock star. I can't be the one for you, but you let me wait here. I'm impatient, but I take it. I know you know that I won't be fine. Let me fix your scars. Just one call. Oh my God, girl, I'd be down if you were there. Barely can hide away inside. You want that, baby? I can read your mind. So let me to give it a try. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that. You want me to stare into your eyes while I'm putting my doings on your thighs. So let me to have you at a night. You want that, baby? I'm desperate for that. You cannot tell me that you're innocent while all your clothes are falling off right now. Oh, girl, your body tastes of cinnamon. Now you want me to turn you upside down. Baby, I finally know what it really feels like. Wow. Tell me you want it just as much as me, baby. I won't be far. Let me fix your scars. Put through the fire, break the fire, chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, maybe undo. 'Cause when every chord felt off and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat, had to leave you, had to leave you. Now you're tired, tired to pulling me back, like a fool to put you to work. With the pain you left still fresh, I can heal you, I can heal you.
One mistake is all that it takes to break up the trust that we made. I'm open to changing my ways this time, this time. Oh, why do I fall for it every time? I'd do anything to keep you mine. So just call my name, tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games, as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name.
There's a beauty in the way you're worn, and the sharpness of your thorns. So vibrate in the imperfections. In the pain, there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel.
Now, going to be back, and SSP, we do heavily apologize for the long break, but it's still me, Puffaball. It's still going to be Travi on the desk, and right now at a 7-6 lead can keep themselves alive and go into the unlimited overtime further.
Oh, this is the question. Can we go to distance, or do Cerberus make the recovery and get the job done here? And now Interlude's going to be taking a lot of damage here, but still up for the stand-in. 35 seconds left to go on the clock here. SB, they have the man advantage to work with. They have the players cornered into sight. There's a possibility, there's a realm here where this one is most certainly doable for the attack, but this last 30 seconds, it's going to be very, very telling.
It's going to be telling, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be stressful as Adox is able to finish the final two. And SSP for one more round get to keep themselves within the match. Now, just to keep you all on track, it was a long delay. There was a bit of technical issues, and we heavily apologize for it once more. But what matters is we are back. SSP Cerberus 7-7, and now yet again, the thing about unlimited overtime, Travi, what is so special about it?
Well, what is so special about unlimited overtime is the fact that we're going to be in a position where you need 2 rounds to make a victory. So now we're at 7-7, the benchmark gets raised from 8 to 9. Cerberus will need 9 rounds to win, SSP will need 9 rounds to win. If we get to 8-8, it then becomes 10, meaning that if these teams continue to go round for round, blow for blow, we could be here all evening.
All evening, you heard it. Right now, put your stopwatch at a start and get ready, because we could be here for an all-nighter, but I doubt these two teams want to go for that long. So who's going to be taking the initiative, the proactivity, and bringing us to a 2-round deficit? We're about to see, but SSP back on the defense once more, and Cerberus on the attacking side looking to make a change as they couldn't in the prior round.
Yeah, that's it. They need to make a change. And I think the real important part, funny enough, actually, we've both seen, obviously we've seen them off screen, but both of the wins so far in overtime have been attacks, if I'm not mistaken. SSP won their attack, and then Cerberus must have won their first one as well. So both these teams have flipped the game on its head. Where we've seen the defense be stronger so far this series and this map, it's now turning on its head a little bit. SSP need to get a defensive round over the line here, and a lot of that can be attributed to Adox, who continues to step up. 4-1 since the rehost, since overtime. Having an incredible game so far and continuing the streak on through.
Taking a look at the operators, bans are still going to be out, meaning no clash, no ace. SSP on the Ella, and a bit of a run out to place down that bulletproof camera and getting yourself early information, while the majority of Cerberus will be approaching this from the east side, taking a bit of damage off of Rise, but a slap on the wrist and nothing more than it, as the Ella still comfortable enough to swing back.
Yeah, she's just going to be playing things slowly here. Castle barricades to work through, still very easily done so with the X-Kairos pellets. The attack, they're just working through their options right now, going through the motions, taking their time, breathing through this one here. No need to rush, no need to get too aggressive, but they need to make sure they're dealing with players on the front line like Vazzy here, who finds Sped, almost does a little bit of damage on towards the elbow, are aware of the player on the back line here, got themselves into a bit of a sandwich, but we've seen Vazzy and many of the SSP players work their way out of situations like these before.
Look at Vazzy, holding his ground, even when zoned out, not going to be scared to fight back, drops below, not going to be reapproaching, but sticking to bottom east in case anyone wants extra ground, and just making sure that Cerberus have to be wary of their surroundings, as Vazzy is still on the lurk. A bit of shots there to put some phantom presence on the line. Elsewhere, Adox is able to pick up the leverage for SSP, as though the attackers have now lost the gridlock, and your flank coverage will need to be an extra bit timid.
Yeah, you're going to need to be really careful now of these flanks, of these players playing about elsewhere, because they can really easily backstab you. And if the one thing we know about Border, it's a small map. Defenders can make rotations incredibly quickly, incredibly easily, and if you're unaware of it, they can do massive, massive damage, just because as an attacker, you're forced into these narrow doorways to be quite close proximity to one another. Still working through the top floor here. Half's going to be able to find one on towards Rise there, evening out the man count 4 versus 4, and as Bunkers takes quite a little bit of damage there on a sliver of HP. Now has the option to continue to fight, or just to try and escape away. Drops down the hatch. match, injures himself with the full damage. Off doing so, Shinji does get half back though with a C4, and bunkers should be recoverable, hoping SSP hold on to their advantage.
100% still safe enough and sound for the defenders coming for the support. Yet Cerberus have claimed top floor advantage, and now they hold the high ground. But how much longer can they play off of it? Because side initiation is going to have to come through one way or another, and it's going to be Lunar looking for the 1v1 initiation to get themselves back on the lead. A soft breach is coming about as fast as it possibly can be. SSP are setting themselves up, getting the headspace and the communication through so they can be well prepared for this execution, which Cerberus are ready to put down within the following 20, Travi.
I love the positioning from Bankers right now. Prime to make a flank, but he might not even need it. Adlox finds Interlude there, and that makes things a massive disadvantage for Cerberus right now. Luna and Chiron really need to get their work going. 10 seconds to go, 4 players to 5. Seems like SSP may have cracked the code here for this overtime. They're going to get this defensive round over the line here. It's a 1v4 for Chiron. Impossible from the top floor. Can't do anything at all. And SSP now getting themselves an opportunity at map point. The interesting part of this one is this is where they found themselves for 3 whole rounds in regulation, Puffo. But can they get it done in overtime? Because they didn't do it before.
Good question. Cerberus were able to come back before. Can they do it once more? This is certainly the time to do so. And keep in mind, SSP won other attacking round on the previous time. It was match point, or rather the first overtime 2-round split. Now they get it on the defense, meaning if they go by the history that we can delve into, they should be able to claim this next one. And that's what we thought when it was 3-6, the exact point you're talking about. But Cerberus are going to be bringing out the big guns, an operator we have not seen, at least from what has been on the broadcast today. And do I spy a little clash on the defender lineup?
Oh, do you spot a little bit of clash? You know, this is one where she's obviously been reworked semi-recently, right? She can move the shield around now. She is a menace in the face of an attackers. And Bob, we were talking about it earlier. The menace that shields have been on their console since their rework last year with the introduction of Deimos and his season. Since then, shields have been terrifying to go against. Blackbeard, namely so. SSP, they're bringing one of their own here, but half being able to move that shield around, slow things down with the CCE zap, as well as having pretty powerful SMG in back pocket here. That clash is going to be deadly, and the thing is, because we're overtime, you can't adjust your operator bands. But bands are the bands, they are stuck solid as glue. You're going to have to face that thing on every single attack as SSP now.
Call me crazy, but looking at SSP's lineup, no way they're thinking about it. We see the Glass, we see the Monty, we see the Ink. It all points towards one road. And you know what they say, all roads lead to Rome. It seems we're going to have ourselves a bit of an aggressive start here and a possible Archives rush from SSP on the attacking side. Now, maybe it's going to be towards main breach, considering we have the Thatcher, but that could be just there to shut down C4, to shut down utility, and majorly not allow Cerberus to go out swinging as they want to.
Yeah, we saw SSP go for a take like this, somewhat similar to it, back all the way in round number 10, I believe it was, at a 6-3 point. They went for this kind of fake rush attempt where they brought the Russian operators, but they went for quite a slow roam clear before really committing towards that rush. That gave Cerberus the time to make the rotations, to get themselves set up for it, and as a result, SSP were just like headless chickens walking into gunfire. Obviously, the same mistakes likely are not going to be made again by SSP, is they can't give the game plan that a rush is to go ahead before they're ready to do so, but you can already see Cerberus having an idea with the lack of pressure. They're just rotating back to the site and ready to face this push full on.
Sissy State Punks setting themselves up for greatness. Not a single shot has gone out of the chamber of the Glass's gun to make sure it's all covered up as well as it can be. The attackers don't want to leave a trace of detail behind, but Interlude will be finding the first, and it's the Yank. You lose out on those Candelas, and it seems like it will get more difficult as it goes on. EMP's already wasted, but the follow-up by the Monty will not be persisting through. The Clash is making this push a bit too difficult, and there's no way to counter her as of the moment, as Interlude finds himself the second as well. Cerberus in greatness and already starting to crumble SSP's entire plan, as now they need to go for a plan B.
This is it, and the thing is, we've said before, with a rush attempt, you cannot have a plan B in back pocket. So much to commit towards the rush, so much to go for it. You do not have a plan B, you do not have an alternative right now. For SSP, it's hope the opponents give something away. Hope that Cerberus make the mistakes that have defined this border so far, but they're going to give away nothing. They understand that this is match match point on the line right now, not giving away a thing. Final 50 seconds. They've got a 5 versus 3 advantage. And while SSP poke and prod, they're just going to be sent right back out there. It's all up to Vazzy on the shield, but spotted out. Information's given away. You can see Cerberus, they just want to get this one done. Spend finds it, and our first flawless round of the series goes the way of Cerberus as this game continues to go to distance.
The game continues for the long run. We have an 8-8 and Sissy State Punks. What the hell are we thinking? I love the ambition. Honestly, I gotta add to it. I'm really down for the rushes, but they haven't found a successful rush in any of the rounds we've played today because most of the time they end up going for them. They don't account for the direct counters, the clash, the way they play their strategy, and mostly they don't work around each other. We sent 2 players flying into site without the Monty there to support them up, and it all goes haywire. Who could have guessed so? But now it's going to be an equalization once more, and it's time for Cerberus to pick it back up, as this is their chance to do so, and they don't want to regret it, because again, Sissy State Punks, results of the past on maps that rely a bit more on utility have been golden. Border is the one place and spot where maybe Cerberus can claim the lead.
This is it. The lead is ever going to be so important here because yet again, we're at a clean slate. This is the thing with this infinite overtime. It's an endurance game. And my only hope, whether what team it is, you're putting so much into this map right now, putting so much onto the table, you cannot be putting out all of your steam on map number 1 because Puffo, we've got possibly 4 more to go after this one. And if they all go this length, not only are we going to get tired on the desk, the players themselves, their thumbs are going to start to get sore twiggling those joysticks around. They are going to have a harder time as this series goes forth. It's an endurance game. Cerberus, you just need to focus on locking it down, getting the job done as soon as you humanly can.
Keeping the mental in check, making sure that you don't get over exhausted, especially again. Have to consider for a best of 5, we started out quite late. It's already 8 p.m. in CST time zones, and some of these players go around it. This could be going to, this could really be going to 1 a.m. for all we know, right? But right now, again, whoever finds this round gets back in the lead, back in the momentum, and any team, it could be any teams. This match has been so left, right, and center that it could go any way. There's just no way to predict it.
Yeah, that's it. This is the thing. We're at level playing field right now. 8-8, nothing else is happening. It's even. This is it. We've reset. We're basically back at 0-0 for all you know, playing at first 2. It's all about the micro. Waiting for your opponent to make a mistake and capitalising upon it. So far in overtime, we've seen a mix of attacking success, a mix of defensive success. There is no teller right now. It's all about the individual play and more importantly, who's going to make the slip up, but also who's going to be able to capitalise then upon it.
Such drastic changes have been made in the past with a single player popping off, such as from SSP. We saw Adox on a great performance before the rehost, and is also following with that going into the overtime, seeing as Adox has 6 kills and 2 deaths, which phenomenal performance. But SSP, the rest of the players, could still also trying to mimic that.
Yeah, everyone is really trying to step up to the mark right now for SSP, but it has mainly been Asox since the rehost, since going into overtime. Whereas on Cerberus, you've got Kyron and Intude. While they're stepping up not quite as much, you've got 2 players stepping to them, which means if you shut down one of them, there's still another big threat to be concerned about. And speaking of threats, Vasi, he should be cautious of Kyron, who's just moved into security, sleeping it on through. Luna tries to capitalize upon the chaos, but gets it quickly punished back out by Bankers there. 4 versus 4, all things are even as the attacks start to try and push towards this bomb site, but they're getting sent right back out of it there by Shinji, who's able to find another and swing SSP their advantage as much as it cannot be held for that long.
Doesn't seem like we're going to be burying the hatchet just yet. We have a 2 on each side. Kill count is going to be equalized by both. And now, continuing the track, trying to find the entry, spelling bad news. Harvest kill ought to rise, returns the leverage, but again, we have the refract potential for both these teams popping off. Although the attackers stuck Fountainside, not much of a path on where to go, and attempting to dictate their next movement, but it's all being led by the defenders as they cross-hold it into the entry of a main. Although no success, a pre-fire here from Interlude is going to be able to pick it up once more. The diffuser in his hands, and Sven reconfiguring his position, attempting to get as much intel, doing that successfully as the mute is now alone, peeks away in the wrong momentum, goes for the knife, a re-swing, a beautiful headshot from Banks. The recall control on point is now in a 1v1. Banks is able to find it, and SSP, more like SSW, as one more round they're able to claim it. But like before, it's still very possible for Cerberus to bring it back.
A massive, massive clutch up there. SSP are going to be so incredibly happy to get that one because almost slipped away from them there. Very much almost put some incredible recoil control, some incredible individual play from the SMG11. And despite the game being given away, that one should have been done by Cerberus. You had a pinch, you had him in the middle, you knew exactly where he was because of the beehives, but you can't get the job done there. That's the end of round punishment that we saw Cerberus falling way to earlier on in the map here, and at the very brink of overtime, it seems to be biting them in the butt yet. Again, they now have to play against the map point here. SSP primed to take their one on own. They now just need to get an attack over the line, but we've seen them do it before. No reason why they can't do it again here.
No reason not to. But the last time SSP were on the attacking side, try me, it was a rush. It was a bit of a rush.
Let's just not do that again, please. SSP, I am begging. Let's not rush this. Let's just keep it calm, keep it collected. Let's just get the job done, please.
We are begging you, SSP. We don't want to be here all night now, do we? Cerberus seem to be, because they've been coming back at it. They've been also constantly in the shadow of SSP, which is a bit concerning, because I haven't seen them take the leading initiative towards the attacking side, or who is on the attacking side as of current. But eyes on the prize, SSP, this round is yours and able to claim it. But of course, you have to take all into account. Verticality, will it be yours? Do you go for a senseless rush yet once more? I doubt it, but let's see.
That is going to be it. You don't want to go for a senseless rush here. SSP not bringing that line up this time around. Much more well-rounded, much more traditional from them. This time really capitalising upon that Blackbeard, upon the shield to face check individuals, to try and find out where these Romans are and then punish them accordingly, because it can be so difficult to fight against the shield, especially when you've got players behind you. Cerberus defaulted lineup for them as well. Nothing too unusual for them. So it's a fairly standard round here. Textbook by so far of what we've seen. It's all going to be a question of who wins these 1v1s as Luna almost loses the first of the round.
Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort. Just way too close for comfort. And it seems like HP-wise, Cerberus keep on giving away to SSP as blood has been spilled, but not kill-wise just yet. Banks clearing it in towards Fountainside once more, looking to find that opening entry. Thankfully, that wall's reinforced because I was expecting another wall bank to come through. And SSP, again, 4 players stacked up towards the seaside, looking to make a name for themselves into map number 1. But yet again, haven't taken the first step into site itself.
Yeah, that's it. They need to be able to get that foot across the line right here. That is going to be the major difficulty point. How do you get yourself into this one? How do you break that seal? Because right now, Cerberus, as much as they might have a couple players worse off for wear, they've got very firm control right now. Luckily for the attack, though, there's still plenty of time to work through here. Over half of the round, plenty of grenades, couple still in pocket to make deal with utility. Track stingers as well to throw down here. SSP, they know what they want. They want to plant in through this door here. Bunkers is going to hop on in, facilitating the rest of the team to move on up here. They can start to clear across this top point, and Cerberus need to hold on.
They still have 3 players. Ooh, one tap from Banks, able to go in for the repeat, but unnecessary nonetheless, as SSP have now claimed the first kill. But Cerberus are going to be sticking true to the roots, still contesting. They have a shield to clear out and plenty of information to go through, as Interlude's able to return it for the second Lunar, and keeping themselves within balanced ground. But you have to be checking each one. Nook and cranny seems to drop from the defenders has now been initiated, and the attackers have started taking initiative towards side itself. The gridlock making themselves exposed, but Chiron not looking the right angle, tunnel visioned towards the Monty's position, as Interlude with a second going to make a drastic change, but the HP on the remaining defenders a bit more difficult to work with going into any following gunfight without any confidence, I would say so. Random wall bangs. Bangs could definitely make it happen, but as Flash is coming through, it's going to be all down to Lunar trying to carry it through and down to the gridlock. Banks has the quad, and it's out ace or nothing between Interlude, between Banks. It's the battle of the Titans. The final clash we need to see. Traxler for the support, and even extra details coming in for anyone watching those drones. They do get crushed down. You spot out the Melusian. Banks with a swing will be able to secure it. SSP will be your winners for Border by a hard struggle, that's for sure, but they got it granted.
Oh, to end it with an ace as well. How about that, Puffo? 10-8 for SSP. Admittedly, I think it took them a little while longer than they would have liked. They would have intended for it too. It went the distance. They had a 6-3 and it slipped all the way towards a 10-8. Still a great showing from them. Still a great place to be in the series. 1-0 up in the standings. That's Border. That is their map pick across the line. But now we have to look ahead, right? Nighthaven Labs is going to be coming up on next. An entirely different battleground of things, and while it might be 1-0 up to SSP, this series is still not set in stone who's going to be coming out of this one on top.
I mean, the fact that we went into double digits on the round count is just crazy to me. The fact that we even got to overtime is fantastic, and a great progression shown from the last time these two teams played, specifically from Cerberus' side. Now, if they're able to carry that over to the following map, greatness. We are in for a good grand final, but I do believe, Travi, we're going to be taken to a short break, because we've been here for quite a while, just considering this is only one map, so we don't want to leave the people too exhausted.
No, we're not going to be leaving everyone too exhausted. We're going to get to, our voices are going to get tired. You're probably going to get tired of our voices, but luckily for you folks at home, there's not going to be too much longer to wait till the next map. We're going to throw things to a quick break, as Bob said, and we'll be back in a few.
But hate will always grow. There's a beauty in the way you lay, and the way your color fades. You stand out now with your imperfections. Oh, it was never meant to fall apart. It was not supposed to cause us harm. But these days, all I do is wonder, is about another way to start again. 'Cause in the pain there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold. Oh, that's severed world. But hate will always grow.
She stole a smile and my heart responded. She's everything I never knew I wanted. And money won't buy her happiness. Yeah, she's my kind of glamorous. Natural beauty, what it's all about. Tell something to me, can't figure it out. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Beautiful soul, heart of gold. Beautiful soul. First time feeling rush. She's laid back and casual. A real homebody, it's wonderful. Yeah. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. always got my attention. Beautiful soul.
I just wanna, I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking.
That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged.
Bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, bomb, bomb,
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking.
That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged.
Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive.
Feel like
Bomb, 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 bomb. Dip, slide, when I wanna dive. Hit it to the rhythm all day and night. Blazing the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck in the mall one. Little homie looking bad, never got none. When the pop song, girl go pop off.
Mommy got that beat, 2K go.
I just wanna.
Well, with map 1 ending in an absolutely explosive fashion, we now head to a map number 2. Nighthaven Labs is going to be coming up. Bob, are you ready?
Oh, of course I'm ready. How dare you ask the obvious here? We have ourselves a fantastic matchup, and even though Cerberus were looking like the underdogs, now they're starting to look like a real competitive going on to Nighthaven, and a complete different switch up for what was to be Border and SSP. Cerberus back at the bands. And you know what, Travi, I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me a gabble. What bands are we seeing?
There's 3 things that are certain in life. Death, taxes, and an ace ban, I think, is what we're going to be seeing from these 2 teams. And if I am wrong, darn it. It's going to be a Maverick. Well, it's still a hard breacher. I'm within the right ballpark. Just maybe I'm playing football instead of basketball. Either way, though, Maverick's taken off the board. Cade, not unusual bans here for Nighthaven Labs, right? A map that is so incredibly centric on these hard breaches. You know, you look up to that top floor IT connector. No surprise to see them being taken off and the bans really centering around them.
Of course, 100%. I mean, bans here are going to be very important on a map like this. And as of the current, we can take a look at the second roundabout. Kate, Maverick, nothing out of the ordinary for the bandit to follow along. Will be just about as common as it gets, because once you get one out of the way, you got to commit with the second, of course, right?
Yeah.
But as it goes for the shields, normally on Nighthaven, what I'm a supportive of is, again, you commit to something, not half but it's, if that's the more family-friendly expression for it. But in general, right, you either go for all 3 shields or all 3 breachers, as in the Maverick, the Thermite, and the Ace. But usually teams in the competitive team have been kind of trying to go for that middle ground so they can make a bit of a nice little point, a nice little centric point to make the attackers as uncomfortable. And I think that's what SSP are going to be aiming for. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just getting rid of what they don't like.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's a really interesting way to sort of see how these bans are going to be unfolding here. You know, as you say, you can go for that more jack of all trades type even style, but you leave yourself vulnerable. Cerberus, on the other hand, they've targeted. They know they do not want to be vulnerable to these hard breaches. They know they need these breaches to be getting opened, and especially without the Maverick, Cade and Bandit are going to be so incredibly strong in this kind of a situation. So you need to make sure that they're off the board. That's exactly what they're going to do, allowing Cerberus to keep their lineup open, not having to rely on a Thatcher. They can give themselves other opportunities here and start to work their way on through.
Great counterplay. We see the IQ. A great way to also take out not only the Valkyrie, but of course, SSP are also bringing out a Vigil, which is one of the big trio when it comes down to roamers. And of course, on a map like Nighthaven, you want to secure that top floor for as long as you can, and Cerberus take that into account. They bring along these roam clearage. No way we get it right. Go for the wall bag. You know you're tempted. Yes, Chiron finds the perfect value off of the radar. And just like that, the Vigil is gone.
Good night, Atox. The star of map 1 for SSP shut down quite early on, and Bassi not falling too far behind as Luna opens up this one. Interlude does eventually get shut down by Rise there, at least keeping SSP somewhat competitive in this round, but there's still work to do before they can equalise this man count. At the moment, this roam has moved incredibly costly for SSP, but Bankers fighting back onto Luna, able to at least equalise as the defence. They can choose, do they want to double dip or do they want to retreat on down?
Do they want to retreat on down? The name of the game normally would be time wasted, but it doesn't seem like that's gone the way they wanted it to, because information is still actively coming on through. We saw the yellow ping right close on by, and his Spen is able to find one. It isn't the seek out we're seeking for. It's the Goyo Rise right around the corner. The nade seems to be flushing him out. He goes for the swing, but isn't able to find the location, isn't able to find it. Another one with utility, but Chiron still fights back, and now converting into a 3v1. SSP only have one man to rely on.
Yep, and it's all up to Shinji. Not only that, he's been death marked. He's been spotted, and as you can see, Spen is already making the challenges through on the vertical. It's going to be the victim of a C4 there. Shinji using that information back the other direction, gets a nice one back. Now with Chiron on low HP, half on their own, there is a world in where Shinji can try and isolate these as 1v1s. The issue is Cerberus have time to play with right now. They can force to go this one around and wait for Shinji to make a mistake. There's 50 seconds to go, all the time in the world, and considering how important mistakes have been this series, Cerberus could really rely on this one here to just let Shinji slip on up and give it away.
I mean, honestly, Shinji's already gotten one, right? The potential's still there, and it's up to Cerberus to play this correctly. Although, they dropped the case, a bit of Gmod ragdoll physics there to nicely get it down, and it's up to Harv to keep his life maintained, because currently he doesn't have the support from Chiron. Still going down into cargo stairs, looking to establish a bit of extra ground, extra dimensions. Shinji already going into the gunfight, and look at the IQ pressured, goes down. No way a headshot onto Harv here would be able to finish the job, and time is running against you. You either need to get this defuse down or the headshot there. Not a headshot, but the shotgun shot will be more than plenty.
I'm not sure why Shinji was playing with the Eagle there. Gotta love it. Gotta respect the Eagle. Almighty. Secondary on secondary. Long range with the ITAS 12. I'm just going to move on from that one, I think is the best way to do it.
Let's keep it in the void.
Cerberus, they kept the ship steady enough there. They got the job done. They didn't let that end round slip from them, because if you ask me, that was really where they faltered on map number 1, and the thing that stops them from really being able to take a lead in that initial point of the series there. Start of rounds were good, mid rounds were good, but you get to that end round, you get to that 2v2, 3v3, whatever it's going to be, that's where Cerberus slipped for me. And immediately here, they've gotten themselves an advantage, and they've been able to ride it all the way through into an early success here, and a start on a winning attack round of labs nonetheless. Very good place to be right now.
Very good place to be. Cerberus, again, initiating it off, but just like with Border, new map, new us, new teams, and with it, it means a 1-0 doesn't necessarily bring about much value. It's going to be these rounds that mostly will account for the long run and into the late part of the match, but currently, it's still better than being 0-1, right? And at SSP, I'm surprised they went for the downstairs side, because normally, teams tend to opt out for starting off on the top floor, but considering there's no heart breach denial, I think that's what brings discomfort to SSP.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a very set way of playing that top floor with those key walls, you know, connector, IT, we said it before. There's all of these walls that are so important, and if SSP can't keep them under lock and key for any extended duration of time, it's going to shake them quite a little bit, and perhaps maybe might indicate their strategy pool to play with these kind of bans on labs might not be where it is. Could just be they're more comfortable on basement, maybe we're reading a little too much into it. Either way though, speak of the devil, speak of the breaches, all of this Animus external facing walls here should be nice easy pickings for the attack, and
oh god,
already making quite way through as Puffo, blessed by the Lord himself.
Thank you. It's true. I've been sneezing a lot today, even before we went to the broadcast. But hey, we gotta get. It's edging me again, Trevi. I can't believe this.
Oh no, he has been victims to the sneezes all afternoon. Please, everyone, send your love in chat for Puffo and hope he's able to escape the sneezes, just like Cerberus hoped to escape this round with a victory. Early entry into Animus here, actually knocking on site stall quite quickly, all things considered. Bunkers decides to get aggressive, decides to play up close here, and if Cerberus don't become aware that there's a player playing right next to the wall here, this could be disastrous. They want to go in, they want to try and section off site here with the Dom panels of the Aurora. The question is, are SSP going to let them do so?
Are they going to let them do so? In through smokes, out from the ashes, and into the flames. SSP might fall if they're not able to find this planter. It's sneaking it through. Interlude locks it down, but you got to be cautious. Lunar has the lovely scope of demolition, agony, and death when you're peeking into smoke, and that's the prioritization the Glass gets in battles such as now the post-plan Cerberus have a great position to take out SSP and get themselves a second round in the lead. But what will the defenders do? They're going to walk into these sites. They're going to walk in blindly, still trying to fight back with numbers, but that's what they don't have, as one after another they keep on falling like dominoes, and it's all up to Rise to carry the fragmentative end of this match. The defenders are running out of time. They're all down into Animus. Shinji with one, but he's right below you, Lunar. He has no clue you're there. And Karon out from behind. Cerberus with the second round.
Beautiful read, really, there from Cerberus, all things considered.
Oh, yeah.
When you look at that one, they changed up the tempo drastically from round number one. Round number one was this roam clear. You slip your way down in towards the basement, slowly but surely edge away and knock away at the defense and their front line. Here, on the other hand, Cerberus just decided to go directly into Sky, skip all the steps 1, 2, 3, 4, and just jump straight to that 10th and final step, get into the objective, get that diffuser down. SSP, I think they realised this basement has been well and truly read into like a book now, so we're going to see them head to the more typical primary bomb site here on Nighthaven Labs. Going to be going up towards top command server. Question is, can this be more successful for the defense?
That's a good question. And, well, the one thing that maybe SSP don't have is breach now. That's true, but they have some strong ops. They have the mirror, which allows you a really good extension into this connector side. And, of course, even kind of reinforcing those outside walls, playing a round connector and then backing off into electrical is great. At the same time, it's not like you are completely out of breach now. You still have the mute, so SSP are going to have to bring some sort of secondary utility like the impact TMPs or maybe a Twitch, something along those lines, right, to deny the mute from jamming out their ops or from jamming out their breach in general. But of course, breach is going to be imminent unless SSP plays so aggressively that they're able to find the hard breacher in an instant.
Sorry, I've just been like entirely entrapped in the spinning we're doing. I just feel like we're watching like some kind of like spinny loop. I feel like I'm being hypnotized.
Yeah, it's like
by
they're manipulating you to buy Rainbow Six Siege credits, and you're
buy
also
the credits.
Yeah, everyone watching right now, you're being manipulated into joining the Phantom League Discord server and come along, invite your friends, so you don't have much of a choice. Start sharing.
You don't have a choice. Get in there, get yourself signed up. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 spots left for Season 6, so get yourself in there quickly. But first and foremost, Bunkers on the front line. Almost gets caught by the drone there, is spotted. Does choose to retreat on away here. And Cerberus, well, they're stalled out by these mute jammers at the moment. With only 2 frag grenades in pocket, it's going to be difficult to clear them unless they can send someone down below.
I was a bit scared for Bunkers there for a moment. He could have found a potential 2. The C4 there would have been a great deal of damage, but it's surprising that they don't play around connector for too long. They're going to nicely reinforce it off and try and play around this mirror, which could have also been a potential game ender if you can find a swing off of it. But oh well, that's all the past. Now the breaches are starting to slowly come on out, and Cerberus, with a great approach, Selma's out, and now just waiting to play this game of breaking down the site.
Rise has gone down as well. That is a key factor there. He's out in E-box there, but Shinji comes in, takes down Half, trying to capitalize upon that down. And well, it's actually going to be SSP opening up this round with an advantage as Rise does get himself recovered. C4's primed and ready to go now, and that's going to be a key. As soon as you hear it hopping from that window, player on the attack is going to be sent straight out of E-box here. A much better looking defense right now for SSP, who, despite a quiet start to Labs, want to be getting their way into it, just like Rise wants to stick his head into the barrel of Luna there, who's having a really, really great performance so far, 4-1.
What's happening, Rise? Just creepy crawling into one of the lines of sight. And look at Adox swinging in from main breach. Finding Lunar as a good return and keeping SSP on the top of the food chain now. Cerberus, again, are going to need to return it, and they do so in quick succession as its interlude skill onto Bankers here, keeping them within equal grounds. But right below a minute here, you need to find that execution. You found an open into sight, and that's the great thing about hard breachers, but you don't have the operators like the Grim to find that easy entry.
That's it, you have nothing left to really work with it. You've got a couple frag grenades in the back pocket of what will be the IQ, but other than that, there's nothing to force SSP out right now. They've still got these power positions, still got these keeper barricades to play behind, and the attack have only got 35 seconds to find the bridge across. That might be what they needed there. Take down Vasi there, 2 versus 3 situation as SSP slowly start to crumble yet again, but Toxic Babe still available to stall them out. A great swing from Adox onto one, trying to fish for his third in the round here. Cerberus, the little progress they made has been well and truly stalled out here. Now trying to push this final bridge. 15 seconds left to go here. The defense, they are lower HP for it, but Adox can just keep getting on the kills here. A close swing from Clairon finds Shinji, but they're just going to play the clock. They're just going to play the time, unaware of the player. Prone goes for the swing, and Adox finds it with the deagle there. Close it out, and SSP will at least end the first quarter with a round in their back pocket.
What is it up with these defenders and their deagles today? From all the way downstairs onto the upper floor, finally we actually do connect those shots and SSP with an opening round. But in the end, you got to stick to better positions. One of the players, the final one, or one of the final two on SSP side, being the smoke, had the shotgun repositioned, tried to hold the electrical, even though the push was a bit more IT-centered. But in the end, Atox being the harbinger of death coming into that round with a beautiful triple, or maybe even quad. I'm not necessarily sure which one of the two it was in an opening round. But again, just like previously on Border, you gotta make the most of what you can on the defensive.
That is it. You have to be gaining rounds here. And right now, Cerberus, they're going to be incredibly happy if they can maintain this advantage throughout the half. The expectation here, I would probably argue at this point, is going to be roughly that 4-2 split here SSP are going to be looking for, which, if you've been keeping track, means they need to win every round from here on out. Top floor site's going to be locked on down now, so SSP return to the basement. Lost this one twice already, going with a lineup similar to what we've seen from them before on the site. The question is third time going to be the charm?
So many questions, little to no answers. And Adox on the Bosch Chi. SSP are bringing out the big guns. And going out from the bottom floor, this is where Cerberus found 2 rounds in a row. So returning back with a possible play in mind that is going to be able to break the curse. Round number 4 here. SSP also rocking a completely different lineup now, a bit less focused on the roam, I hope, because we do see the Legion, which I imagine is going to be showing a lot of presence on site. But I'm wondering why, or rather, how long it's going to take for Cerberus to take clear of the main breach, right? There isn't much of denial. They can just open it up, go for another glass plant.
Yeah, they could 100% go for that strategy yet again. SSP don't seem to be at all concerned with the weakness that exposed them the last time this site was played, and well, perhaps for good reason. Cerberus are going back to what we saw from them in round number 1. That eventual roam clear, top way down, rely on Spen, rely on the Deimos, just slowly one by one clear your way through this extended hold of SSP and get your way in towards the objective. Spen is going to be a key factor in this round and needs to make sure he's winning this early gunfight here as Atox's position up on this top floor, already in a little bit of hot waters here, caught between 2. The question is, can he take any of them down with him?
Doesn't want to repeat the mistake of being caught first and a bit of shots against him, but fighting back with that SMG-12, well, simply outnumber 3 sides. Chiron on IT breach, Spen coming in from the upstairs site, and 1 on Raptor's window. Not much of a choice by Adox besides waste a bit of time, and a minute has gone by on the top floor yet again, but the rest of it is going to be all left down to the 3 players roaming up above, and SSP have yet again invested a lot into this roam security.
That's it. You cannot be walking away from this roam empty-handed in a 4 versus 5. You need to be getting something before you retreat away. Rise is going to be looking for exactly that, trying to chase players outside of windows here. It's a risky play, requires a lot of confidence and some great mechanics, and it needs to pay off. But at least SSP have one thing going for them. They have burnt a decent amount of time so far. Half the round has been gone, and they've still got this presence on first floor. Bankers all the way up on top. Question is, can Rise get something here? Tucked below at the bottom of Aqua, gets caught from behind there by Interlude, but at least Vasi is able to find Luna there, getting one back for SSP and keeping them in this round.
Interlude holding the lines of sight, although little to no help by the other teammates, and that's allowing Vasi to snoop on in. find the return. Vengeance has been given to SSP, but a lead not yet transferred over, as the two defenders from above now going to be supporting the lone warden down below. As yet again, Cerberus seem to be fighting ghosts above, still seeking out for any roamers, trying to check all the corners that have not yet been peeked into. But little do they know it's already been cleared, and now they're just wasting unrecognized seconds.
That's it. You're just wasting time at this point. Top floor's clear. First floor's clear. You need to get it go. You need to start to get in towards this objective there. Vasi wasn't a question mark before. At least with this death mark, the confirmation has come on through that you can get in sight. However, this warehouse hatch here going to be opened up by the Deimos frag grenade to follow on suit towards the player down below. But 20 seconds on the clock here. Very difficult one here for Cerberus to capitalise despite the 3v3. SSP, they have the doorways held, they have the angles, they know where the drops come on through from. This should be an easy closeout here for them. Final 10 seconds, they're just going to try and stick down the plant. The question is Spen and Harv going to be able to cover it fully on the way through? Well, it seems like they just might. Shinji goes down, but Bunkers with a huge double in the round, leaves it all onto Harv, and he just cannot do the job as SSP claw it back, tie up the game, 2 apiece now. They're looking much better than initially here on Labs.
Bankers took a gamble and hit the jackpot going in. The Goyu canister was popped against the defenders to keep them away from denying that plant, but Bankers walked through the fire of the flames and extinguished what was meant to be the post plant as Cerberus fell down to their knees and out an equalization on the round count. And it seems like action is only starting to pick up.
That's it. This is just going to keep on heating up here from out at this point. Right now, 2-2. Everything has equalised yet again, and this is going to be the really important part. We said that SSP need to be coming out this half with an advantage, with an even half. There is still a possibility to lose that if Cerberus can maintain their form. And yet again, we're seeing the mistakes from border creep on in. You get to the end round, you get to a 3v3, and you just don't have what it is needed to get it over the line. We're now seeing that clash come in. We got teased with her a little bit back on border, but now it's SSP bringing her, and is Vasi going to be able to make her work? Because we know the impact she can have in these lobbies, and Cerberus, they could be slowed out by her.
Could be slowed out by her. We've seen it on border, like you said, but we've also not seen it on Nighthaven just yet, and that's what makes it more interesting. And also, I like that SSP have been kind of holding back this clash. I think it's a strategy that teams should start using more and more, and it is swaying away from certain operators so that once the third ban is out, they can use it for the final 3 or 2 rounds of the first half and use it to their full, such as Shinji's Mirror, which hasn't been as present. But again, the Clash here is an outstanding character, and I'm waiting to see for the potential.
And your reason, probably asking at home, why would you want to hold this clash away until the final 3 rounds of a half? Reason being is that final ban has been made. I'm sure you get to play it with 3 rounds either before the second ban or after it, either way. But the difference is if you play it after the second ban, set of bans, you get to bring it into an overtime. So if we get to that 6-6 point yet again, it means that SSP are going to be able to rely on that clash time and time again. And that one operator, with how powerful and how focal she can be in a round, she could be the difference maker in this one. All down to that shield. Right now, though, 40 seconds into the round, Cerberus just going to be starting to prod up on this top floor here, assess where these roamers are, and find out ways that they can be dealing with them.
Oh, look at the jumping with a ram drone. You're able to find instant entry. Cerberus have just claimed ground. Plans going down, not a single casualty. And SSP are now playing with a warden, which has a decent gun. But that's where the clash comes in as the final. And absolutely nothing to show for it. Interlude with final, a coup de grace to finish it off. And in an instant, sight was found. Victory as well. But most importantly, the read into the first half, Cerberus is to claim.
SSP did not have a clue that one was coming there, and admittedly, neither did I. They just hopped in the window, went 3, 2, 1, go, and this is the danger of Cerberus when because that's the second time they've done that now. They've realised there is no one on the objective. They've realised there's a safety for us to just hop in and try and force a plant down. They did it earlier on basement. They did it just there on kitchen, and both times they've gone for it, it has worked to near perfection. At round, masterclass in opportunity spotting and capitalising upon mistakes there. Cerberus now, they guarantee themselves an even half here, which on a Nighthaven Labs attack is a great result to be on, and they could still come out of this one advantageous.
Yes, they could. And for Cerberus, this would be such a huge deal breaker because in the previous border map, it was SSP with a 4-2 split. Cerberus can now kind of return that favor and claim it on the attacking side. What's even better is even though SSP are most likely going to be banning the Cade and Bandit as well, we can see a new playstyle from Cerberus because I want to see this top floor incorporated more. And with the aggression that the Cerberus stack have been currently bringing in general, it would very heavily favor them going into connector, going into lobby, pushing out and being personal about it. While for SSP, again, according to their previous results, they're not the same team.
No. And this is it. It's feeling like a different team right now. Whether it's Cerberus have really leveled it up, and it may just be the maps. I think the real indicative one is when we get there for our next map pick is going to be that Consulate. That's going to be the really indicative one. Have Cerberus been able to play catch-up in the couple of weeks since map matchup? Because they've had time to do VOD review on their own behalf. They've also had plenty of time to prepare for the opponents, prepare for the best of 5 today. This one was still picked early on. This is by far Cerberus's most preferred map in the pool. The second pick before any bans were taking place, so obviously of the choice of 8, they chose to come here. This should be a comfortable ground for them, and they are really showing it right now. A really great attacking half overall for them, and they're looking to end it here on a quite high note.
Quiet high note, keep it at low profile. The attackers right now, not extending out too much. They don't want to step into territory from SSP that might go easily contested for the favor of the defenders. And again, considering we have operators like the Mirror, like the Rise, and especially guns like the Vectors speaking out highly and making it a better effort for Interlude to be the first to fall. As a second swing here, don't let it go wrong. Spen makes up for the mistakes given up, and as the breach is open, Cerberus get to continue.
Yeah, 4v4 now. Great play for Rise there to get the pick back. Goes for it knowing he's done his job. Doesn't need to do anything more than that. It's just bonus points at that point. Don't get any, but that's fine. Job has been done. Sentry strike has been shut down. You've lost the Goyo. Fine for SSP because you can just pop the utility post-F. But what you can't pop post-F is going to be those Warden glasses. Bunkers get shut down by Kyron. Very aggressive from down below. And that relegates the 3 remaining players of SSP up on towards the site. Make it 2 remaining as Vasi goes down. Shinji and Atok here to try and hold off this disadvantageous half here on the defense. Not how you want to be going on to your second half of Labs here, but it seems like that might just be the reality to go here. 75 seconds left on the clock. They know the final players are on site. Cerberus are circling around them. Shots being traded out back and forth, but Adox is going to go on down. Elsewhere, Luna finishes the job on towards Shinji, and Cerberus, they come alive. 4-2 split for them on the attack of Labs. That's a great result right now, and primed for them to really start to gear it up here on their defenses.
Cerberus and so many fans, even us as casters, before going into this match, were shivering our timbers thinking this was going to be a one-sided grand final. But then we woke up to reality. Cerberus came in with a new team, with a new roster, and a new dream to beat SSP and make numbers. Only numbers at that. 4-2 split, going over to defensive, back in the bands, and let's see what they're going to be offering up for us. It will be Maverick Mira. I'm not too surprised about it. Again, Maverick gives you a free breach. Maybe it takes some time, but it's great leverage. And at the same time, what matters most for the Maverick, you don't even need to breach out fully, right? You can just make a line, because the main intention of a breach is not to open a hole, but it's to get yourself cut off on the rotation.
That's it. It's all about those sight lines here. And yet again, wouldn't be surprised to see the second wave of bans really playing into that one with the Cade ban permeating on through. Interestingly enough, though, we get the Grim ban, and it is slowly working its way up in popularity across all ranks, and I am personally here for it. He's an incredibly versatile operator, has the spotting information, has the hard breach charges, soft breach in a secondary, as well as a very strong primary weapon. He's a great operator in a lot of situations, and on Labs where there's quite a lot to do for the attack, those jack of all trades can be your best bet. So a very fair ban there, I think, for Cerberus to want to be getting rid of.
Yeah. 100%. We continue the conversation with the Grim because on a map like Nighthaven, we take a look at the top floor, right? When you breach into IT, there's going to be 2 angles you need to be careful of. It's going to be the side swing and it's going to be the rafter swing. Those are only 2 numbers, right? You can just step into IT as long as you send out 2 Grim Bees to cover both of those angles, and that's greatness when packed into one operator. It's just a better line. You cannot think of a better way to go into the execution, of a better way to cover ground and get yourself easy entry with confidence that you'll know if someone's swinging you.
Yeah, and as well, another advantage for Cerberus right now is they have got the Bandit to play behind right now. They have got this ability to deny these hard breach walls that mean that SSP, they're going to need to make a pick in regards to deal with it, limiting their options elsewhere, sort of twisting their hand a little bit here from Cerberus. They're going to be relying on the frag grenades there, being brought along there by the Deimos and the Sense there, likely to get rid of those batteries, get the walls opened up, or send someone down below. There's options here for SSP, but it has twisted their hand a little bit slightly, and perhaps not giving them the freedom that they want, and because it's a bandit, because he can bandit trick, they've had to double down on the hard breach here to ensure every one of these walls does get open.
SSP missed out on the opportunity. Didn't want to deal with the Cade, but the bandit remains. But the one thing of it is that if the bandit wants to trick, he's going to have to be careful what lies below him. The Deimos is waiting for the prey to bite on the bait.
That's it. He's just sitting here waiting right now, anticipating a bandit trick. But Cerberus playing a bit of 2 steps ahead. They know it's going to be countered. They know it's going to be expected. So don't play that game. Play within relative safely here. For the first time all series, I feel like Cerberus have the reins of this one. They now just need to see how long they can stay seated in the saddle for Luna. Wanting to get aggressive here in towards IT, facing the players inside of the breach. But instead it's going to be Interlude. Finds the first one on towards Rise here as the players down below wreak havoc. But can't same quite be said for Luna up on rafters there, eventually shut down, equalising us 4-on-4.
That saddle you were talking about, Luna could not stay seated and was put down to rest. That's a 1-for-1 deal yet again, but you lose out on that death mark potential. And with the site that's so exposed from below here, the Deimos could have served much more value going into this round. But currently, we have to take a look at some of these other players. Interlude from below maybe doesn't have the C4 yet again, but is looking to claim ground so SSP can have it for themselves. But the breach, the kind of ground coverage from the attack isn't making a good headway because SSP are a bit too slow and preoccupied with taking out players rather than pushing into the objective.
This is it. You have to be careful of how much time you spend hunting for these players. They want to just go for the hopping. They just listen to us say, okay, we think you take too much time, so they just go for a hopping. But you can't do it if you're not set up properly there. Spen being sent out, I think the Observer has the same idea as what's going through our heads right now. Advantage goes the way of Cerberus for the final 50 seconds of the round here, as SSP have to push their way in towards the objective here. Now a man down. A lot of utility expended. They've got some smoke grenades, sure, but Cerberus, they know where the push is coming from right now. Incredibly one-dimensional from the attack, and it's going to be so hard to work your way out of this.
Normally you make your own moment. The moment doesn't make you. And Adox there with 2 swings and able to find SSP, but Chiron's still going to keep it within balance. Not for much longer as Adox for 1, for 2, for 3. The trio in the magazine and the Nomad showing absolute perseverance. As yet again, SSP now on the orange, turning it all back onto its head with a 3-4, catching up to Cerberus. Same tell that we had over on border, but this time around, maybe they have the chance of EQing it out, overtaking, because yet again, Cerberus are playing for a lot more. They're playing yet again for survival because they don't hold one map under their belt already, while SSP, they can claim series points, and that means a lot.
Yeah, that is going to be the thing right now. If SSP can get Nighthaven Labs over the line, they go onto a map where they dominated Cerberus the last time they played. And for Cerberus, that is your safety net cut off from beneath you. You lose that second map, that is your safety gone. Any more mistakes, 7 more rounds gone, game over. And, you know, flashback to the beginning of the evening, just a reminder for you folks at home, this is an all-or-nothing grand final right here. Both teams agreed to put all of the prize pool into the winner's pocket, meaning second place walks away with nothing more than a virtual silver medal, and you got to second place, congratulations. But it's not the same as 950 euros. It's not the same as the title of champion, is it?
Can we just clickbait our viewers and say 1K? Can we say 950 seems so specific? Can we just say 1,000, Travi? It's also going to sound way cooler. Maybe we're lying to the audience, yes, but does it make for a cooler prize? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it was 1,000 in total, right? Obviously, our third place team, White Dragons, they did walk away with 50 euros. So let's just say our 1,000 euro prize pool. That way, we're not lying. We're not telling the whole truth either, but we're not lying to the viewers. And I think the admins will appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. No bad intentions here. Me and Travi are kind and pure souls. We would do nothing like lying. That's not us. But now we return to the match here, and we're taking a look at Cerberus, who are making a bit of a fort over with this Azami. And SSP, what I haven't seen from them is an approach towards blue here. And I feel like CC could be a great way for you to backstab the defenders when they least expect it. And that's where I think Shinji's going to be coming in.
Yeah, that is going to be it. This Montaigne, he can solo put so much pressure on these defenders just by walking in, causing chaos, and more importantly, just being this massive walking drone. He can feed information on through. You get a player like Bankers going up the rear end, going for a little bit of a flank, and your SSP already have the formula for a very strong start to this attack here. Interlude's going to take a little bit of damage, has to be incredibly careful on this Rafters position. We saw him lose his life early on it before, cannot be repeating the same again as Bankers looks to go down below and possibly to contest it.
on the shotgun as well. A bit of an off-standing gun, but it work. Absolutely. It works absolutely. While Shinji is already making his presence quite wide, quite spread towards this blue side and pushing some of these players back in absolute terror. Again, that's the pressure of the Monty. He has the diffuser as well, and none of these defenders are looking to challenge him. Through to the four holes, looking to see if the side is open any, but of course, you gotta be careful of C4s. You gotta be careful of any utility that might be sent flying your way, as the rest of SSP are setting up in the back lines and just sneaking in to Cerberus's weak points.
This is it. They're setting themselves up for a golden execute right now. Cerberus might not realise it, but slowly and surely they're being surrounded. And the concern is, by the time they realise it, it may just be too late. Shinji's feeding the information. I mean, the players below with the shotgun can really start to cause some chaos. And now the Montaigne brings the shield down, puts the gun up, starts to get aggressive here. And Interlude's position becomes a hell of a lot more hard to take as the shield makes his way into sight. As Interlude gets sent out to server by Vazzy here, Cerberus can just walk on in, and they're in a position to put the plant down, Puffo. They have the crosses being held, have the vertical from down below. Exactly what they need. A huge double from Vazzy here. Flanks being watched. Everything is going the way of SSP right now, as it's all up to Harv in a 1v4 now. He gets Rise, but nothing more than that. SSP tie up the game and start off their attacking half of Labs with some very, very strong rounds.
Very strong rounds. I do wonder why Vazzy was holding the flank when there was the Nook doing the exact same thing up close with a shotgun, but you can never be too cautious, right? Although in the end, a great round from SSP. They send out the Monty, and Cerberus just kind of let him slip on by. They got themselves a bit too focused with that IT side. A single player from the attacking side completely diverted the attention of the majority of the defensive lineup, and that's where SSP's main, I would say, silver bullet lie. That's where the magnum opus was, and they struck it hard into sight direct, got the plan down, got all the pressure needed. And what are you going to do? You know, it's just a friendly old Monty. He won't pull out a pistol. No, but the Vasi behind him might pull out a 3K.
Oh, yeah. A massive 3K from that one. Ooh. What a great performance. And now, someone we've not seen yet. Denari coming into this one. The latest addition to the game. And Bob, I'm going to throw you on the hot seat here. What are your thoughts on our newest operator?
Well, firstly, I like the name because in Slovenian, dinar means money. And I'm a greedy person, so I'm liking the name already. But at the same time, Denari brings a very interesting aspect to Siege. It's kind of in the lines of a more expressive Aruni. It's like if you mixed Azami and Aruni, it's construction of sight or extension of certain utility. But what makes him strong is, I was watching Southbreach yesterday, right?
Yes.
And players weren't aware of how Denari works, so they kept on walking into his laser. There was a Monty walked forward, got stunned, and then remained in his position, but the Denari gadget reset, so he got stunned over and over and died to the gadget. And you gotta be careful. You really have to make sure that once that utility is disabled, you need to be fast, because if it gets re-enabled, then it's back to square one.
That's it. It punishes hesitation. And when you move too quickly for your own liking, that's when mistakes possibly open up here. And something we've noted all matchup long is the mistakes, and more importantly, the capitalization around them, is really what's been setting these teams, and more importantly, the rounds, apart from one another here. Denari forces those mistakes to come on through by those trip connectors reactivating themselves here, and could be a perfect pick and a great read from Cerberus if he has the intended effect here. As already, as you said, Bob, the Monty that you talked about, he is active in this round and making his presence already quite well known.
His vision is going to be blindsided as Rise taking heavy damage out from behind. The Monty won't be able to cover up all pieces of that IQ, as Rise now down to the final few drops of blood remaining in that IQ individual, making his presence close on by. But just a bit of a tip on that aggression. Where does he lie? Is he close? Not even a slight bit. One floor below, but Rise is trying to fight a couple of ghosts and actually spots the visual, goes for a bit of floor bangs, but won't be able to find their mark, as currently, although the Monty Shinji does advance forward, the rest of the team from SSP don't seem to be advancing with him.
That's the concern right now. If the Monty gets in a fight, he's on his own, he's on an island, and he only has a pistol, and now he's got one less teammate. Bunkers goes down towards Kyron there. Cerberus, their extension has done the job that it needs to. The Ram as well taking off the board, and it just goes from bad to worse. Luna's able to take down Vazzy there. The shield falls by the wayside. It's all up to Adox and Rise, but totally separate portions of the map right now, and one goes down. Rise needs to make a hero play here, but being honest with you, Bob, 1 versus 4 now. Half gets dropped. It's not going to last much longer there. Falls to Spen. Interlude claims the other. And, well, Cerberus, they are going to fight back, get their first defensive round, and not let the lead slip just yet.
Not let it slip just yet. Cerberus, while the SSP were getting dangerously close and even on even standard when it comes down to the round count. Cerberus, they advance forward. They get themselves a dominant round. There's no doubt about it. They played that perfectly. SSP were going in together. They went in one by one, like the IQ behind the Monty. The Monty wasn't there as a support, but merely just as a spectator. And that's not what the shield should be used for. You either send them out forward with the player having full information on where to find the shots, but the IQ didn't necessarily have it be brought alongside the Monty. As for the rest of the players, isolated, away from gunfights. Cerberus going in these 1vx's that could favor them, and SSP just get taken out. Dominoes, one after another, they took on over. Round number 10, Clash is back online, and Cerberus are looking to make her work this time.
Yeah, that is it. It's what we spoke about, is that you get the bans going through and then you start to bring out that, aha, this is actually what I wanted to do, but good luck, because you cannot ban it now. The bans are now set in stone. You have to play against that Clash, no matter what you do, and that gives you options. You could either try and work around her, you can try and bring counters directly for her, but in doing so, you're going to limit your options on what is a site where you've already got quite a long checklist of what you need to accomplish here. For SSP, there's not really a great option on how to deal with this one here, and no matter what, just by her presence, she is going to be putting the attack already on a little bit of a back foot to start with.
100%. At SSP, what they've done greatly, though, in the past is they've eliminated all threats but the Clash. Because if the Clash is left alone in a 1v1 or a 1v2 even, doesn't have the best gun, right? That shield doesn't deal damage anymore either. It only stuns and wastes time. And unless SSP are going to be playing against a very tight clock, Cerberus here can be troubled if they don't prioritize who they want to send straight forward. But same goes for the opposite side. Same goes for SSP and the Monty. Shinji can't be left alone in a 1vx. Same goes for the Clash, so it's kind of a vice versa. But again, we're going to have to see it how it continues and delves down into this round.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Yet again here, this round 10 point, when we hit the double digits, for me, is when the game's starting to get really exciting, really spicy, because it's starting to be those high-stakes rounds, which could put us on match point, could get us towards an overtime. It's these important rounds here. And the attack of SSP, they've been able to crack this top floor already quite successfully. They're going to need to do it again. Shock drones starting to make their work through on utility. Not only that, feeding information through on towards the attackers here. They know there's one playing towards rafters. They are going to eventually forfeit that position away. Luna gives it off. Mute Jammer's being taken out left, right, and centre here. IT wall opened up easily, but Luna opens up the head of Atox there, and that's the Twitch gone off the board really early on, and a massive blow to the attack of SSP.
Atox standing in the open wide. Just being on his drone, not necessarily sure I would be quite confident in that positioning, but that's a player down, and I imagine Cerberus aren't going to be complaining much. As for the rest of the SSP roster, yet again, they're split in a 2-2 ratio, I would say, or maybe even 3-1, 2-1-1, something like it. We see only one player outside of the main breach, and that's going to be the Thermite. Rise has done his job of finding the breach open, the IT wall being now nicely spread on through. But, of course, without any kills and without the entry that SSP are seeking for, especially with the help of that Monty, your player down, maybe even two when it comes down to tier 1 guns.
Yeah, that's it. You've got the wall open, you've got the job done, but at what cost? It's now getting the extension marks and getting into that objective. Cerberus, they're playing very reactive right now. They're moving to where the pressure's coming from. They're trying to take these gunfights ahead value, and that is costing them. Luna's going to go down to Rise there. The advantage that they held is no more, as Bankers explodes with a pick over towards Chiron here. SSP regain the advantage in towards this round here, putting the defense on the back foot perfectly, as you said, Bob, leaving the Clash till last. They're just going to work their way around her, dissect the rest of this defense apart, and then leave the Clash on her own here in a situation where she just simply cannot win. Interlude's going to be going on down here. Spen throws a C4, gets caught in the animation, and as we said it's all up to Half now in a 1v4 with an SMG in back pocket. SSP, they ain't taking any chances with this one, sticking the diffuser on down, getting the plant going on through, and Half in an almost impossible situation. 1v4. Plants down. What can you do? Pistol in hand. Montaigne in your face. You take the head off of Rise here, but dancing around it, Shinji's got the ammo count. SSP, there is almost no world in where they let this one slip here. As the Clash of Half, he's going to try his best. Bless him. He's going to give it the best shot he can, but I think even he recognises right now this is an almost impossible situation to come back from.
Harv, then, a good and valid attempt, but the one thing we didn't want seeing, and the one thing I warned both these teams, was leaving the shields out in 1vx. And go figure, what do we end up seeing as the Clash left alone? But who can blame him, right? The only player who is protected from bullets, and while the others are going down, you get to yourself to be kept safe and sound, ignored by the rest, as SSP were focusing their intentions towards actually hitting shots onto the players that can be headshot. And now with a 5-5 yet again, SSP have caught out once more. But now another question remains. Can they overtake?
This is the thing. Can they overtake? I feel like we're seeing the inverse of map number 1 here. With map number 1, it was Cerberus trailing, right, all the time. They were just a little bit behind. Here, it felt like SSP. They're able to tie. They're able to keep it close, but can they actually take reins over it and get back on this saddle I keep referring to here? Someone needs to take control right now because both teams are going, I don't know if I want to hop on it just yet. I don't know if I want to stay on it. It doesn't look comfortable. It doesn't look right, but they need to find something that's going to get them on there and keep them up there. Cerberus, their lead that was very comfortable at the half point is no longer there. They're at a 5-5, a turning point for the matchup here. An opportunity for one of these teams to close the game in regulation will present itself, but who it's going to be as we head towards the tertiary bomb site. I believe the first time we're seeing control storage all game. This one, it's anyone's round.
It could be anyone's round, specifically because we haven't seen it, as you mentioned. And another thing to keep in mind is, yet again, rounds are going to matter most now when we approach that match point end. But of course, SSP are looking to make the most of it. Surprisingly as well, they're going to bring out the sledge to try and play around the verticality. I do wonder why the Ram might not be within the pick of consideration, or even a buck, but hey, you got to go with what comfort you found best. And if sledging and hammering your way downstairs is the way to go about it, who's going to stop Rise? Me not, for certain.
Yeah, that's it. Recently buffed as well, gets the Reaper as a secondary option, allowing you to possibly want to use the shotgun if that's up your alley. Rise certainly not sticking to the assault rifles, and he's been able to make the automatics work so far, so why not go through it? Elsewhere, though, Interlude is tantalising fate a little bit here. Pushing up towards Aqua there is going to be droned out, so likely not going to want to stay around that position there, just knowing how heated it could be, and that's going to give Shinji the opportunity to move on in, start to make an entry on through, and start to apply some pressure. But Interlude's able to find Rise off of the back of that, giving an early advantage in this round towards Cerberus, who now have vertical control still held for them, a man advantage and 2 minutes to play for.
Cerberus are pulling no punches, but it seems like Adox will be throwing some in return, as now with a kill back, Shinji taking a bit of a blunder and tiny amounts of damage into that Legion Goo being a real thorn in your side, as the rest of the players, Harv, will be able to read into Banks' movement, knowing that there was constantly one behind this Monty, and each round he has been pulled on through, and now the pistol flick will be able to find the shot required to bring it only one behind back. Cerberus here have clearly claimed a victimization towards this Monty as stuck in a corner. No support from Adox, now coming in a bit late, but of course, that return from the defenders will not be looking good, as Shinji's able to finally claim what he's been seeking out for. But where's Adox? The Monty's left alone yet once more, and the Ash needs to support him with that R4C, as it clearly holds a better armory and a better artillery.
That's it, you cannot be leaving your shield on his lonesome. He is not going to survive on his own with a little pistol. He might have a big shield, but that little pistol, it may as well shoot peas for all we care. Shinji's faced the punishment before being pushed alone there. 33% left there in the tank. Adox, though, full HP, R4C ACOG, one of the best combinations in the game here. 40 seconds left to make it work here for the attack, and it seems like Shinji wants to go down below, but yet again, there's an opening, but he's got no teammate to support him. Nothing in his backline here, putting this in very easy situations for Cerberus to just isolate these ones.
Isolate these ones, but 20 seconds, can we do it? Going up cargo stairs, supported by Adox from the window. Little to no information by Cerberus, but hard to miss it when there's a clunking shield right around the corner who knows about the Legion's whereabouts. It's all down to Adox now. Double digits on the seconds, and all that Cerberus needs to do is play the time game. But it seems like Nular is still expecting the swing. Triple here for Adox, and only requires one more. The diffuser is in hands, and needs to find the best susceptible position to go for this plant. And now Spen seeking him out. Halfway through, it could be stuck on, but the rotation going to be right next and close. Here's him to his left. The swing is going to be there, but Spen by the bare skin of his teeth. A bullet or two could have been there to finish the job, but SSP just not enough as the Monty played solo while the rest of Cerberus played together.
Ooh, that round was down to the wire, but even the high DPS of the R4C, not quite enough to get the job done there, and it presents Cerberus their first opportunity at match point in regulation here. Their map pick, prime position to take themselves and level things up, tie it out in the series 1 apiece. They need to get this final defense of regulation over the line. Head to basement, which has had a bit of a, say, turbulent history so far this series. Been a bit up, down for the defensive side. So yet again, a real another 50-50 round, I feel. Could go either way, but SSP are in a really tricky situation. First time we've really seen them in one for a good while, and this could be the breaking point for them here, or could be the making of them. You never truly know.
You never truly know. And right now, SSP, now you're going to be in the same position that Cerberus were in earlier. Maybe not down 3-6, but still one round needed to secure yourself overtime and keep yourself as the survivors within this matchup. The Denari gets pulled out once more, but this time on a different side, I do believe, as again, Cerberus looking to make the most of them and placing it down lobby side. Now, interesting placement. Of course, considering their shields, they might be tempted to break through this barricade, and easy damage could be delivered here. I think that's what Lunar's aim is. But again, Cerberus in general just have to focus on this vertical game at its finest.
I mean, if the Monty just breaks through that barricade without really realising there's trip connectors on the other side, that is a good... It's not all of it, but it's a significant chunk of its HP gone. He's stunned, he can't extend the shield for a second, and if Luna's going to play nearby, which it seems like is the case, could be an opportunity to capitalise and get a free pick there, and then that's the kind of opener to the round, exactly what Cerberus will be looking for. On the side of SSP, though, I think they might be wanting to go a bit more direct here. This basement site on Labs is a key player position for Aurora to really come online, shut off those doors, shut off those rotation panels and opportunities for the defense to get themselves back in and make a post plant almost impossible.
Shinji?
But I don't know if we're going to get there because the Monty's on his own yet again, died in warehouse with Diffuser to a vigil, Boss G, and now SSP, not only before even thinking about sight, they have to pick up the kit.
What are we thinking, Shinji? At a second swing? Are we going to be allowing Harv to get away with 2 now? Has the diffuser span is there for the support, and blood has been shed, splattering on the walls and jumping into cargo. Could go wrong once more. SSP are just offering up bodies. S3 have been dropped in an instant, and now looking for the 4th. The single tap is there. Rice goes down, and match points could be Cerberus as a 5-1. When do you see that one? SSP, I think they're already shaking in their boots as it's all down to Ados, who's getting overaggressed and out from below. Down from hell. Sped will dry you 6 foot under, and match point for Cerberus. 1 out, done and dusted the first map, and now converted into a best of 3.
This is going to be it. We're now in that little best of 3 territory, tied up 1 apiece in the series. A phenomenal showing there from Cerberus and a great round from them. Really taking the lead there. Exactly what I've wanted to see from them all series long. Taking the reins of Nighthaven Labs. They're getting the map under control, getting themselves comfortable, and a win in regulation there. And that is the difference, right, Puffo? Over on map 1, it was that 10-8. It was that very long game versus here on map number 2, it was only a 7-5. It was a much quicker affair, all things considered. And as a result of that, it was pretty much more for Cerberus, I'd say, a very happy showing, and they're going to be going into the next map with a lot of confidence.
100%. They're going to be going into this next map fully sending it, I imagine, but it's going to be Consulate. This is a different map, but I think it can relate to Nighthaven a lot more than Border, and as it shows, SSP are a lot more confident in solo gunfights. Why the hell are we sending a Monty alone with a diffuser into warehouse where 3 players lurk around to just allow Cerberus to take it and find these 1v1s over and over and over again? It's playing into the trap of Cerberus as they're able to use that 3-headed dog and bite down in each direction to find themselves these easy kills. But Consulate is going to need to be a completely different story here for SSP, as again, I'm completely shocked how the results from the previous matchup here are not even slightly transferred.
Yeah, this is it. You looked at that last one, you looked at that 7-2, 7-1, and we thought it might be a close, one-sided grand final, but it's been close. We've had an overtime, we've had a game pushed to the brink of regulation, and now we've got the one that I think is going to really dictate the outcome of this one. If Cerberus can take this map, or at least look competitive on it, there's the potential we go to difference here. As you said, it was a 7-1 the last time these 2 teams played on it. The question is, are the results going to be the same here in the grand final? Time will tell, but first and foremost, we're going to throw things to a quick break. So don't go anywhere because this grand final, it's only just getting started. We'll be back in just a few.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Try to wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I kill it like Shaq, I'm Shaqin'. Bad little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah. Bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive. Bomb, 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 bomb,
I should've cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna talk, and you don't wanna listen, baby, I don't get it all. She don't love me, she love drugs and alcohol. She said that's how I'm involved, everything that happened. Oh no, I don't wanna talk about it. Used to wanna talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again.
I know it's bad, but I can't help myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance, that's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay, stay, stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason, the music is the reason why I stay.
relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
After Cerberus ended up promising up with a map of their own, it seems like SSP are now looking to fight back on Consulate because this map is going to have a lot of importance going into the grand final, mostly because whoever wins it will have series point under their own belt. It's still me, Puffo Bob, on the mic, joined by the lovely Travi. And Travi, what are we thinking going into this match?
I am thinking this is going to be D1. If we can look to any of the 5 maps in the pool tonight, this is going to be the important one. As we've already said tonight, this was a 7-2 to SSP the last time these two teams faced. Have Cerberus done the homework? Have they learned their lesson and got a competing side here on Consulate this go around? Or are SSP going to remain that reign of dominance they had and get themselves up onto a very strong and convincing series point there? That is an important question to be asking. And for the side of Cerberus, well, they're starting on the defense, which I would argue is the stronger side here on Consulate. Operator bands, of course, coming through first. Blackbeard and the Valkyrie, both our Dustline Navy SEAL operators. They can say bye-bye.
They can say bye-bye, and shields here are going to be off in an instant. Now, Breach doesn't have a lot of importance like it would on Nighthaven, but here it comes down to a similar way of playing this map like it did on Border, where powerhouse operators tend to have a bit more value. But the shields have so much more strength because these are long corridors you're going through, you're clearing out a lot of rooms, but not as much as on other maps. They're just large rooms, and the shields make that so much more difficult, and being oppressive is what they're good at. Consulate, it brings a lot of it, so it's a very complementary two-side relationship, and you want to get the Blackbeard out as soon as possible because Consulate tends to also play around windows a bit, so possibly would be the best operator around it. As for the rest, we saw the Grim. I'm not too surprised about it. Again, like you said, it's a very common occurrence that we see to see the Grim getting picked out. As for SSP, Valkyrie, and Azami, again, strong operators, not much to complain.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to comment on here, really, in terms of operator bands. It's a fairly defaulted start here. And for the defense, well, what is always the default is we're going to be heading into this basement site here. Normally, teams like to start up top, but Cerberus, they want to be starting things on the bottom here. They've got a great lineup to facilitate a very anchor-centric play here. They've got the mirror, they've got the Cade. They want to play these walls, they want to play these power positions, and turn this bit into a little bit of a fortress.
Excuse me, I'm still eating my sandwich.
he's munching on a sandwich. He is going at that sandwich. Let me turn your camera on my end so I can actually see when you are munching. So I don't try and make you speak while you are chewing down on a sandwich because, of course, folks, as important it is to, have a great game of Siege, it's also important to keep yourself fed, keep yourself hydrated. If you haven't at home, go drink that bottle of water. I know it's sitting there in that desk. I know it's just in the next room. But for now, let's just focus on the siege at hand. SSP already making their way through. Deimos spearheading the charge. But look at this. Cerberus, they know what's coming. It's been read into. And already Luna is up there and could face them head on.
Main camera's going to be able to expose a bit of the strategy incoming from SSP as now better of a read here for Cerberus. They're getting prepped up nicely. They still have the wiggle room to do so before absolute hell will be let loose. But take a look at SSP. They're very heavy on this execution. Yet again, the glance and the ying. The breaches will be gone thanks to Spen's efforts. That's the first one already falling.
Huge, and a second one to follow behind it as well as Adox goes down there. That's the Aurora, and SSP not off to a great start here. 2 key operators make it third one as well. Luna able to take down bunkers, and well, Spin's going around by half, but Cerberus, they're having some fun because I think at this point, Puffo, they realise the round may as well be sealed and done.
Might as well be. I mean, 2-player against 5, you might as well just go in with brute force, a bit of utility to support you, but the rest, Rise can play with a head hunter as, I mean, it should already be done and dusted. Unless we have a catalyst at its greatest, I don't think there's going to be much of a different result. Down onto the Ying, leaving Rise to the sole survivor. C4s will be out, doubled up, but it's the flank from Chiron that finishes the job, and Cerberus with her first round.
It's not often we see a double C4 throw in the same place, is it? C4's plural. That's one we don't get to hear every day. But you know what? Cerberus had the resources to expend. Why not go and use them already? Off to a strong statement here on Consulate. They're a dominant first round here. Not going to the top floor, interestingly enough, though. We're actually going towards piano.
Actually going in towards piano. That is certainly one way to go about it because teams really like playing any other site besides piano. I've seen everything else. I've even seen the archives and the server side being picked more at certain times, but that's the one thing that's great about maps like really rare maps like Consulate and Chalet. They offer up all 4 sites and, well, Cerberus can find themselves comfortable on any.
Yeah, and this is the thing, they could just be seeking to throw SSP off their game right now. SSP are probably expecting we're going to start up top, go to the basement, then possibly piano, maybe split site, but instead Cerberus are just throwing us out of order, but also could be throwing the attacking team here off of order. Not to say SSP won't have scrimmed and practiced these sites, but they might not be as well versed on them as, let's say, the familiar site that is that top floor. Could be a well game plan here, tuned game plan here.
100%. And we're going to take a look at these lineups. And SSP aren't going to be stranding off too far from what they rocked previously, besides switching off the demo so they can have their flanks cover a bit more. And Cerberus on the defensive now, looking to claim out the second round. And of course, bringing about the Mirage, I think could be a potential third ban.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's had so much potence through the first couple of rounds we've seen of this map so far. Wouldn't be a surprise to really see her being taken off. She's powerful, holds those power positions, great gun, C4 as well. There's a lot of value brought by her, and if Cerberus want to use her as a cornerstone of their defenses, she may as well be sitting out the next 3 rounds already. But got to focus on round number 2 first. SSP hoping to better their results here. Going to be really looking to start applying some pressure from Skylight and start to get their entry in towards admin, as Cerberus don't really want to contest it early on, giving SSP some pretty early map control.
Pretty early map control. I can tell that they might have gone to waste, but it was just a security check to make sure that no one sneaks up upon you, although can never be too cautious, right? And now with it, Bassi going to be extending off of it from small room, but could be closely confronted by Harv's shotgun. They're swinging in, although the range won't be as good as you'd hope for it. Now, SSP have had a drop of a player, second one as well, and the confrontation from Yellow here will allow Interlude to pick up on the second already, as the attackers are starting to fall one by one.
1 by 1. It's not the most critical operators lost, but it certainly is going to be a blow nonetheless here for SSP. They have gotten some decent control, can get themselves across into checkers, now start to push towards site, but it's cost them so much to do it. Cerberus have a 5 versus 3 advantage right now. They can just sit in the objective, wait for these remaining attackers to come their way. That's exactly what they're going to do. Atox falls to Interlude there, 2 versus 5.
Another Cantella, but you gotta be cautious. Spotted out the elbow of one of these players. And SSP, it's a tale as old as time. We've seen you in a 2v5, but it's converted for the powder. Although one more to remain. A C4 for below it, and Tulu taking out Chiron. I think you're aiming it at the wrong person, as Shinji is still standing, and SSP have more than a chance. We're questioning the decisions Cerberus are making with their utility, but I guess it's all fun and jokes when you're so confident that you're gonna win out the round either way. Although Cerberus are offering 1v1s at the current moment, and Shinji can work off of them with grace.
Yeah, I think they realised just get back to site, play this one together, Cerberus, right now. Interlude and Sped, they don't need to give the 1v1s away, as you said, Puffo. Just let Shinji play in, just let Shinji overextend there. They know where he is now. 40 seconds left to go. Shinji's going to be taking the bunch of damage. Goes for the rotate down below in towards site, but with the vertical, will not be allowed to get a plant down. Cerberus, really good shape right now.
Information's gonna be there, but the black window of death staring you in the eyes, those soulless eyes of Shinji, as all is known that it will be inevitable. You're in 20 seconds down, you have nothing to work off, no information, and the final 2 players ready to take you out in a split moment. Soft breach there could be for the denial, as now Interlude gets distracted, but not for long enough. You can't run away from death, as no one escapes Interlude.
No, and as you said, how powerful that mirror has been, possibly eluding her, maybe being a ban after round number 3. She ends the round there with a bang there, and SSP take a timeout. And if you ask me, finally a tactical timeout, because if you guys watch console on the regular, you will know how rare these can be, especially in the console leagues. Cerberus, they have looked dominant so far.
I mean, yeah, it's only taken us, what, 2 maps and 2 rounds, but well, it's good here for SSP that they're actually recognizing they're making mistakes, and they want to improve upon them. They don't want to allow Cerberus to take this match, and especially series points so quickly, especially 2 rounds in. And SSP, why they're taking a timeout here, this is a bit of a theory from CS, but they're on the attack, right? SSP, if they can get as much rounds on their attacking side as possible away from Cerberus, their defense is going to be that much greater.
That is it. And I like the idea there, actually. Being able to just burn a couple of these attacks away, get a couple of rounds under your belt here, it means that you've got more lifelines to burn when it comes to your defense. And sure, Consulate can be very defender-sided, so Cerberus, they certainly should be 2-0 up right now. SSP just probably taking that time out there to make sure that when they come into this third round, the now tertiary bomb site for Cerberus, which is going to be, I didn't actually see it before we loaded in, we'll see it in a second, but when they come into this tertiary, they've got what it takes to deal with the defense. They've got what they need to get the job over the line because they're now heading into what is typically the strongest site on the map.
100%. This would be usually what ends up being the first here for the defenders, but Cerberus opting it out as the third and last resort, although they have plenty of rounds already, but who says they are going to stop right here? SSP, for the meanwhile, though, the response is going to come out now, as after that tactical timeout, they had a bit of a break. Some players could even go to catch a toilet break, maybe take a bit of a leak, and now they're in. Now they're ready to bring it back, but they can't allow Cerberus to get away with too many.
Yeah, that is it. They cannot allow Cerberus to get away with too many, and I would argue this is going to be one of the more important ones here. First baseman was a flawless for Cerberus. We cannot let SSP be going to attack that one again, 3-0 down. They're bringing in a pretty interesting strategy here, Puffo. Glaz, Ying, and Aurora as well.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. And yes, it's very common for casters to say interesting because we're interested in what's happening. The Glass here is not only going to be allowing the post plan to be initiated very easily, but it's the Aurora that shuts down swing attempts from Cerberus, which have been quite common in the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, and what piques my curiosity is the pacing right now from SSP. Look at this. They're already pushing in through copy. They've got admin control like yesterday. They are speeding through Consulate right now. And if Cerberus want to continue to contest this, they may be caught off guard by just how quickly these attackers have got into their face here. Look at the player coming through in checkers there. He realizes he's not in a great spot. Rightfully so, retreats on back.
SSP barely 30 seconds in, and they've already checked off a tick on the box. Cerberus now, in the meanwhile, easily backing off. They know they can't be winning gunfights like these, so instead of trying to waste utility from the enemy side, they're going to look to reserve themselves for the long run of the round, as now pushing into their main objective, or at least closer to it. It's Cerberus's denial here that matters most, and one of the operators that will have the most importance, or rather the 2 operators here on the defensive, will be the Smoke and the Goyo.
That is it. Of course, you want to be keeping that smoke alive, more importantly, but first and foremost, well, Rise does make an early demise there. That's the Ash taken off the board, but at least the trade has been made. A push on through towards reception now for SSP, while the rest of the team start to face the smokes on through in towards the site here, trying to gain some territory, trying to gain some ground. Dom panels on the back, so flanks aren't too likely just as of yet, but SSP, they're committing all of this utility on through, and where is the commitment? Where is the reward for it?
A missed smoke bounced off of the buttocks from Bankuds, as now SSP, they don't seem to be finding the entry they want. The default plant is right where the Aurora door stands as well. So either they're going to be working off of the splits or having to push towards B now. That's very highly unlikely, as now closing the doors of opportunities. They began their initiation plenty of time ago, but they haven't set foot into the site itself as Shinji's looking for first contact. Ever since those 2 kills have dropped, it's been complete and utter silence.
That's it, and as the final wave of utility comes through for SSP, now is the time to commit them through. Even Cerberus on the vertical blow are expecting it. Shinji's getting the plant on down, opened up by Interlude, can't quite get it all the way through. Attacking a disadvantage, now have to try and deal with the player below, can't quite do it. Interlude on a tear, and it's causing SSP to fall apart.
101 on the defense and 101 on the attack. You got to be clearing your belows before you go above. And Chiron with 2 Cerberus have shut down SSG or SSP. We're not playing against Space Station Gaming. Thank God we're not. But SSP haven't shut down once more. And the one mistake from the attackers was as much as they had the horizontal advantage, there's no doubt about that, they didn't check below them.
Oh, and that's the concern. You need to be, that's the kind of small things that you need to be addressing inside of a tactical timeout. Finding what's going on down below, letting these players loose on the roam, you need to be shutting them down. That is an essential component of this one. Cerberus now get to play through. SSP, though, a very important ban, and well, you predicted it, Puffo. It's the mirror.
Is the mirror. Who would have thought, though? It's been given a lot of value to Cerberus, and again, a lot of one-sided gunfights, and SSP don't want to deal with it any longer, especially considering they've already wasted a timeout going into it, and this is the only one you can take, so One was given, one was taken. And SSP now need to yet again find at least one round because going into the second half against a 0-6, ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, that is rough, and you know, a big thing in this is going to be momentum. Cerberus, they've just won the previous map in a very quite, you know, it was 7-5, it was close, but a better fashion than they lost the previous one. They're carrying forth that momentum here into Consulate. It's shown in the first rotation of sites. Cerberus can now return to the basement, and keep in mind, this is where they started off this map with a flawless round nonetheless.
Flawless round nonetheless. SSP have been prompting up with not much shields in the past, but this time around going to bring the little angry brother of the trio, the Blitz, and currently don't seem to be switching off of him. As again, this bottom floor means there's going to be a lot of roam, and with a lot of roam comes a lot of roam denial. That's going to be the Dokkaebi, it's going to be the Deimos, it's going to be the Jackal, so they're ready to fully fight it. But of course, you have to keep a bit of verticality, or at least mean breach within the context, so switching off of him for now.
Yeah, and just toying with the ideas right now, SSP, for me, the extensive use of that 6th pick kind of indicates to me they're a little lost right now. They're not sure what they want to do, how they want to play this well. They've tried different styles of attack. They've tried in the previous round going fast, a bit before going slowly, but it just doesn't seem to be sticking on through. Cerberus get a read and very quickly get the shutdown.
Very quickly get the shutdown. Edox now rappelling all the way up, supported by the Blitz, of course, and SSP off to a great, but not as quick of a start as they did in the prior round. The admin push we got to witness earlier was great, and if we could only mimic that going onto this top floor, but of course, patience and caution do tend to be rewarded.
And is it? It's all about patience, all about biding the time here. And Atox has the idea that there is going to be one down below on yellow, but top floor not even contested by Cerberus this time. Happy to forfeit on up as the attacks sweep their way across. Nothing to be found, but nothing to be lost either.
Nothing to be lost either. Cerberus currently are also going to be playing for the stall-out game. We see the Cade, we see the Tubara. They want to keep that breach as closed as possible for as long as possible, while SSP's main plan is going to be nicely just sneaking into the back lines of the enemy team, getting it all cleared so the execution can be as clean as it gets.
Yeah, but whether it's a clean execute or not, it's going to be bloody. All 5 players of Cerberus relegated towards this basement side now. SSP just slowly trickling on their way down. You can hear the boogie drones in the background. Here comes the Blitz, here comes the push. Vasi spearheading it on through. Doesn't quite catch the kill, but Cerberus, they're certainly getting the message.
Certainly getting the message. Opening up the verticality, Cerberus's limitation will be set on how much they can boogie around the site, while SSP are looking to find any gunfight off of it. But again, with verticality, there's always an upside and a downside. You gotta be careful that the enemies don't tend to swing off of it as well. So really cautious of how you want to play this, but opening up every single hole there is to give. The pillar player seems to be caught out, but Adox doesn't have the line of sight onto him. And while the SSP have gained great ground, the execution is not given just yet.
No, and you've got to be cautious as well. 4 C4s in the back pocket of Cerberus there. This vertical, while it could work for SSP, it could also so easily work against them. Almost catches no, but it's the butt of the jacket there. Atox can't quite hit the shot. And well, the player behind Pillar, he's going to be standing for a little while longer. Does take the damage, but here comes the push into sight.
Here comes the push into sight. SSP seem to be already harboring that death into it, as Chiron still attempting to fight back as the plant is going down, smoked all around. The defenders can't find a line of the sight to fight back against it. You don't have a warden to see through either. And again, completely locked in the moment. You're not able to peek out. Adox will take that opportunity though for one, for the second, the revolver. And there's only one quick hand enough to take you all out. And it's Adox with a double.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Adox, continuing where he's been leaving it off all series long. SSP finally get their first attacking round on the board here, and they're 50% of the way there now, I would argue, right? You only really want 2 attacking rounds here on the Consulate. Any more than that, it's great, but 2 is what you need. 2 is what you want. SSP, they're halfway there right now. Cerberus have done a great job so far. They just need to keep it up.
They just need to keep it up. You know, this was a really solid round. Again, we didn't see SSP just carelessly dropping bodies and going for these unintentional swings. They played it perfectly. They focused on the objective as well as itself and went for the plant. Their main vision wasn't necessarily pivoted towards taking out the enemy team, but rather getting the safe plant down, getting a good position for the planter to find as well, where the rest of the team can just hold them from perfect angles.
That's it, and the rest of the team can just play quite comfortably on through, and yet again, just letting Cerberus make the mistakes on their SSP with so much to play with, so much space. It's almost inevitable that someone on the side of Cerberus is going to make a slip up at this point. Half, I think, debating going for a bit of a spawn peek there. Not going to commit to it, however, like Leeds pointed out. But either way now, for Cerberus, they head towards this piano site. Yet again, not playing as tertiary on through, rather as a secondary. Great lineup here, full of traps and a lot of intel denial here. SSP need to make sure that they know what they're going to be walking into.
100%. Cerberus, they still have 2 rounds above. Again, 2 more rounds of the first half. And a 5-1 is something they can still look forward to. Might not be flawless, but certainly as close as you can get to it. Now, the current lineup that we've been seeing from Cerberus has, again, been very focused towards denial of information. We've seen the vigils, and oh my god, SSP, what are we doing? Dropping the blitz sideline open. That's going to be a good pickup here for HRV. It's a freebie, but quickly return as Bankus doesn't let go of the attention, focused on to the killer, and return it to sender. As Cerberus might be one down, but SSP have lost their blitz.
That is a massive blow there, losing the blitz so early on, because Bunkers, look at him, he needs to pick up that diffuser that's right in front of him, but knows there's players just a little bit further beyond it. It's so important to be able to recover this one right now. Cerberus are extending their man advantage. Bunkers needs to think of something else, needs to go elsewhere, rotates down on below, but the top floor dominance of Cerberus, it just continues.
It just continues, and it won't stop there. Even though you have some of these players at risk of being killed at any moment, they still want to be the aggressors. They're the initiators of this round. And even though the defenders normally are known for being these passive playstyles, no. Cerberus on the opposite end, catching SSP off guard for twice already. And now even below, we do have some vertical gameplay established. And I do believe that's going to be Karen putting it to work for 1 for the second as well. Gets taken out, but a 2-for-1 deal. It's going to be a great profit that the defenders find once more. And able to finish it just like that. Cerberus with 4 rounds now. And going in with greatness, already secured what they want, but can only go up from here.
That's it. Can only go up from this point onwards. They've got themselves a really great start to here on Consulate. Gotten what they need to do in the half. And as you said, Bob, what more can they achieve in this half? 5-1 split would be great, considering the start to the series that Cerberus had here. As our observers point out, all players are really starting to fire up. We're starting to see those hero plays from players like Cairo and SSP. Despite the dominant result previously, they're looking a little outmatched here so far.
Look at a little outmatched, but we do have to consider that, again, this is a map that does favor the defensive, although that's not going to be a crutch for much longer over to the side of Cerberus. But if they're still able to work out that attacking side, bless them even more. But 1 more remains. And again, SSP, they've already found that timeout, so they've had their little break, as now they need to put that chat, that conversation to work. And, well, it's going to be back to upstairs. We found ourselves a very promising attack earlier, but just not taking into consideration the multiple floors or levels that this execution needs to have.
Yeah, when you're attacking this Consulate, not only do you need to worry about the levels, there's all these rooms, all of these choke points. For example, as we saw teams like earlier on, SSP, they hop in towards admin's side, and then from there, they struggle to get across checkers, they struggle to get in towards site. There is a lot to clear out here on a Consulate attack, and with only 3 minutes to do it, it's a very tall ask for any attacking team. And right now, SSP, they've been really falling victim to that.
They surely have. And right now, SSP, as much as they've been falling victim to not only being possibly blinded by the previous score between these 2 teams, but also Cerberus's grand change that's been able to boost them to a huge grand final opposition. And now already early on, I'm looking at SSP here. They're going in for a very aggressive office window push to maybe try and catch some of these players off guard and possibly go in for a plant through this one angle alone. We have the buck below, defending the verticality, while the Capitao makes it more than obvious that smokes are going to be imminent.
It's interesting to me that this is what SSP are going for on this lineup here, right?
Yeah.
You normally see a Ying, you normally see a Glaz, but instead they're just going to be full sending it. Ram just hops straight in towards site, spearheading the assault, is able to catch one. Kyron's looking the totally wrong way, does get traded back out by the fire of the teammate, but a 4 versus 4 situation. Now Spen finds another one back. Cerberus, they're holding on to this one and successfully denying the plant.
Massey, you gotta wait for the smokes to go away. Can't just be hopping in and trying to breathe in the chemicals that damage you. Although SSP have taken a major blow as yet again, the below is going to be completely taken out. Rise was holding it, but it seems the defenders are going to be keeping their territory within their grasp, and they know how important it is. Spen more so, as able to get one. The second one comes through to fruition, but SSP's strategy has already been dropped down so low that it's all down to Shinji's shoulder to burden, and Cerberus seem to be coming out as the winners in the final one of the first half.
It's crazy to me that Cerberus got such a quick read on that push in from SSP there. SSP not bringing the normal operators for it, so those sound cues you expect, the sensibles, the yin candelas, those normal indicative pushes that you're going to hop in through that window and go for a plant attempt, not made. But Cerberus, quick communication, quick rotation, got them such a great position. And now, as you said, Bob, Shinji, 1 versus 3 spot, left outside of the building, gets the fuser back, but heard on the window, C4 goes out, doesn't hit, but still, 60 seconds, it's a tough one.
I'll be honest, it was quite threatening, and the impact, or not the impact, just the EMP in general, looking to secure yourself better gunfights, but there's still a bit of boom in Interlude's pocket, and he's able to use it just well enough to secure Cerberus a 5-1, as this was a round now worth it. Again, like you mentioned, Travi, we want ourselves something that can kind of make sure the enemies can't fight us once we're going for the plant, but more so important, did you see the utility that was stacked in? They had a Goyo, a canister there that was popped. That's what I think gave it off. That's why I think Cerberus knew that the rush was going to come in through that window. The Goyo canister instantly popped. And then, of course, we still had the smoke, which could work wonders. But the Capitale's firebolts weren't correctly directed. And that ended up being a grim fate of one of your own.
I mean, you get to the end of a Consulate attacking half, you almost always see a window plant attempt on that top floor. We've not seen one there. You want to bet your odds on that's what SSP are going to try. Lo and behold, you find yourself with a successful bet. Reset coming on towards the other sides. Now, Ace, Kaid Ban, nothing too unusual there. Fairly standard, but one that does pique my curiosity is going to be that Warden. He's been played a lot, so I do see the benefit of it, but is that not leaving your back open for something else?
Could be. Could be. But hey, it means that now Cerberus can use that Ying a lot more. They can use the glass in combination as well. On a map like this, yes, shields have their own type of strength, but smokes and flashes, they cannot be taken out of account, especially with these, again, like I mentioned earlier at the start of the map, long alleyways, corridors, tight and close, and you can never expect what's going to be lurking around them, but you can definitely know that you can't swing into them if on the other opposite side is a glass. So take it as you will, SSP.
Take it as you will. Well, 5-1 half for Cerberus. They're going to be incredibly happy with that one. Great result from them, and considering it is 7-2, you know, just to go back to that yet again, a really, really great spot to be in right now. But can they do it on the attack? Because this is where we could start to see this really defender-sided game start to emerge, where teams just can't get attacks across the line. Cerberus, they need to be the ones to start to break the trend, and better to start early than late.
Better to start early than late. Cerberus now going to need to feel threatened by SSP. I imagine the confidence built up through these 5 rounds they've accumulated through the first 6 has been starting to also give them a bit of a lead that they're already the chosen ones, already the ones able to take the first map. But again, Sissy State Punks, as much as they're not performing like they have in the past, those past demons could start being brought up once more.
Yeah, these past demons, ooh, they could be terrifying right now for Cerberus. SSP need to be careful with this next round here, because one more and it's match point for Cerberus. It's a scary position to be in, whatever you consider it. Right now, though, a slower start to the attack for Cerberus. They're just going to assess their options, find out what they're going up against, and then how they want to get themselves into the building.
As for Cerberus, their approach is going to be what makes me the most curious. We're going to be seeing a full admin take. Are they going to be going for a single window? Because it would be a lot more plausible considering we don't have the Goyo on board. But hearing the glass go out, it seems like admin will be the main initiation point. Now zombies, the first thing you need to take care of. Thankfully, we do have the floors, but still having difficulties with pushing into admin.
Yeah, and that keeper barricade there might just offer it a little bit of flexibility to hop on in there. Combine it with the air jabs as well. You can hop on in, and any expensive swings from the defenders will be punished out there. They've got the players in a good cross right now. No one can run away from him. Really, for Cerberus, just how do you flush them out? How do you get them into one of these vulnerable positions? That's going to be the difference maker, but they need to get a move on. Half the round's been burnt already, and we're still outside the building.
So outside the building, it seems like Cerberus are a bit scared because they don't know what's on the other side of this door. Specifically because it is a certain play, and I do believe it's Adox right around it. But Shinji make it an even more terrifying act with the opening wall or the opening kill here on Lunar. Speaking of which, though, as much as these angles are being held, the Candela should give you enough comfort. A swing with the shotgun, but Interlude is not following up with it until the Candela is over, which could be bringing about absolute terror. Adox finds the timing. The Nomad has now left the field, and Cerberus have not started celebrating, but SSP, party hats are on.
Party hats are on for SSP, and they should be right now. You've got a 5 versus 3. You can just retreat away from admin. As you can see, Cerberus, they don't want to contest it anymore. There is no reason to take any more losses on this side of the map. You've done your job. Play sight, play strong, play slow, and just let that timer do the talking. Cerberus have to make a move eventually, and as we saw from the hop in on admin, Cerberus, the attack, were not in a position to do so, and they got severely punished for it. Spence just running in, though, decides to just disregard anything and everything, but very quickly shut back out by Bunkers, leaves it all up to Kyron and Harv.
And I don't think it's going to be going in any better of a direction as they're both charging in, hoping to find miraculous kills, but they're not going to be showing themselves besides Shinji popping into your screen and getting out with a sayonara another round here. But it's going to be for the defenders now. Cerberus were rocking this defense. Now it's SSP's time to rock themselves. A second round, already the exact same they were able to claim in the first half. But again, that's kind of the stinging part of this defense on Consulate. That's just the beginning.
That is only round number 1. You've got 4, and as we talked about a little bit earlier, you've got 4 great sites to rotate through here. You might, you know, Cerberus rather didn't play them in all in order. They shaped things up a little bit. SSP play a bit more closer towards what we would see as the default rotation, but all 4 are still great here, and you just move on from one hurdle to another as an attack inside here. Cerberus need to be incredibly careful not to lose that advantage they fought so hard to get in the first place.
100%. And well, now SSP's streak can start beginning. Will they get the ball rolling before match point is reached by Cerberus? That's the main agenda that we need to take care of. As now going on to downstairs, it seems like the defenders are going to be instantly going to the second objectively, or I guess I would say by most opinions, best side when it comes down to Consulate. Although you still need to secure yourself that verticality. And I wonder who's going to be taking up the role. Will it be the Legion, the Goyo, maybe both?
Oh, there's options here. You know, you both have that available utility to them, both have a great gun to them. It's how do you want to play that vertical and how much do you want to dedicate to it, really? Because the more players you've got up there, the more you've got to lose. You could play it safe, you could play it aggressive. Right now, for the side of the defense, it seems like they want to play aggressive. Put a lot on this top floor, but how long they want to stay there, that's anyone's guess.
Absolutely anyone's guess. And, well, the attackers, off to a great start here. Again, we can see the demos, we can see the Dokkaebi. Roam clearage on a map like this, as huge as this, is absolutely vital. We're bringing out a bit of shields, never tends to hurt.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here from Cerberus. They understand the importance of a Consulate and the roam clear. 3 operators, I'd argue, they're dedicated to just really shaking up SSP and ensuring that they can't go on a tear in the early round. They recognised the roadblocks that encountered them in round number 7, and they're addressing the situation here. They are going to try and send some death marks on through. Oh, spot a player back there, and that could be the first target now for Cerberus to try and circle him down and shut him out.
So the map flash is there for security, while the rest of the Cerberus stack is going to be trying to contest this top floor. Legion being targeted here will give you another sight on where some of these players lie about, but Piano is going to be the major contention point that the attackers need to reclaim, and Spence already on it. But again, with Cerberus in the past and SSP both alike, it doesn't seem like the rest of the team is following. Some of them are on their own little missions, but you need to work together. Otherwise, it could be demise brought on by Adox with the opening here, and it's the blitz of all operators once more, who hasn't been having the best of times, but quickly returned nonetheless. Although Cerberus are looking for ground game, which they haven't been having the best of times, thanks to players like Bankers, who's right now really close and uncomfortably so to Lunar, waiting for the break to bite. Opted out by 2. A good down, goes for the reload. No, switches to primary, but Bankers with the refrag, although the attackers haven't let go of it just yet.
Yeah, it's really weird to see us an extension this deep, this late into the round here for SSP. And I think Bunkers is going to realise the vulnerability of this position. Wants to make the retreat, but not before taking down Spen as well. Putting this attack of Cerberus firm and truly in the grave here. 2 versus 3, Harv and Chiron. They've established a vertical control above the objective, but with no one to watch their flanks and a lot of utility already burnt, what can they do to capitalise upon it? Charging into the objective and try and get the diffuser down seems to be the game plan here, but with yellow pings being fed on through, it's not going to be able to be stuck. And Harv above, locked out of sight, 40 seconds to go. 3 versus 1 situation now awaits him.
Instant information. Bankus is able to work off of it. And Harv, like you said, alone, 1v3, not a situation you want to be stuck in. And at this time, you might as well just use these 30 seconds as a bit of a semi-tactical timeout, as this is not a situation normally anyone would consider a winnable spot. There are those low chances, right? But how often do they happen? Not certainly a lot, although finds 1 kill. But time is running out by the second, and you're either going to need to play the time game against your enemy by getting the diffuser down, or try to mind game him into your line of sight. Knows that Moen might be around yellow. It's just that siege sense coming in, but tries to get the swing around the player, around the wall, gets up a couple of bullets, and not even that, as Shinji's just going to be outplaying you in the moment. And SSP with a round, and again, the defenders will seem to reign victorious.
Defender-sided Consulate, maybe what we're facing up against here. I think this is going to be the telltale round right now. Cerberus, they need to get on to match point here. This is the tertiary bomb site for SSP right now. Theory, on paper, they're weakest of the 3 defenses. The best opportunity for the attack to take something on through. But SSP, looking at that lineup already, they know what to play with this site. A strong anchor-centric mirror on the objective, Pulse playing the vertical down below, and likely a strong extended presence above. SSP have everything covered right now, and the Omen is all on the side of Cerberus to try and clear it out and really control the pace.
Really control the pace, but they're slowly starting to creep out of the hole that's been dug down by Cerberus. And SSP, they didn't like the shovel they used, so they're going to be nicely looking to return the favor now. 3-5, only 2 more rounds to go. But again, the attackers can still respond. It was quite close what Cerberus were able to obtain, but not being able to work it through together is what ended up giving you that self-shot in the foot, I guess, if you could call it that.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. That's never quite a great thing to be doing. Just general bit of advice for anyone that ever finds themselves in a position to do so. Do not shoot yourself in the foot. Do not shoot yourself, period. Right now, Cerberus I would presume it would hurt, wouldn't I? First hand, obviously. It's not a great idea. But right now for Cerberus, they cannot shoot themselves in the foot. They've got an advantage. Do not let it be all for nothing. Do not let this one slip. They've got a very interesting looking lineup there, continuing the Glaz and the Blitz, but an interesting addition on the Zofia.
Interesting indeed. Don't usually get to see it besides a comfort pick. Although yet again, SSP have been bringing out interesting operators themselves. Especially with that pulse, the micro. Oh my god, what are we doing, SSP? Just take it away. Cerberus are offering up bodies, and they didn't even bother to drone it out. This is going to be the nade Vasi decides to step on while trying to rotate towards Piano. It has all gone haywire. And again, why is the Blitz, the shield, always the first victim? I don't know what is it with these 2 teams, but they really like offering it up.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, why are we just sending players into the window with no information that someone's going to be watching it? Luna's trying to make something happen in the objective, but very quickly he gave it a slap on the wrist there from up above. Need to deal with his vertical above. Cerberus, you should know this. You cannot go in towards Piano. Shadow is going to give the position away of Shinji there inside of the side room. Gets the shotgun to play it on close. DMR holding the angle from long, but at the moment, SSP have no reason to give this one away. They've got a 1-man advantage, extended slightly further, and they can just look to play the time here. Now cornered here, Luna's been spotted on out, not going to be long for this world. SSP just going to take on the round, and now only 1 away from tying up Consulate.
I'm not necessarily sure if Cerberus are going off of praise and wishes, but they had no intel on the player around yellow, so they decided the best course of action was, instead of going for the vertical, instead of going by the book, how about we open up a random window, jump in it, hope that there's no one there, and have the potential of giving the enemy team a double kill. Does that sound right? Yeah, apparently so, but Cerberus are just giving it away, and that was not a round that we had hoped for. Again, Cerberus hold a much higher standard going into this match because of what we've seen them do in the past. Like, Nighthaven was a complete different story again, and these 2 teams just have a bit of a ping-pong style of kind of transferring who ends up being on the puppeteer side of things.
2 words, Puffo. 2 words. Tactical timeout. We saw the side of SSP take it. Did it amount to much? No, so it's kind of counteracting my own point here. But this is a prime opportunity for Cerberus to take a pause, take a breather, realise to themselves, hey, we only need 2 attacking rounds here. We only need the expectation of us, nothing more. We don't need to reach for the stars when the sky is going to be enough. All you need is these final 2 rounds, and you could do this right now and send SSP packing on something that I think, looking at this from a distance, looking at this on paper and from what was before, they had it in the books.
They had it. And while Cerberus' such great lead that they had from a 5-1 seems to be dissipating by the moment, as not only 1 round stands between an EQ and even a potential overtake here, aka dethrone from none other than Sissy State Punks.
This one is going to be spicy. No matter what happens here, the defense of SSP, well, they have a fairly standard lineup here for the top floor, swapping out the Goyo for an Aruni this time around, going for the DMR, going for those Surya gates. With how much Cerberus have been relying upon their utility, I see the value in the pick here, really do, and hopefully going to provide a lot of value to this defense.
100%. While Cerberus are going to be still consistent with his blitz, even though it hasn't provided the value we'd hope for. We're going to have to see how SSP are going to counter it again, or maybe Cerberus just find that breakthrough onto match point, as there's going to be one of the final few rounds they can do it. It's either going to be this one or the following. And of course, if you do not want SSP to catch up on it earlier, the swing out here from Sigi is going to be able to find maximum value, as that's your south breach now. The Borg Buck has been eradicated, and an opening for the defenders once more.
Any and all pressure from down below now just does not exist for SSP. That site is all safe waters. The floor is no longer going to be lava. Not only is it an opener, it's a lot of safety late round there. SSP from an early point setting themselves up for success, but Cerberus, they just don't want to stop. They just want to send it. And Distracted Bonkers is going to be falling there towards a long angle from Luna. The utility's coming on in, and I think Cerberus just want to go.
I think they just want to go. But it's also a good one, and it seems like Cerberus are starting to finally turn it around, but for how long will this persist on through? Lunar's second, definitely make it worth it. Still holding off Bathroom and trying to cut off as much rotation as possible. The rest of them are going to be charging on towards Yellow. A push in here around Winner. Lunar already with a third, but supported by the rest of the team, as Interlude's flick of the wrist is able to secure yet one more, and one more needed for Cerberus to finish out this 3rd map. And now they hold match point, the ultimate pressure point that SSP wanted to deny them of.
That is it. Match point. SSP, it is overtime or bust. They couldn't quite do it on Nighthaven Labs, and well, now 2 rounds required to get it done on Consulate. A tall ask. SSP returning to the top floor, the famed strong site as we've returned to, and for Cerberus, well, I think they're just going to keep sending it, right? Puffo, they've been trying it almost every attacking round. Just send a blitz in and see what he can do. They've been trying it. Finally, it's worked. But does it work again?
Does it work again, or maybe do they resort to a different operator? Could they find possible value off of working with a better gun? Because even though the Blitz definitely found the value, right? In the end stage, what the Blitz did gain was a bit of ground, where SSP weren't necessarily peaking, and the kill, which could have been done with any gun. Now, of course, I'm not necessarily talking down on the Blitz. It's just that Cerberus' entire lineup and their playstyle doesn't seem to be too well centered around that certain operator, and I'm hoping that they maybe realize it, but if they don't, even then, I imagine they can still carry on the victory if they just find one of the following 2 rounds.
Yeah, and even if the team isn't playing in that style that's facilitating that blitz and his usefulness, SSP, they are expecting Cerberus to revolve around that blitz. That's why you saw in that previous round, all eyes of the defense focused on the shield, really, when Cerberus, they were playing around elsewhere. They were focused on other things, giving them opportunities, SSP giving themselves up, and it's where you saw those 3 picks from Luna outside the bathroom window come on through. Interesting things to think about going in towards round number 11 now, as Cerberus, they ain't changing it, because at this point, it ain't broke.
It ain't broke. And for the likes of SSP, their sight will be once more upstairs. They need to defend it as best as they can. Cerberus bring out the Ying, which just puts a bit of a tingle in my caster senses.
Ooh. It does. The Ying always means you're going to be entertained, treated to a very entertaining round. It's basically a guarantee. You see a Ying, you see flashbangs, you know things are going to get spicy. And well, for Interlude, charging it up the yellow staircase, just cautious of anyone down below. Going to be face to face with someone in just a second. Bankers here, elbow going to be spotted on out, decides to just realise, I'm going up against the shield, and one behind as well. Just run away at this point. Interlude needs to be careful not to lose his life, knows about the one retreated away, and for Cerberus, it's control. But what do you do with it?
Interlude carries a lot, and more than just himself, it's also the case that he has on it. And now SSP are looking to take it off of him. But of course, you got to be careful when, of course, Vasi wanted to retreat back down, gets cut off by Chiron, while the rest is all history. And a bit of an EQ between the two teams. The damage onto Interlude will remain, but elsewhere, it's a bit more bloody as a down onto Anox hasn't gone finished. And while those Cerberus' main objective lies on the top floor, their initiation and their focus seems to be still pointed towards the bottom floor.
They need to be careful of Bunkers. They know he's down there. They need to find a way to deal with him or ignore him totally. Rely upon that air jab utility you've got in back pocket and just go upstairs and go direct. The latter of which, that one there, seems to be what SSP want to do right now. They realise site is vacant. They've got an advantage to play with. So why not go to use it? Shinji's going to be falling down, and this could be the catalyst that Cerberus need to get this one done.
Well, look at Interlude, alone once more, not supported by anyone. Although the pistol isn't going to be able to find its value. And the Izami out from below. Where is the support from Cerberus? This could be a huge way for the Blitz to push the Izami into the hands of Chiron. And done so successfully, Cerberus are able to find it out. And the three-headed dog will find victory once more. As now series points within their grasp. And a very fashionable finish as well. Victory was theirs, and a bit better than it was even earlier.
What a turnaround that one was there for the side of Cerberus. Incredible result. Luna 10 and 6, Interlude 11 and 4. The team, we spoke a bit earlier on about how they need some heroes, how they need some big names to step up and put in the work. Puffo, I think they found their heroes. Cape or no Cape, they're getting the job done. And Cerberus now, in I think what a lot of people would argue is a shock turn of events, get themselves up onto one map away from taking this entire series.
And now it's down to Skyscraper. Cerberus can finish it out within 3-1 in the best of 5. Or, of course, it's going to be Sissy State Punks taking it over to Lair, which is another town of mysteries that we have yet to see between these two. Although Skyscraper is an interesting place on its own because of how heavily it relies on utility. And we saw in this final matchup that, well, Sissy State Punks and Cerberus both work with it well. So it's going to be quite an even ground.
Yeah, I think this Skyscraper is really going to be the testing point now, right? This defender-sided point on Consulate is just exacerbated by a map like Skyscraper. Lots of choke points, lots of funnel positions for the attackers to get themselves into. Whether they're going to fall victim to them, well, we'll find out. We're going to throw things to a very quick short break, but what could be the final map of Phantom League Season 5 is only a few minutes away, so don't go anywhere.
searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the hands of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire for out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game's been no one, gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up.
Well, we're not going to keep you, ladies and gentlemen, waiting any longer in this one at all. One final map could be what awaits us here in the grand final of Phantom League Season 5. Unfortunately, it is a bit late for Puffo Bob, so he has had to head to slumber, go to sleep, to not awake the parents. Unfortunately, my parents will not share the same lovely blessings. They will have to put up with my voice for the remainder of this evening, which means that we now have one of me. All of you lovelies sitting at home, casting this one out. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be an absolute frag fest here. Right now, Cerberus, SSP, Cerberus taking themselves a really strong lead so far, taking the series up by the reins, winning the last 2 maps in succession. SSP unable to find the success that they have had on border since. Not able to get it to overtime, not able to make it a distance. And right now, Cerberus are in a very good position to close out the series here, but they do have to go through a skyscraper attack first. A scary half for any team, especially for a team of Cerberus who, as we saw towards the end of Consulate, did struggle a little bit on the attacks. So we'll see how things fare it out. We'll have to wait and see. Either way, it's going to be a good, strong start here for a potential for SSP right now, as they will look to really start things off with a bang and get things off with a roll here. That is the goal right now for SSP. They need to start with a bang. They cannot let the momentum from the previous maps continue into this one, because otherwise Cerberus will continue to ride that wave of success they've been in throughout the previous couple of maps, and it could be what capitulates this one into a 3-1 victory here. So with the channel point predictions still live, do go and hedge your bets right now, because this one is getting spicy. Maybe 2-1, but it is still quite anyone's game, and map 5 is almost certainly on the cards for us here. This one, so hopefully only just getting started for the evening. SSP going to be going up here, exhibition defense, bringing out the clash already. We've spoken about how impactful she can be in this series, how much utility she can really bring to the table, as well as information, slowing down of the attack. And considering how slow Cerberus have been at points, it could backstab them. But what really sticks out to me right now is what Luna's popping onto. We're going to a Carly pick. We're going to be taking the bold action sniper rifle, which is in contrast to what Cerberus have played so far, and well, maybe the difference might be what they're needing. Maybe that's the thing. Is it going to be? This is the question. So, well, drones coming on through for the attack right now, just making their presence known throughout the map, slowly circling on through, trying to hunt down these attackers, getting them, the defenders rather, sorry, getting themselves on through, knocking on the door, but paused out by a mute jammer for a moment. Gonna need either a Twitch to come in or someone to send a frag grenade and get rid of the jammer to get the opening. It's really about applying pressure here, because as you can hear it through the ears, pure silence in round number 1 here. Not much has been made from the attack yet. They've not really been able to get anything going, and the result of that, as you can see, is we're a minute through. Equal scorelines 10 apiece, or 5 apiece rather, 10 total. As slowly Cerberus do start to claim their way across the map, not really being contested by SSP, kind of just being given up the control for free, but that's not going to last for long. Atox swings out, finds Luna there. The Carly punished quite early on, maybe not the right pick. Wall is eventually going to be opened up as Atox finds out, almost costs him his life, but able to retreat away to the safety here in exhibition, playing behind the mirror window. Sprints on back, makes the rotation on through, almost sees the head of another. Can take it, certainly no, they're both aware of the position. Free fire's being held up, neither one able to hit the shots, however. Final 75 seconds of the round, and we're going to be going for an absolute banger of a series here. So we're just going to go through 60 seconds left to go on this one right now. SSP holding on to the man advantage. Cerberus not really able to find anything going, and it just goes from bad to worse. Interlude drops down on the floor there. Rise picking up one. Shinji with another 2 versus 5 situation in what is almost certainly a done deal for the defense right now. As Cerberus, they're going to be unable to really get themselves to go ahead here in towards round number 1, and at least for the moment, not off to a great start. Right, I'm muted on stream for like... No, I'm not muted on stream. Here we are, finals 9 seconds of the round now. 1 versus 4 becomes a 1v3. The final player is Cerberus. Kyburn can try and take what he can, but clash in his face. I don't know if this is going to be a done deal here. They're going to drop to the floor. SSP kick things off. Really great start here. And a good go of their defense, not letting the momentum of the previous map affect them too much. And that's exactly what I wanted to see. Because as I said, if SSP start to trail early on, it could cost them quite severely. Right now, though, 1-0 up in the lead. It's nothing too much to get excited about right now. Start of the map, start of the things, and what could be a potential 5-mapper here for the side of SSP. They're going to need to win this one to bring it all the way back to Lair. They're going to need this to make the distance. But all things are promising. Based off an initial look at things, really considered. Great start. But how do they build upon that? Because that has been the troubling point for these teams. We've had these moments and these flashes of brilliance, but getting beyond that, building up to the next round, that is really where the struggle has lied for both of these sides. Cerberus have done a better job of it, all things considered, throughout the series so far. SSP, as we saw the round that they were able to win, was a tense overtime border. Elsewhere, on the more strategical maps, they perhaps have maybe floundered a little bit, squandered the game, and it's been something that Cerberus have really been able to work with, really able to take the lead on, but not the case so far on Skyscraper. For those of you all just joining us, scorelines at the top of your screen. SSP won the first map, last two Cerberus, the real underdogs for this series. Considering how it went last time, almost thought it'd be that way again, but not quite so far. Cerberus really bringing the fight so far this game, and an impressive go at things. Really, considering what we saw on paper for them, there was concern, but delivering the game. So welcome on in, get those channel points predictions through. SSP now need to continue to build up where they've started. Well, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. Plenty of time. Still no one really doing anything early on here. And while Cerberus are making their way through the map, you can see the outlines. They're not really being challenged by SSP. The defense playing quite close to their chest, all things considered. Really close, not wanting to really give anything up, and maybe that's what the strategy change has been in since Consulate, because on that site, on that map, just as I say that, they walk into Halve, who's able to find a second. 5 versus 3 right now. Advantage going the way of the attack, and it only looks to extend further as from the window, not even having to step a foot in the building, Hatox gets slain. Shinji not too far behind. All up to Vasi now. 1 versus 5, and Cerberus, well, they just rebound right on back. Quad kill for Halve, not even going inside the darn building. All on the window, not even having to reload with the LMG. Gets the job done. And Cerberus, well, they tie up the map 1 apiece. And now, well, give me 2 seconds here, folks. I know we had Puffo Bob, the absolute GOAT here, but I have replaced GOAT with yet another GOAT. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to give a very, very warm welcome to Star Draco, who is now going to be joining me for the remainder of the cast.
Thank you, and sorry to everyone who had to hear my weird jump in there. But I'm excited for these two teams. I did get to see it. Skyscraper's not a match you get to catch very often, but I am happy to see it. So, you're going to have to give me a quick rundown. We've got 2 great teams. They made it 1 apiece. What's happened? What's been banned? What's been ready? What's been going on?
Interesting. So, we started off back on Border, a really brawlhouse map. SSP coming in from the upper bracket, Sissy State Punks. Started off things pretty strong, got a very good lead, but eventually, bit of turmoil hit, what got us to overtime, a 10-8 victory, because of course, it is infinite overtime in this series. Then, we head over towards map number 2 of the night, Nighthaven Labs, where Cerberus start to show us a little bit of what they've got to offer. A great showing from them, really start to find their way into it, get it done 7-5, and then Consulate 7-2 to SSP previously, flipped around by Cerberus, now 7-4 going their way. They find themselves 2-1 up here, one map away from taking this grand final in what would be a pretty big upset. I think that about sums it up.
Got it. I'm happy to see it, especially if we're at Phantom League for the grand finals.
Ooh.
But that early aggression actually works against them. The spawn peak coming out and just taking off the head of Glass. Beautiful shots ring out, but here's the thing, you've got to be prepared. It's Skyscraper. There's so many windows, jump out, run outs. You got to be prepared for each and every one of them. Something that I do like to see is the fact that the defense, once they got their pick, everyone returned back to second floor. You can hear the nomad charges coming out, trying to get some sort of early pick, but that's not going to be in their favor just yet. Hut almost getting peeked off by the window from Capitao. Just got to be prepared here. Atox is worried that somebody's already went downstairs, but they're not paying attention this early yet. Here comes the bigger problem. We have a buck below. You've got to instruct me. How does this buck like to play? How does Spen like to use his time?
It's been hit and miss. We've not really seen a lot of success with the vertical, at least on the buck regard of things. Ram, we've had a lot of benefit from, but Spen, not at least on the buck just yet, but he is feared on this operator. He uses it quite a lot. We might just get to see a prime example of it now. Yellow ping's fed on through to the player above. Not going to be quite able to find the one in Geisha, but the pressure's going to be felt, it's going to be applied, and well, there's still more soft floor to work through, so you never know what he may be able to capitalise upon. C4's thrown out, doesn't quite hit the marks, but he does get the wind of the head, knows exactly where the player above on is. Tucked in the corner right now, Rise holding on for dear life.
Oh, he's trying his best, but he actually gets taken out. Rise wins that with the SMG-11. Beautiful shots. It's 3v5. The attack has to sort of make up for this right now, because one way or another, they're not going to be able to survive it. Capitao does get a pick, making it even, taking off the head of Itox, but it's a 4v3. Capitao's stuck outside this window. He can't jump in safely. He knows it. He knows there's Rise close tight, right? But, oh, Rise goes for the pick, but gets his head taken clean off just by the Capitao. 50 HP for an operator? I'd say that's a good trade. And here comes the... Oh, I've got to say, Monty's going to be able to safely plant or not.
Yeah, we're not... This is the thing. Half got 4 kills from this window in the previous round. Literally a quad kill, sitting on the window without even having to reload. The SSP just walked into him. Surely we're not going to see the same thing happen twice. There's a read onto it, does pre-fire through the wall, but the wall takes up most of the damage, and Half still able to be alive, still able to be a menace, and SSP just can't make the rotations right now. If Interlude can get in towards the objective, start to get a plant down, which is exactly what's going to happen. Cerberus have the facilities to try and stick this one on down here, but no, with Half off the board there, Bunkers goes in swinging, does eventually get dropped by Kyron, making this a 2 versus 2 position here. Need to stick the plant. It's do or die. You cannot be running around. You cannot be chasing. The cover here has to be perfect, has to be immaculate, but it's not even going to get a C in as Shinji takes down the player, and SSP will reclaim their lead.
It's hard to swallow, especially for the Monty, when he knows there's a smoke who's his biggest nemesis. It is tough to see, but there's nothing else you could do. You have to either get aggressive or try to go for the plant. Monty chose the right choice, but Nomad wasn't there to back him up. Well, we do get to see this next band. Kai and Bandit being the first two, standard of course. Maverick and Ash going. Ash seems like a bit of a, let's say, comfort pick, but we'll have to see. You told me Border is a very aggressive map, and it's a very tight fight they had, so I'm hoping this is going to be something the same, but on a larger scale. Maybe a Kavira ban.
Yeah, maybe a Cav ban. Maybe. There's options, really, here, and we've seen a wide variety of bans. We've just headed into a little tech pause here. I'm just going to try and establish the issue here between this one. Unpause ready. That was about a couple of minutes ago. Okay, cool. We should be good to go in a couple of seconds, so don't worry, folks at home. We'll be with you with the game in a second, but there's been a wide variety of bans here. We've seen Cerberus quite like to play into more defaulted bans. They're not really target banning a lot. Early rounds, they're banning the Azami in a spot where Azami should be banned on Border, but Azami's not really being played. SSP, on the other hand, they're much more targeted, their bans. They're dealing with what they're seeing with directly in front of them and trying to address the problem really before they get an opportunity to really fall victim to it.
Here's the thing I'm worried about. Did you see any weird bans on border? Because if these teams are playing like they're three-headed dogs, I guess in this case for Cerberus, and SSP are trying to show the special initiative, I'm kind of hoping we get to see something like a buck ban or like I'm gonna say Warden, just because the tactical usage is always, hey, we can see through your smoke plan, we can see anything you're trying to bring. Even getting rid of the capital might be in a plan because capital on those windows was still able to dominate and then cut off massive lines of sight. Asami was brought, yes, as a makeshift way to change sight, but that didn't come out to a big change.
Yeah, and that's it. There's changes, and the thing is as well is, you asked about what the bans on Border were like. Interestingly, as a whole, Border was probably the most default map of this entire series, right? It was this really standard game of Border. I mean, obviously Border's a bit of a brawl house anyway. It's going to be one of those really sort of fight and fast test maps where you're going to be fighting over every square inch of it. But as we moved on to Labs, as we moved on to Consulate, things got wild. We saw Cerberus just full sending blitzes in through windows round after round after round, and eventually SSP just stopped countering it and it started working. It's been a peculiar series, I think would be the best way to put it so far. Really interesting teams, and what has been difficult siege to follow, not for just us as casters, but I imagine the players in server, and that's got to drain on them like momentum and sort of stamina quite a bit, right? Because it's already been quite a long series. We're on map 4 now. It's what, 9:30 almost, coming up here in England, and we could just still be getting started.
Definitely about that, and as the players wait with the loading, I'm kind of hoping everyone at home understands that this is what we're looking at. This is the grand finals of Phantom League. Yes, it's later in the night, but it's Sunday. Everyone should be chill back, a cup of tea, relaxing, and being prepared, thinking about what strategies are going to come tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's it, we should be chilling to a degree here, but these guys won't be chilling, Drago as well. Let's throw it back to the desk actually, just for a moment, just while we get this sort of ban phase to go on through here, this loading screen, so you can see our faces. If you guys haven't met Drago before, he is over here on that direction. Absolutely amazing caster. I'll pop his social links in the chat in just a couple of seconds. Amazing caster, amazing fella. Do go check him out. Do go give him some love. And absolute goat for standing in for Puffo here for the remainder of this grand final. And the game's getting underway, so I'll save the graphic for later with what's on the line right here. So let's take a look at what operator bans we've got.
Well, they do have to call a timeout just to make absolutely sure everything's working. No one's having any problems. But as we get to see the bans, I'm a wee bit worried because Clash and Monty, that's taking up 2 shields, which we didn't really see a Clash be used in the first round of that. Maybe on Border when I wasn't there, but Clash, something that everyone should see. Somebody who, if you're not great at playing against her, you have to learn. She's a basic shield, but her gadget, her new utility of being able to drop the shield in pre-fire since CGX has changed is a massive change that needs to be implemented and needs to be learned.
Yeah, you need to be really, really careful of sort of what you do here with this, operator pick. And the Clash, she's been on and off all series. One of the things these teams have been doing is it's actually going to be, they pick on the Clash, right? So they don't pick the Clash for the first 3 rounds or so, just kind of leave it. And then once the bans have been locked in place, then they pick onto the Clash. That's what we've been seeing teams do. It's a really interesting way of playing it, if you ask me. But it's a valid way of doing it because it means when you start the Clash being picked, you then can't ban her off. Once she's available to go, you then can't ban her off because the third ban's already been made. It's a clever little strategy here and thinking ahead of the game and really utilising that new map ban system.
I understand that, but it's also something where it kind of brings me in the doubt of if somebody isn't playing your game. Like, let's say you're saying, oh, they're bringing these operators, we'll just let them ban what they think we'll use. And then somebody brings something like Capcan 3 rounds in a row. You think, okay, we'll ban Capcan for the third op. Then they just bring Frost. There's a lot of trap operators or other play operators where that doesn't work. Yes, Clash being the only shield on defense where you can kind of get away with that tactic. But if she still gets banned outright, it kind of hurts you in the long run if anyone's done their research or their homework, VOD reviews.
Yeah.
And as you go back to this office, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. How do you like to play Mirror Office yourself?
Oh, I mean, there's options, right? I prefer to have them sort of how we're set up here, actually, believe it or not. You know, perfect time of the tail. This is what I like to see. You know, you're facing and you're focusing on that horizontal push across here, because it is what we commonly see teams like to do in this setup. We'd like to see them push across here. Obviously, SSP have banned out the Montaigne now, so Cerberus, they're not going to be able to rely on that shield to create the pressure. They're really going to have to be the masters of their own destruction here. Make that push, get in the commit, but right now, I like what I'm seeing here from the defense.
I can kind of understand that. Especially with the 417 in hands, those Asami barricades are going to come down quick and hard. So we're just going to kind of have to worry that they can pick off what they need to, because if they get any, let's say any leeway into sight, into A wall, B wall, you're just kind of ruining yourself. Especially when you've got an operator down below who's just going to take off any utility that could have possibly been there, such as the mute jammer. But that's mute now being taken out. Luckily, there was a refrag for IQ to be taken off the board as well. But there's Fenrir being removed as well. That downstairs gunfight that's coming out is not working out in our favor today.
No.
But as you can see, sorry, go ahead.
A lot being put on to deal with half there, but not quite going to be able to. Atox there takes down Luna. Free equalises the board 3 versus 3. The defender, though, going to be fishing for more. But as you said, Drago, have to be careful of the vertical, have to be down below, because Half's on a tear right now. 8-2 so far this map, and he ain't stopping.
You're right about that. He did equalise it in the 3v3, which is perfect for what he needs. But right now, they have to be prepared to get off any other utility. That's the second mute jammer gone. Now, Ace can do a lot more work. The problem is, he has to decide which side is this Ace shot to be going. He now has this long angle. Hopefully, he'll be able to get one of these players, either the mirror or the Asami hiding dragon. What?
Yeah. Tough. It's a really tough position. What does Cerberus do here? They've got a 3v3. They've got the player down below, but they need to try and find ways to get them upstairs, because Interlude doesn't have a way in at the moment. That's just flat out fact. They need to push up these house stairs. They've got no choice but to do so, but they're going to be sent right packing with a C4. Shuts half down. SSP going to maintain their man advantage right now, and Cerberus this round's really quickly slipping away from them.
A 417 in the hand of Twitch. Don't count it out just yet. Yes, it worries them, but the Ace actually repels, getting the shot on his repel in. Now there's only one more operator alive. He knows he's in A. The call-out should come out to his teammate, where hopefully Twitch knows she's safe to come up. She's got to be prepared for this person in Dragon. The call-out comes up, but the Asami wins both gunfights, taking out the Twitch first, then ending the Ace.
I love the idea there from Cerberus. Ignore the player inside of the objective and then just try and reposition yourselves to take it as a quick 2v1 and then rotate 180 degrees, take the one on office behind you. But Atox, he's just too good. Been a star player so far this series. Definitely one of the highlights for me on the side of SSP, and yet again stepping up to the mark here. They've got their third round now, guaranteed an even half. Obviously, it is a skyscraper defense. They're going to be looking for more than that. They're not going to want to stop here. They've still got 2 more rounds to build upon. Still quite a bit to do. But so far, so good, I would say.
I can understand that. Especially with us now being 3-1. I'm sure this isn't something you want to see, but it's something that needs to happen. We need to see SSP win this next 2 maps and then clear it. That would be their game. But, again, as you told me, it's 2-1 on the map scoreboard. I'm kind of hoping we get to see something weird come out right now. SSP won the first one, you said. Then Cerberus, then Cerberus again. Now it's SSP to win the next 2 and send, well, this one, and then send us the decider. Should be, it's what I want to see. I want to see an intense matchup coming out from both these teams.
That's it, and we were teased with that infinite overtime right in map number 1. We got that 10-8 finish for SSP there, going all the way, all the distance, and we haven't been quite there yet. 7-5, 7-4, so we've not really reclaimed there. We've had close matches, certainly, but we've not had that glory just as of yet. Skyscraper may return to it. I think it's a bit too early to tell just yet. It really comes down to how SSP can really use that advantage they've earned themselves in that second half. Does it almost slip away from them, as we've seen Cerberus almost lose it twice now? It's an interesting conundrum to really ponder on and focus on when we get there. Right now, though, round number 5, penultimate one of the half. Cerberus putting a lot of weight on this Geyser push.
I'm kind of hoping they do get the Geisha, because Geisha is a very strong place for me and somewhere that I love to attack, especially when I'm doing it. So Here's the point. We now get to see Ying. Instead of using her LMG, we get to see the pistol rush, which has become one of my new favorite strats in this game. Just pistol rush in, flash as much as you can, try and go for a pick. If you don't check your corners, you're going to miss the mirror, which does end up taking out this Ying. The Kevin Cone call rings out, but the mirror does have the close angle. Here's the problem. That's not the only person you got to worry about. This Twitch drone rings out. Oh, Blackbeard gets pushed back with a C4, but doesn't take any of his health away.
Atox really picking up where he left off in the previous round there. Starts off this world with a bang. Cerberus, they've lost their execute. They've lost their real tip of the spear of the assault. And as Atox, he just goes back down site, quickly says a quick wave to his teammates. And now he's back upstairs, causing more chaos for the attack of SSP. They're a man down. They still have a shield. They still have a decay beast. So they've still got options here on how to really push in, how to really start to get themselves into this one. But losing spend, dropping to the floor, maybe able to find the recovery of the down player there. But it's still going to be a lot of HP loss. And there's mirror window mid-round place made there. No, it's a bit of a bait out sound there by Atox. See if he can get anything through. Upstairs though, Interlude going to be losing the HP. And SSP looking really, really good right now. Not a single lick of damage on any of the 5 players.
Ooh, you're definitely right about that. The defense this time has been a lot more solid, not even taking the risk for their own HP. But now, the best trade they could possibly have is hoping to show up through the floor. But it might not work out in the favor with Shinji answering his own, taking out the Twitch. Interlude being removed from the board, that's a huge pick, especially with so much utility and a mirror window still in her pocket that has just been placed down. So, oh, the call-outs telling Blackbeard's on the black stairs. Not a great option you want to be in, but it's not a great place for him to be now. He's now stuck there. And as you know, Blackbeard's utility has changed. Anytime he uses gadget stuff, his shield does drop, and it takes longer to go back up, meaning it's more high risk, high reward.
That is going to be it, and what the rewards found for Spend there shuts down Adox. 2 versus 4 position here. Cerberus really need to claw their way back into this one, but with 1 shield and 1 assault rifle up, Rise playing the vertical and the flank position as well. Shinji's able to find the shutdown, leaves it all up to 1. There's a shield on full HP, but with 6 seconds to go, all he can hope to do is fish what he can before he gets kicked out of the pond. SSP take their 4th, get the goal done for the half. And now, they're just going to be looking for a little bit more, looking to get that 5th, do what Cerberus did to them just a round ago. They're 1 round away from doing so.
And that's why the 30-second meta does not always work. You got to be prepared for any sort of slowdown to just to stop you from even just pushing side in. But at that point, they didn't have the time. They had 15 seconds. They finally had the first pick. Just nobody could push in far enough or deep enough. But now, we do actually get to see the lineup coming back, both on the side of the attack and the defense. So, I'm kind of thinking they might actually have a plan for a different execute. It was just the wrong bomb site they were hoping for.
It's going to be an interesting one, right? Because you need to get this second round here. You're really going to be dead in the water going into your next half, going into that skyscraper, even on a defense of it. 5-1 down, it's not pretty, is it, Drago? I think we'll both admit it's not really where you want to be right now for Cerberus. All the wind in their sails has been firmly shut on and exhausted out. SSP looking back to their real return of form from Border. We've not seen it in a few maps, but better late than never to try and get themselves into get this grand final going all the way, all the distance. And they're changing things up here, which is going to be keeping Cerberus on their toes. Bunker's going to be hopping down on towards that Echo. That Yokai drone is going to be extremely helpful in the late rounds. And if you recall back a couple of rounds, so many of these previous rounds have been going down to the clock. Echo pick, it's a great adaptation in my books.
I could probably see that, but I'm also just happy to see an Echo, somebody whose operator was changed, especially with this latest patch. So from now on, it's not so much as, oh, robots do better and just relax. Now it is, the robots do better, but have someone there to back it up. 1v4, it's SSP's rounds, like maps to lose at this point, and the fact that it is a defense favored map. This is what we were somewhat expecting. A 4-2 split is kind of what Cerberus need. But never count the 3-headed dog out. He's a gate guardian for hell for a reason, and I'm expecting this team to be very aggressive here, especially in this last round.
Yeah, significantly higher pacing on round number 6 here from Cerberus. They're just going for it. They're just sending it, but stalled out by the Echo drone there. They're able to actually catch him staring at his phone. Bunkers goes down. That's a massive loss there for the defense, but they're fighting their way back into this one. Evens trades, 3 versus 3 situation, but look at what the attack have lost. They've lost their hard breach. They've lost their shield. The tip of the spear is no more. SSP, they've lost an Echo, which is an equal value loss in my books, but they've still got a smoke. They've still got a warden. They've still got a zombie. 3 operators that are going to be very powerful in this late round, and quite a large challenge for Cerberus to clear out, considering how much utility they've burnt early on.
You're definitely right about that, especially with, I've got to say, Smoke still has all 3 canisters in pocket and a shotgun in hand. You know who the last operators are if you've droned it well. If not, you're going to get caught out very early, and you don't have the time to waste. But they have the range. That is probably the best chance the attackers have, having the range and having those Flores drones. Meaning that, hey, if they chose any other form of changing or any other direction of attack, they could probably catch off the defenders very quickly. But you never really know with Siege. It's not over till the gridlock starts singing.
That's it. It's not over yet. 60 seconds still to work with here for the attack. A trade going back and 4-5 away. Leaves us in yet another even Stevens situation. 2 versus 2. 55 seconds to go, but that's the main key factor there. As Vasi's pointed out for us all at home, kit is now all cold. Cerberus, they've now added an extra check to the list to do. They need to recover that kit before they can start thinking about sight. They could try and push this one for the kills, and with the Echo off the ball, it's certainly a viable way to play out this late round, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. And if SSP catch that's what they want to do, they're just going to punish him for it, but they might not even need to get there. Kill one out there by Atox is going to put Chiron in a very difficult spot. He's been on the back line this game, 3 and 2, one of 2 positive members on the side of Cerberus, and he's going to need to come up huge here to get this half over the line with a victory. Otherwise, SSP almost inevitably here seems like they're going to be going 5-1 up on the split here. Time's ticking on down. Track Stingers on in. They've got the read, but Chiron's got the shots being hit. Vasi has a huge position to play right now, but covered by the Track Stingers. Chiron's going to attempt to stick the plant down here. Vasi's not able to get there in time to deny it on through. The question is, can he succeed in this close plant retake? Gone around to drums, going for the long game, and I don't know if SSP are going to be able to get this one done. Chiron has no idea, but the shots do give the position back away. 30 seconds left to go. Chiron's playing this safe. He's not going for anything flashy here, doing exactly what he needs to do in this situation. Calm, slow, cool, and collected. Play it back, let Vasi do all the hard work. Exactly how you're meant to play these post-plant situations, and it puts SSP in a position of uncertainty. Do you bait the diffuser? Do you go for the kill? Well, the options are all on you, but unfortunately, the bullets, they're on top of you. Cerberus do get their second attacking round across the board, and at least hit half with the expectation.
You know I have to make the joke. They have that dog in this round. That worked perfectly out. As again, that will be a masterclass of how to clutch in a 1v2 situation. The gridlock didn't stop singing. She was just working hard, making sure that she used her utility to cover her bases, making sure the auto came out for her, and that's just beautiful to see. But now, I kind of hope to see what the bans are, because that should be a bit different.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting half now. Cerberus, this is the first time in a while they found themselves on the back foot. Nighthaven started off in their favour. Consulate started off very much in their favour, but now they're on the back foot. With Border, they kept it close. They kept it competitive, but as you say, or as you've heard, they were not able to get it across the line. In the end, it was SSP to take the map. Do we see a repeat here, or do we see Cerberus start to mount the comeback? As you said, the 4-2 half is the expectation. Nothing out of the ordinary. And Drago, what are you making of these bans?
As I told you before, it does seem like they're planning ahead. Yes, get the Clash Multi out of the way. We don't want any weird turtle plant strats or anything like that, or just to block off doors. But the Mirror Maverick means that they're kind of expecting to be shut out from sight by a kid or by a bandit, and they want to play into that, which it works. It really does. But it also kind of makes me a bit worried, because unless you know the exact spots you need to put a kid, or at least how to trick the kid, it's not always going to be your friend, especially on a map like Skyscraper, where there's a lot of above and below play.
You've got to know your spots, right? You've got to know what you're doing, and obviously this is the map pick. If I'm just going to revert back actually here to the map video, just to actually see, because I can't actually remember, it's been a while. This was actually Cerberus's map pick, so now they're going on to their favoured side on their own map pick, and history's the teller. this should be where they start to excel. This should be where they really start to build up a lead here and really start to show us why they chose to come here. Sure, it was one of this or Lair by this point in the veto, but leaving them open, they should be at least comfortable maps to play.
I'm just trying to look at this because, as I can see, we've got the bandit, we have the card, meaning that getting into sight is going to be really difficult. One way or another, you're going to have somebody playing below, or bandit trying to trick the wall. They brought the Brava in that case, which end IQ, so if IQ goes below, she can get the bandit, she can get anything else they want to. But I'm more expecting this Blackbeard just to jump straight and go through Gish wall with his charge and just try and not even have to worry about it.
Yeah. Really wants to be the spearhead right now. Just go for it. Just full on send it into sight, and it's 3 more rounds before he can be banned. And what is 3? The number of rounds that SSP needs to take us all the way to Lair. If they can just get 3 quick, clean rounds here, we could already be eyeing up Lair before we're even thinking about what we're having for dinner. But at the moment, it's Cerberus really have it all to do, and the ball is firmly in their court to bring this one back and start to even. Luna, on the extension out towards east side of the map, needs to make sure he's biding the time here and possibly taking down an attacker with him as well.
Okay, here's the problem they've got, because Bandit's just been taken off the board. The hyper-aggressive stance did not work out in their favor, but it did keep most of sight clear for them. For now, they have a minute and a half to try and push in. They can't even take the Geisha wall, or sorry, they've taken the Geisha wall, but they cannot take the Dragon wall. Any amount of droning here is going to have to be crucial.
Double down on the breach denial from Cerberus, really paying off for them, at least in this early round here, as the SSP just unable to find their way through the walls. But as I said, they found their way through half to start a player. And look at the KDs of Cerberus right now. Half's one of the only 2 players on Cerberus with a positive KD. He's really been the one doing the heavy lifting in the previous half, and he's off the board right now. It's up to the rest of the Cerberus to step up to the mark. We've seen them all do it before. Luna, Interlude, Spend, they've all had great moments in this series. Skyscraper's not been the map so far, but now's an opportunity to change that. Final 60 seconds of the round. Push is coming up to abrupt point. The question is, can Luna stave it off? He gets one, can't quite find the second because it's a Blackbeard. There's a shield in his face now, tucked in a really difficult corner. Eventually going to be shut out of it there by Shinji. Advantage maintained by SSP. Now they've just got to get into the objective.
With 30 seconds, he goes and gets us another pick, but that's actually IQ taking it off KI. It's a 2v3, but Brava's now shut down by that shotgun. They know they're not safe. They don't know where the mute is because they haven't got a drone or anything to cover the line of sight. But he's got the fuser. You have to push him. You don't have the time. 30 seconds left. They're going to have to go for the tight push. Do the mezzanine, clearing as much as possible. But there's the first engagement. IQ versus the mute, but the IQ actually wins it, just barely quickly in that door. And now you've got one operator left stuck. It's Fenrir, probably the best operator to try and go for the clutch for. But they know they have to just go for the pinch. There's no point in planting. 12 seconds left, and Blackbeard gets the kill.
Spend. Playing such a forward position in terrace there might not have been the play. You're on your own. You can't be supported. You can't be traded. And what does that give SSP? It gives them a 2 versus 1, and it gives them that 2-round differential mark here that they need to get Skyscraper done. Almost for Cerberus, but that is the tale we saw for them on board, and I can't help but feel we've hit that regression point. Almost was the name for Cerberus. They've almost clutched up this round. They've almost won the map. Not quite enough to get there. Now, we feel like we're back there on Skyscraper. They've got a few more rounds to tighten the ship, but Drago, they can't let any more slip, because otherwise it's going to be map point.
You're definitely right about that, but I kind of think they understand that. Where this isn't their most important map, the next map is. This would have been the one they would like to have, they could have been happy about. But it's just something they have to accept. Something that I did realize, which kind of worries me, especially from how these guys are playing this out. They're going to have to go for the pushing. One way or another, they're looking at it from, hey, let's execute step by step. That doesn't always work in Siege. Everyone knows this. If you've ever played a ranked game, or ranked currently at the moment, it's a bit of a mess. And the fact that the Fenrir gadget was hacked by Brava, he thought it was going to be enough to protect him, and it wasn't. That's kind of the reason just having Brava and Blackbeard, having good synergy and teamwork, is so essential. But,
yeah,
again, we're back to seeing Kaid being brought instead of a mute. Sorry, instead of a bandit, now we've got a Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. Operator making an appearance for the first time this entire series. Not seen her once yet tonight. Brings the spear, a decent assault rifle with her. Brings decent secondary options as well. I believe she's recently had secondary shotgun added. Not going to be used here by half, but healing utility, providing that maybe Cerberus want to go aggressive. Goes outside the building, quickly tucks himself back on in as SSP make their way in. Cleared through Geisha, spearheading Shinji through the Blackbeard, getting his work done, and already making very quick pace of this one. I like this from SSP. They're not letting Cerberus get comfortable, and they're fighting them at every possible opportunity as early as possible as well.
You're all right about that. The fact that a lot of time has been wasted just on clearing, and this time they've chosen, no, we're going to speed it up a lot faster. There's another F-net mine just taken out early. But here's a Blackbeard versus... I've got to say, it's really interesting to see the fact that the Sammy's always finding the Blackbeard first. It's never just a chance of, oh, will I find her or won't I? It's always, I'm going to find her first, and that's just how I'm going to have to deal with it.
A really tough spot right now. She's going to be in this first gunfight one way or another. The question is, does it come out on top? World of support's been made there, but very quickly shut down by SSP as they just explode with a flurry of kills right now. Luna is able to fight 2 back in the direction, evening out the board here. This could be what they need right now on the side of SSP, or Cerberus rather, as SSP are pulled to the wayside. They've lost their shield, and the players of Cerberus, they're all full HP thanks to the healer, thanks to the Thunderbird. Interludes down below, presumably with the C4 still available to him. That could be the one that makes the difference. That could be another, but it's just going to continue to be the Luna show. Vasey shuts on down here, all up to Rise and Atox now in a very difficult 2v3.
You're going to have to be prepared for this one way or another. They're going to have to try and push their best, but it might not work out in their favor. Looking at how this team has been playing this out, I'm kind of expecting them to just try and rush to their best. There's a minute left. If Luna can be caught out, it could work out massively. But no, that's a quad for Luna. She can now go for this ace. It's an IQ, but no, it's going to be a trade. Harvey got taken out first by the IQ, and then Kaid was there to finish the job.
I mean, you've got to really give it to Luna there. The quad kill. An absolutely amazing, amazing performance. And that's what we were saying a minute ago, Drago, about we need to see some other players from Cerberus stepping up. That's what we've now just seen, and that's why they've been able to get that round over the line. Interestingly enough, we've not seen an ace all series. We've seen a couple of flawlesses rounds, and I believe that's the 3rd quad kill now we've seen. But everyone's aces either just get stolen, they die before they can commit to it. I don't think Cerberus are going to be too heartbroken over the ace. They're just more happy they've gotten the round over the line, and they can hopefully start to build from there.
You're going to be right about that. 3-5, it's kind of necessary. It's kind of what needed to be done to keep Cerberus in the match. And they're going to have to win and win and win just to try and equalize. But for now, that's not the important part. One way or another, the Bravo's being brought, the IQ's being brought. I'm kind of hoping that they've listened to themselves, because for the defense, it's the same operators being brought. You've got the Smoke, you've got the Mute, you've got the Asami, you've got the Kaid, and you've got the Fenrir. But as you can see from the stats there quickly, if you've got the Flash, Smoke is on 11, Herv is on 11, and you've got to be prepared because that gun is shutting your team down early when they're trying to push in. SSP understand this, so they are trying to rush and take as much phantom pressure as they can. But it's not always going to be the best thing for you, especially on a site like what this Geisha hold.
No, you need to be, phantom pressure is great and all, but you need to actually be making some real dent in the defenses here on Skyscraper. It's all about these choke points, all about these brilliant pushes on in. It's incredibly important that you actually able to take this ground and more importantly hold on to it beyond the initial ingress point. You need to be making sure it's used for something. You can't just be getting it for nothing to say you've done it. You need to be making it mean something to you. Entry into terrace here coming in through for Sinji as SSP continuing the quick pushes for all the map, already applying the pressures to drums. And the one thing I really want to give these attacks credit for is, I'm going to highlight it time and time again, the pace in here is really good.
You're right about that, and especially with how we can see these players are changing their ideas quickly. Here's the bigger problem. I don't think the Sammy knows that's going to be a big pushback. And that is not a thing we want to see. If that mute jammer gets destroyed either by a defender or an attacker right now, that could actually spell the end for Blackbeard.
That's
there
it.
you go.
There you go. It's gone. It's gone. R.I.P. Little. Little keeper barricade. There goes the Rotero Jones continuing on their reign of dominance throughout the map here, just giving Shinji an easier time as he wants to make the push across here. This sort of no man's land that's emerged here towards Drum's side. Now the Omens on the SSP to try and cross it. They do have Rise down below, playing the vertical on towards the Buck, so we try and use that to try and make their way on in. But stalled out by an FNAT mine, going to need to push, turn away from it, and that could give an opening of Cerberus as the pressure, what aim from out on up. They get the read on through. A stall out from the attack could be proving costly to them.
Good thing his teammate was there to help cover that, but here's the problem. There's no drones, there's no information. You can't just walk in. You're face checking everything, risking your own life right now. This Buck is going to come up, sees the Asami, wins the gunfight, but he does not know about the other player. Hopefully this call out has come out. He's going up black stairs. Hopefully he can get an early pick, but right now that's C4 taking out the side of Gridlock. But now it's a 4v4 with 50 seconds left.
Rise could be huge here, but the barbed wire will give his position away if he wants to push up, as well as a bulletproof camera. But the shooting going on elsewhere, you have to make a move on quickly or rely upon the rest of your team. Interlude bonked on the face by a flashbang, shot in the chest by Bankers. SSP are dominating this round now, as it's all up to Chiron to try and deny this one. But with Diffuser being stuck on down, him down below on the vertical with the Fenrir, it's now a very difficult situation to come back from. Rise has made the herd. Drone's going to be fed on through. Chiron, yellow pink's been found. He does get one back the other way, makes it a 1 versus 2 situation with Bankers and Atox. They've been so good so far this game. Look at Atox, 10 and 7, double digits in the lobby, only matched by half. He just needs to hold right now. SSP not give this one away. Chiron's on 50. He is in a safe-ish position. There's a hard wall in between him and the attackers, but as soon as they get that sound cue, here means go. They're just going to go, but even Chiron gets off the plant and throws do not fake. Gets off, SSP take it, and they will find themselves up onto map point here. The prospect taking us all the way on to Lair.
Oh, well, actually one more round left, but anything goes wrong here, and that's Cerberus just gonna have to talk about it with their team. But we get to see the next ban. What are you hoping to see now that we know Blackbeard's been a menace, but so has the Asami?
Oh, this is the thing. I think the Blackbeard ban is almost going to be a given at this point. I think as well the Azami ban, you know, I think you're right on the head. If that's not what we're seeing here, I'm going to be incredibly surprised. You called it perfectly there, Drago. There you go. You got that professional analysis built into your bloodstream, flowing through you. As those operator bans, as you said, they've been picked. They've been used. They've been really capitalized upon by both teams. Operator bans by expectation. The question is, can Cerberus have an easier time defending now that they don't have to face the Blackbeard?
I'm gonna say yes, but I'm also gonna say no because there's still a couple of the shields out there. Again, we have enough to do 5. If you haven't played Strat Roulette, I recommend everyone goes and does it. There's 5 shields, spin around, have fun, go. But for now, we do get to see a hint of what the attackers are bringing instead of Blackbeard. It's Blitz. Just means you don't have that big aggressive gun, but you do have a nicer, more aggressive shield. For now, the defenders are all bringing Fenrir, Legion, Mute, Valkyrie, and I'm gonna say this, Melusi. How often she brought?
She's been brought quite a lot actually throughout this whole series. You know what? She has great utility, right? The Banshee's great information, slow attackers down. Not only that, the MP5, secondary shotgun, and the impact. She's not only good at what she does, she's also quite versatile. Very popular here from the defense of Cerberus, one that they've tried quite extensively on. And looking at the lineup as a whole here, Cerberus just want to slow SSP down. They're understanding where their fault were in is this early aggression from SSP. It's what has made the attacks for 66 Punks so incredibly good. These early picks, this early aggression, Cerberus just don't know what to do with it, so they're really having to dig deep to find something to counter it, and that's where these traps are likely going to come in.
Thanks for keeping me updated with that, but I'm gonna have to see one more thing because this early aggression that's worked out for them, it's been great. The Valkyrie hiding on the first floor kind of gives away a little bit of what I'm hoping to see from them, whether it be some secret C4s or whether it just be some good intel, because Doug Heavy's not being brought. You don't have a lot of the information being brought. One way or another, it's just gonna have to be this Buck trying his best to stay alive right now. Just barely running away from leaving and gets out of there safely, luckily. Buck is still in more trouble than anything else. Quickly on the door. Doing his best, hopefully gonna get in this office.
Such a difficult spot right now is Rise. Wants the rest of his team to come alive and start helping them out. He decides to get aggressive, swings out by the door. He can't escape from his life there. He's not coming on through, but the shot is certainly falling on in. 5 versus 5 somehow, despite the Cerberus retreating on back, but not before Spen's able to find one back. Rise finally shut him down there. Exactly what was needed there for the side of Cerberus. SSP's early aggression has finally been punished. The answer's been found. Cerberus can look to retreat back towards the objective now. They need to try and do what they can. They've established this advantage, but yet again, it's maintaining it and finishing off the wave.
Right about that, and especially with only 2 drones up, it's not great, especially if there's a mutant board. But there's the Valkyrie finding a bit huge, taking off Gridlock as well, the last person who's able to clutch. But I'm kind of seeing something that worries me. This Valkyrie could actually get another pick here, either taking out the Capitao or just wasting another minute. It's going to be huge. As I say that, there's Capitao gone.
He's gone. R.I.P. Capitao will be. Shinji's taking a lot of damage as well. Atox not too far away. Well, Atox, he does get one back on towards half there, but it's now a 1v4. Shinji on the shield on his own, just with a pistol and a sliver of HP. There you go. I don't like to call rounds before they're done, but that one was done.
That one, I think the Gridlock, as soon as she went down, that was it. It was called there and then. But for now, it's 4-6. As you can see from the stats, it's kind of going hard. You've got very similar kills across the board, except for Vasi, who can be called out to being like, hey, they're helping their team, they're giving the call outs. It's just the fact that the dog is just getting out of the yard at the moment. They're getting away with their plans. For now, we get to see a Fenrir, Thunderbird, Mute, Jaeger, and Sentry now being brought.
Really interesting lineups from Cerberus. Really off lineups, different to what we're used to seeing. Thunderbird very far off meta. Of the 2 reworked recruits, Sentry is definitely the least popular of them. It's interesting lineups from Cerberus here, and perhaps just trying to throw SSP off their game, because if you ask me, that is what made Cerberus so great on Consulate. They were throwing SSP off. SSP weren't really sure what they were going up against, because Cerberus were just changing up the tempo like a yo-yo. 1 minute it was fast, 1 minute it was slow. It was up and down all over the place. It seems to be the same sort of game plan here now into this latter point of Skyscraper. We're just going to throw chaos into the wind here. Very off operator lineup, and SSP, they're bringing something slightly interesting of their own.
Well, you're probably right about that, but you also have to be worried about something else. We now get to see a knock. So, I don't think they're giving up yet. I don't think SSP is going to put this in their back pocket just yet. I think that they're going to try one more off-the-wall strat now that we get to see Capitao, Twitch, Ram, Knock, and Ace. So yes, a wall is definitely going to be open this time, but they might have something else just to be prepared for. One way or another, you don't have a lot of time to waste. Shinji is not going to let any of that time be wasted. So let's see how this works for this team.
I don't think SSP are going to slow down at this point. It's just full throttle go at all points. It's what works for Cerberus on Consulate, and I think SSP wanting to give them a taste, a little bit of their own medicine here. 20 seconds through, drones are already going through Gaisha, they're already eyeing up the entry. I don't think it's going to be too much longer before Shinji makes his way in there and can already start to make the horizontal push across the way, because Cerberus, unlike the previous round, probably the best, at least this sort of hallway side of map control, karaoke side gone, and SSP making good pace.
F-Not9 still giving away his position. If shot at the right time before the Fenrir could change it, that's a code gone now. But again, he does come back slowly over time. Here's the bigger purpose we have right now. You don't have a lot of time to waste. This Twitch drone, all these drones that are being wasted just trying to get this person out of Dragon, could end up spelling disaster for the team. But there we go. C4 tries to go for trying to get the second ace charges off the wall, which is going to work. But you're not alone. Somebody is repelled.
Be careful here. A lot of hot spots for Cerberus right now as SSP continue to circle around the bottom side, and I think they've screamed 3, 2, 1, go. Bankers opens up around there. Huge double on the Capitao, charging him through. Dragon Cerberus are falling by the waysides here as it's all down to Spen and Chiron to try and recover this one. They do get one back the other way. Still half the round to fight for, and now it's just Chiron left standing. SSP close to tying up the series, close to bringing us to Lair, close to making it distance. Chiron has it on his shoulders, but cornered, stuck with defenders and all around him. He's going to fall, and SSP will take us the distance, and Drago we're going to be going to map 5.
I'm not going to lie, I'm excited to see map 5. That was a really tight match, even if the numbers don't show it. A 7-4 in the opposite direction. You said the last match, the previous one, just had it 7-4, right, as well?
Correct.
So the fact that we get it now to SSP's favor shows me that here we go. We're going to Lair, a map where, yes, it's only recently been added to the map pool technically, but everyone should know it by now.
Yeah, everyone should know Lair by now, and for you folks at home, don't you worry. We're not going to be going too much further. There's one more map between these two teams and a victory. Is it going to be SSP making the comeback, or are Cerberus going to finish the job? That is the question being raised of them. Well, the answers they'll be found in a couple of minutes, but first we're just going to throw things to a quick break.
Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. Be had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was ghosting. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting a snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
I know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul?
And well, it's taken the whole evening. It's taken us the distance. Map number 5, Lair, is upon us. As we spoke about at the start of today, it is an all or nothing grand final here. 950 euros to the winners, 0 to the losers, and it all comes down to these final 7 rounds to decide which of these two teams it's going to be. Cerberus, SSP going on to Lair. Can they get the job done?
The fact that you've just told me we've got 950 going to the winner, that's high risk, high reward, but I love it. We have Cerberus, we have SSP playing at their best, honestly, taking us to the last map of a best of 5. That's impressive. We don't even see that in Pro League very much, so it's just beautiful to see. Now, let's kind of see a Ying, maybe a demo span, something special.
This map, I think, is going to be the spicy one in my books, if you're asking me, Drago. Looking at what we've got here on Lair, it's a bit of an anomaly to end things on. An absolute barn burner. An all-time classic I can feel is coming upon us. Possibly some more overtime. We've had a 10-8 overtime start, but then it's been regulation wins. 7-5, 7-4, 7-4. On the final map, could this be where we go back into overtime? The ban's fairly standard. Nothing out of the ordinary just as of yet. Unfortunately, Ying's going to remain in pocket, but for me, for one, I'm happy for it because that's going to breed some absolute carnage in the rounds to come as bankers here in our forts already picking onto it.
And the fact you get a Smoke Warden, a Sammy Mutant, Lucy, just Defense Master, just as the first starting place, kind of puts me in a good mood because now I know these teams are still fighting. This isn't them being like, oh, we're going to troll the last map. We're all going to try something different. It is, we're bringing what we need, what can actually shut us down or stop us in our tracks. But something you do have to be prepared for. Mute's the only defense they have for any of the wall denial. And that's not a great start when you're planning to have people just try and get in. And with the attackers bringing Ying, that just goes to show how aggressive the defense is going to be.
Yeah, and as well, look at the last map. The attacks of SSP were so aggressive, weren't they, Drago? They were getting into the building 10 seconds into the round, already knocking on site door within 30. SSP were going fast. They were hitting even harder. And despite being on a disadvantageous side, they made things work incredibly well for them. So, it doesn't look like they're slowing down here at all on map 5 and final map. Cerberus, they have to read and they have the expectation for it, but the tools to deal with it, they need to find them because otherwise SSP can continue to build up a lead here.
Something I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if you'll be the one to answer this, because when I play upstairs, I don't reinforce the double side of a wall that faces outside. Like, I'll do one half or try to trick it, and then I'll have the other side again, just so it can make a straight line technically. But it just means that if somebody is trying to peek from outside, I could be sitting in that courtyard, or I could be sitting in any other sort of map, just having the longest angle possible.
It's a 50-50. It's how you want to play it, really how you want to deal with it. But really say that Mute is not doing a great job there of slowing down the hard breach. Already pushing in for operations. And as I said, with 45 seconds into the round, Shinji, knock, he's looking in towards site here, trying to pick up what he can of Cerberus. Anyone who thinks they're safe, because you know what, Drago, you'd be fooled. You're a minute into the round. You're in sight. You're safe. You would think, but not when you're playing against SSP, and Harv almost finds victim to it there as the spray comes in from Shinji. Not quite able to find anything just yet, and all 10 will stay standing.
It does alert his presence though, so you're gonna have to be careful because now that the drones are being used, hopefully there's some intel about where this warden is on the staircase. Because if he does go below and he doesn't get caught by the knock, he could actually do some really big work right now. It's not the biggest concern, it seems. He's just hoping to try and catch somebody off guard. The Asami is taken out though by the IQ, by the Grim. Gonna have to be very careful with that gun. But now, that's a huge pick to lose, especially when she's still got keepers in her pocket.
Oh, beautiful shot there from Rise on towards Kyron. Finds the pick, and he's Stonefishing small. Luna takes a lot of damage, no choice there, but to retreat. Site of control side of office has been given away to SSP, but Cerberus, they're fighting back for it. Just falls back towards the defense here. SSP maintaining that control, catch another 3B there from Rise, triple to open it up onto Lair, and now he's going fishing for the quad. Has the idea of where Spen's running about there. Luna from beyond the grave on towards Shinji, but a 1 versus 2 awaits the defense. Now, the question is, can SSP find a dissection here and stick this diffuser down?
Oh, here's the problem. You're against the Mutant, and I'm pretty sure he still has a C4 in pocket. Actually, no, he has wasted it. So it is just his SMG-11, which is probably the gun you want to have in that sort of case. But now they've got the diffuser, try to peek back, and he's just walked into the gun of Rise.
Nice start there from SSP, and really, I think building on what made their successes on their attacks on Nighthaven Skyscraper. God, the tiredness is getting to me here. They're building upon what really made their Skyscraper attacks so successful there. The unrelenting aggression, and Cerberus really not having any space to breathe. They're feeling like there's this weight on their chest constantly, and it's someone from SSP picking up the shoulders, picking up the team and carrying them along the finish line there. That round it was Rise there getting a massive quad. All things considered, 4 kills to start it off. You almost can't win Almost can't lose, rather, when you've got a player popping off like that. And if SSP continue to do so, they can really, really hammer home this grand final and end it with a statement.
I'm too happy. I had to mute my mic and just smile and grin. Seeing the Chanka be brought out, especially on the top floor hurdle, which is what I actually do with him. I've been told enough in my rankings not to do it, but it works every time I bring him. So, again, he's a makeshift smoke. He's just, you can bounce the shots, which kind of makes him even better on certain maps, but also the fact that you've got that impressive gun. I'm not sure if he's brought the turret because we can see the SMG, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Biggest problem here, it worked out well for them the first round, somewhat for SSP to be able to walk straight into sight. They haven't changed the lineup, and I kind of worry that that's just going to be the play. They're thinking, we'll do the exact same thing again, and we're not even going to try and stop it.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, for Cerberus repeating the same play is, here on Lair it didn't work, Skyscraper it didn't work, and to an extent Consulate they struggled with it. You cannot slow SSP down. That game hasn't worked for them so far. The rounds where Cerberus have actually started to really put a fight back are the ones where they've tried to fight fire with fire. There are some incredible gunners on the left-sided team right now. Luna, Harb, Interlude, Kyra and Spender, all great gunners in their own right, can all get involved in the situation. They need to stop playing scared. They need to stop trying to play timid. They need to just get aggressive, need to let loose, and play with confidence, back themselves into these victories. Half seeming to get the message there, gets involved in an early gunfight, but unfortunately, he's going to be a little worse off for wear for it, taking a little bit of early damage.
Definitely with that, and the fact that her is just taken off the board. Losing the Asami is painful, especially so early into the rounds. Yes, 1 minute gone doesn't seem like it's early, but it is on the side of the Asami. They now know there is a Tachanka though, so they can't just be too aggressive, push, try and get past red pipes. For now, they've just got to hopefully catch somebody off guard. Whether this Mute and this Knock meet each other or not is going to be the very important part. Grib tries to go with the utility. To
the round we were in before. Now SSP needs to make their objective, but here you go, Drago. Here comes the Tachanka, and look, they can't get a foot into sight right now because the floor is on fire.
That's why he's so different from Smoke. He doesn't have to put himself in the line of sight of danger, but Atox actually does get the line of sight into Smoke and takes off his head. Atox is down though, downstairs. Gordon could not get the flank off. The Wings actually just flashed her own team. Luckily, you don't need to be able to see the plant, but it's a 2v3. Well, one's down but not out, but here we go, last shots.
Last couple of shells, but unfortunately, with the Shamika launcher ain't going to get you the kill that you want there. They know where it is. Spence comes to join up the battle on site right now for Cerberus. They've still got 50 seconds to play for. Getting aggressive is the play, but they need to get even more aggressive. The fuse has gone down, swinging in through the smoke. Interlude caught it across, unable to win anything there. SSP just getting the job done and really cementing and picking the plan done from the previous round. Get aggressive into sight, get control from the external breach operations as well. Hold the cross, form a front line, get the sight down, and then just forfeit what you've got and play the long angles. You don't need to fight over the entire top floor there to get that plant down. That's a vulnerability, and twice in a row, despite Cerberus bringing the right tools to deal with that kind of a plant attempt, they've not been able to make it work and decide to forego the top floor site, and now we're going into a basement round.
I've got to say, it's getting to my jaw now, one way or another. Looking at how these teams are playing, Cerberus is just getting caught out. It seems like the dog, he's got too many balls in his mouth. He's focusing too much on different things. They had to stop with the Tachanka, but they let go of control too quickly, or they're not getting enough intel, whether it be from a Valkyrie cam or Scopus now coming out. It looks like they've tried to answer their own question. I'm hoping it is going to work for them.
Question for you, Drago. Is the pressure getting to Cerberus a little bit here, do you feel like? Because we've been going at this grand final, it's just gone 10 PM here in England. We've been at this grand final for 5 hours now. We have been here a good while. We've been going the distance. Cerberus, they had a really comfortable lead that it's been slipping from. Do you feel the pressure's maybe getting in their heads a little bit?
I'm going to say more endurance. Again, you said 5 hours. Imagine trying to play one match for 5 hours versus an opponent. You just have to be on your game constantly. You can't lose anything, and with money on the line as well, it's even more of a pressure to be put on yourself. If you don't break eventually, your mental will.
that is a very good way of putting it, really. You know, it is that endurance game, because I'm sure you can probably, all of you at home, hearing my voice, we're only saying what we see. You know, me, Puffo, Drago, we're all just saying what we're seeing. These players, they're having to think about what they're doing. They're doing the thinking for us. We're just reacting to what we're seeing. They're doing the bulk of the work, and that mental work for this long of a time is taxing, especially when the breaks between maps have only been 5 minutes long. And as you said, Drago, it's a close game. It's not like a one-sided affair in the slightest. Every map has been competitive to a good level, and right now, SSP just seem to just be able to hold out that little while longer.
As long as it's not infinite overtime for the final map, I think I'm okay, but Aatrox does get a pick. Removing smoke from the board very early from Claymore. Nasty but lovable trick, but Blackbeard does actually destroy the barbed wire and gets backed off just a little bit. And if everyone can remember, those red pipes are working out in his favor better now than ever. Especially the fact of now they can detonate. Neither operator's going to want to try and push through them because they can't insta-kill.
Yeah, those red pipes are so deadly. They scare me. Honestly, they do. Since they've been added to Lair as well, they're adding more and more complications to it. Right now, SSP, an uncharacteristically slower start to the round here, but they've got a good operator pick first. They've gotten the smoke, and, well, Rise helps out the enemy team there, feeling a bit of mercy. I'm not even sure how that one happened. Bunker's taken down there by his own teammate, shot to the back of the head. Not sure how that one happened, but Luna certainly knows his way. Gas pipe going to be taken down Sven elsewhere. Lethality all over the place on this one, as it seems to be not who can kill each other the most, it's how many different ways can we kill the enemy team.
You're dead right with that 3v3. And now they do actually break the mirror close up, catches her off guard, but for a couple HP does survive and leaves almost unscathed, but Ants with own getting a massive pick, taking Shinji off the board. Now it's the two players up above who now have to rotate back down the staircase. Luckily, the IQ is there in time to make sure that no phantom pressure is lost, but enough of it is given. The mirror has spotted out the IQ, but cannot get the line of sight. Here's the biggest problem. For 30 seconds, if Phaser has to go down, they don't have time to waste. Hopefully this drone's giving calls about where people can possibly be, or you can catch them off guard when they try to put their gun away. Lunar gets the first pick and her ends it. That's Mirror coming from the flank and getting a nice angle.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff there, and Cerberus finally on the board there. They get the third round there, and they've still got pretty free reign of choice. They've locked out basement for a little while now, till round number 6. Can go back up to the top floor, as much as it's been a bit of a lost cause so far, or can try one of our first floor objectives. Either way, time will tell with that one. It's going to be operator bands coming up first. Based on what we've seen, there's a modicum of options here. Mirror wouldn't be surprised to be taken off the ball for the defense, but it's actually going to be the Valkyrie and then the Ying for the attack, and considering how much SSP have been relying upon her, no surprises there.
Oh, I've got to say, one way or another, they've just got to lock in. Cerberus have started to wake up, and looks like the clash is being brought. Valkyrie and Ying now being taken off the table. We get to see their true hidden meaning. Not the hidden meaning, as you said, that we had to see. But now, no Valkyrie, no Ying, no Maverick, no Kai, no Bandit. I kind of feel bad because Mute's still going to be the only defense they have against wall breaches, but it's just what they're going to have to use.
It's Mute against the world right now, and Cerberus, they've certainly got their backs up against the wall. Return to the top floor site with a different strategy in mind this time. They're bringing the mirror, they're bringing the clash. They still want to go with this slow down, but they're diversifying the way in how they do it. Just keeping SSP on their toes, and while the attack, they're going to be trying up new things of their own. I do like what I'm seeing here from Cerberus, and while they are trying a similar overall strategy in how they actually achieve it, they are changing and they're not stagnating, which is always a great sign.
You're right about that. There's something that I want to pick your brain about. What operator is your favorite, especially from Lair?
Ooh, on a Lair, it's a tough one to make. You know what? Running about with a Solace is me. I know she's not as great as she once was, but running around with a Solace, just being an absolute nuisance. Everyone's on their drones, especially in my sort of lower ranks. No one really knows how to play the game. No one knows how to play this map, so they're droning in really long corridors, free kills just like that. What about yourself?
Me, I do love a good Tachanka, but right now this Grim is probably going to be my new favorite operator for this site, because I've almost gotten 2 aces on it already without much trouble. Like, it wasn't 1vx or anything like that. I just walked in. Nobody was prepared.
I love it. For reference, I'm going to break the fourth wall a little bit here while we go off on a little tangent. I've got the cameras up on my OBS. I can see Drago's face as we cast through this. And every time there's a Chanka gets picked, a little smile emerges through it. It's my favourite little thing just to watch. It's like, hell yeah, Chanka is being brought on the board. And speaking of who's being brought on the board, hi Clash. She's sticking her face into this one. Rise early on there. Not really sure what to make of her. Not really sure what to do here. She's kind of off her, on her own a little bit on an island right now. All relying on Shinji on the side of SSP to make some pressure happen. Still stuck into this.
Right about that, and Ajax gets another Claymore kill. That's 2 in one match. I've never seen it. But on Lair, anything is possible. Mirror being taken off the board though, that's huge. Rise answers with his own, taking away smoke. It's a great pick, especially with him having 2 smoke canisters left. But for now, one way or another, you don't have a lot of time left. 1.5 minutes left. Flash is going to be your biggest shutdown, but Tachanka answers with his own as well. Shinji now off the board, that's Blitz gone. 4v3, you can't go for any safe turtle plants now. It's going to have to be pushing in for kills.
It's going to have to be pushing in for kills on this one. Right now, you've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left to do so. SSP do hold a numerical advantage and still a decent amount of utility in back pocket. So you get the idea, go for the charge. But here's kind of the flash to feed the information through. They know now that Bunkers is playing the ball here. The Chanko knows he's in a difficult spot. Swaps off to Shamika, pulls out the LMG, ready to play the close, but you've got to be cautious on the flash. She's eventually taken down there, falls from behind the shield. It's great, but it's not long enough. And here comes a switch across, another team kill on the side of SSP, but matters not as they continue to drop the enemies there. Atox walks in, claims a second. SSP walk away with their 3rd round here, building up a 3-1 lead, and this top 4 is all working for these defenders.
I've got to say, it is tough to see, and it's not something I want to say happens. Clash is very strong in these sort of maps, but you need to know what you're doing. One way or another, if you bring Clash just to slow it down, yes, that works. But against SSP, I think matching the aggression might be the better play. Or trying to shut it down completely, bringing traps like Ella, like Legion, like Capcan, Frostmat even. So they have to drone everything. But these guys have a plan. Cerberus do have that dog, and we've seen him use it before. So hopefully they'll use their teeth now to gnash something up. Because one way or another, SSP are trying to win this.
Yeah, SSP have, I think they've said enough is enough. Somewhere in between the previous map and this one, they've just stated that I think they're ready to get this one over and done with now. They want to go to bed. I think Drago is the very fair way of putting it. They just want to get this one done, bag up their cash, and go for a nap and go at it all again tomorrow. The players have said they've got work, and as we said, it's a late grand final start here for EU. I mean, as I said, 5 hours going just over the trot now. It's been a grand final path for the Sentries, no doubt about it, but Cerberus really starting to feel a bit lucky here. You're going to go up to this top floor. They need to get it over the line because they can't keep burning rounds up here. On great positivity though, at least bottom floor will be opened up after this one.
I'm not sure how I feel. I love the Scorpion on Ella, and I've been using a lot, especially with the new operator. But the fact that I wouldn't be bringing Ella and Ella and Solus at the same time, just because of the fact that their interactions aren't great. Like, whether you like the lore of the game, or whether you like it as, hey, we're planning something else, it's not the way I'd normally bring it, especially for a top 4 hold.
Yeah, it's a bit of an off pick, but we've seen a lot of that from Cerberus so far, where they're not picking into the normal meta operators, they're changing things up, really trying a wide variety of combinations to see what sticks. And I think when you are having this issue, many issues defending, you have to just try and things out. Luginos making their way through operations, they're opening up the floor, prompting Cerberus just to realise this top floor hold may start to come under a little bit of pressure in the coming seconds, but it's actually going to be a looking towards sight here. The external walls open up, Rise gets a freebie on towards Kaya on there, opens up the round up for SSP right now, and dare I say, they might just be looking to go and send this one.
Definitely with that, with the 2 picks very early, making it 3v5, and now with 2v4, just free fires, wall bangs, and everything clearing out as much as they can. Call outs from both sides of the team. Hopefully trying to go for a plant, but there's another one from Legion answering their own pick first. But Blackbird is stuck by an F-Fat mine, cannot get out. Her is still above getting picked, but finally shut up by Atox. Hopefully, this isn't over yet, because it's a 1v2. Fenrir does get taken out by Atox from above.
Almost.
Not what you want to see.
almost punished there. SSP, I think, getting almost a bit too comfortable at that point. They pushed into sight without that vertical control established. They just wandered on in, and they did get rightfully punished for that. However, just from the significant enough man count advantage that had been established earlier on in the round, SSP were able to get the job done, seal the deal, and find themselves at a very important point right now. 4-1 half on the attack so far, looking to even find a fifth. And Drago, I don't know what you feel about Lair, but I feel this should really have been a more defender-favoured side so far. And Cerberus, they've got a lot of catching up to do.
Lair statistically in ranked is very, very defender-sided. Like, I think it's like 60-40. But in just tournament play, normally it's kind of even. And if you have a great attack team like this, who know the maps, know the callouts, and know the verticals, you can really shut it out into a 4-2 very early. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Cerberus need to take this into a 2 so they even have some sort of chance on their attack to be able to push it out. Because we've seen SSP's defense. It's really strong, really well done. But it's also very aggressive. If they can't match the timing or the pace, this could be a 7-1.
Yeah, that's it. Cerberus need to pick up the pace. They really need to do it now. I think more than ever. They cannot be letting this one go to the wayside. They cannot. And it would be a shame, just from a viewing perspective as well, to go out with what has been a fairly quiet map so far for many of these Cerberus players. You know, we've got 2 players sitting even, the rest are all currently negative. There's not really that hero play, and again, it's just that regression to what we saw from them in map 1, except SSP, they've really warmed into the series. Atox especially, light years beyond what we saw from him earlier, and has been doing so incredible so far, and he's not slowing down at all, despite the long run time of the game.
Well, that's just how the cookie crumbles, especially with this team. As you can see, they've already taken a lot of first floor control, just very quickly running through, using the new Aurora, which again, I do love Aurora bits as a defender and as an attacker, just because of how she works and how her gadget functions. If you're prepared for it, or like this, that could have went horribly wrong.
Just enough team kills, please. Can we not do this again? SSP have already had 2 team kills this map, more than we've seen from anyone so far. And let's just say I do not want that trend to continue with. At least SSP don't have SSP, you don't. Either way though, vertical control established now by the attackers. Aurora starting to make her way to look start to set up his side. SSP might be realising SSP wanting to hop on in here. They've got the vertical control established, but a double C4 from half stops the attack dead right in their track. Yet again, getting a little too comfortable there, not respecting their opponents as SSP start to collapse. It's all up to Atox now, 1v4 situation. Kit's cold above sight, and Cerberus, they smell blood in the water. They're coming up to finish the job.
Atox being last man standing does mean he can clutch this out. Not only is time still on the side, but any sort of utility could have been as well, but not with an SMG 11 in hand. Herb just absolutely shutting it down. And I'm going to clarify, I've been saying Herb because I could not read the lettering of the name. I'm going to clear that up now. So, Herb.
Harv. I believe it's Harv, like Harvey, from what I was told.
Got an E in it though. I'm dyslexic, and I know that it should be an A. But that's what they want. That's what they want. Fine, Harv.
I don't know if is this your first time casting console, Drago? Have you casted?
No, I'm gonna say it's probably my first time casting console, but it's also my first time casting Cerberus and SSP. So I haven't had any of the players to DM me yet about pronunciation, so it's fine.
One thing on console, and this is a PSA to all the console players listening right now, please remove the X's, please remove the C's, please remove the V's from your name, please use vowels like everyone else does, because this is the thing across all console teams. They'll tend to have like X's or something else in place of a vowel, and as casters it gets confusing. So just a PSA to all of the console players listening to the stream right now.
That's a C. It's not an E, it's a C.
It's a C, yeah, I know. It's a C.
Never mind.
Interlude has an X instead of a U on his username, and for the longest time I was saying interlude, and it's interlude. Like, just as a PSA here, please. But anyway, we digress. Back to the game at hand. 2-4 half, new set of bans. Drago, I would say if these bans were to be a flavour of cake, they would be plain old vanilla, I think. Nothing really too interesting here. Double hard breach bans, double hard breach wall denial bans. Nothing out of the ordinary, giving the attacks and defence a lot of options still.
Well, I like vanilla, so I'm okay with this. And I also like Oreo, which is how I see this being, because right now, yes, it's a 4-2 split, but that goes to show that at Cerberus's level or at SSP's level, they can still rise to the occasion. It can still be leave it in milk for a couple minutes, and it can be a delicious thing. So right now, we are getting to see 2 hard breaches being brought, but also Grim, who has a hard breaching gadget. So that wall will be open. They don't even have to worry about it. Mute is just there to slow down as much as possible. And the fact that operations is also being closed up means they're kind of not going to worry about it, which might actually be their downfall in my case. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Have to wait and see, dude. I mean, it's a new half. It's a blank slate, really. And for Cerberus, they need to take that opportunity to have this round as a blank slate here. Ignore the score at the top of the screen. Just go in through this one round at a time. Start yourself off strong and start to build to come back on through. Information's been fed. Sped's looking for the opener, but taking some shots in exchange. Not going to go for it. Not going to overstay as well. Just falls on back, waits away. 45 seconds into the round, no one's found a piece just as of yet. Both sides still just assessing the situation. SSP played oddly reserved, though.
I can understand that, but for now, just gonna have to decide how they want to do this. As Grim is here and close early, he might actually be able to get some more intel and give it out to his team, which does look like it's gonna be the case. So Blitz is just gonna walk straight in, but he actually does get caught out. Legion taken out though by the Blitz, and that's a huge pick. Losing out such a strong operator early is not the play they want to do.
No, and Asher, all your plant denial gone really as well with the fall of the smoke as well. You're not going to be able to stop it. You've got a couple of C4s maybe to do so, one of which seems to be spent here over the Mean. It's not going to find his mark. Instead, it's Cerberus continuing to rack up kills here, exploding in towards site. It's VoDs, but he has the wrong idea. There's no one over towards this side of the map. Instead, needs to make the rotation on through. Luckily, Rise has gotten one down, another feeds the intel across, but Sven does finish them off there. VoDs, now in a 1 versus 2 situation here, has to be quick to try and deny this revive coming on through. As the players Cerberus, they are isolated. These 1v1s could be found from VoDs right now, but he needs to move quickly to not give the attacking team this opportunity to make a rotate. Right there, wrongs, and now they're going to be playing this one together. Suddenly, a much harder situation here for our sole remaining defender.
Definitely remember that. It is a mirror with that Vector, a strong weapon where she can get for any pre-fire she wants, plus still having a C4 in pocket. If only she can catch off one of these defenders, one of these attackers off, it could be a huge play. Right now that diffuser has gone down. They know where the default plant spot is, so it's all going to come out whether they can catch anything. But that's no. Likely this round does go to the attackers, but the quick fire from Mirror does not land on them. Maverick does catch up.
Unfortunate situation there. Much of a dissection from Cerberus and a brilliant statement round from them there that they're still going to be competitive in this grand final here, because already, despite the doom and gloom we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, Drago, it's now 3-4. A much closer scoreline and something that feels much more within the realms of possibility. For the side of Cerberus, they're not out of this fight yet, and if they're going to go down, they ain't going to go down not swinging. Back up to the top floor now for SSP, as the woes up there in Master and R6 still seem to continue through. But can SSP buckle the trend and get themselves around to start to build on the defense? They're sticking with a similar lineup yet again.
That does seem to be the case. A 3-4 split, something that I do like to see, having the fact that we've got a Mirror, Asami, Mute, Smoke, and Echo, just, it kind of worries me because we're seeing the same thing time and time again from SSP. Yes, it can work, but if Cerberus know how to shut down those specific operators, that's what they're gonna do. And right now, bringing the Flores, instead of the Maverick they're choosing to bring, if that is, which sister is that? That's, my brain's gone, I can't remember his sister.
Sophia.
Sophia, thank you. Bringing the Sophia is kind of actually how they're planning to shut down anyone who's trying to hide behind corners, anything else that worked against them. It's a change of playstyle, but it's also a change of operators. Utility and drones are going to be taken out early, and the call-out and the setup is now being used different. This is one of the things I do like about SSP that I've seen so far. Yes, it could be the same operators, but their setup and lineups are completely different. Yes, they're planning on bringing some of the similar things. They're going to change and try to improve now. Here's the problem though. Cerberus is always bringing something new. We're getting to see the Sophia, yes, but we're also getting to see the Flores drones to hopefully clear as much earlier and faster, keep improving that time and improving their own aggression.
Now, start looking towards operations here. Cerberus wanted to make themselves known already on this one here. Not keeping up the pace of their counterparts, but still, faster down to a more respectable pace isn't anything to scoff at. Nothing too slow just yet. No red flags being shown. SSP just looking to try and find these drones, isolate them, restrict the intel that will have to work there. But with the Grim, the concussion mines, the Flores Rotero drones, so and a shield, Cerberus, they've got no means short of trying to find this information and seek themselves out, trying to find out what they're going up against. Operations completely left vacant here by the defense, and it should give Half an easy hop in, start to make the push across now. Then elsewhere on the map, horizontal pressure being established, but Interlude down below taking a lot of damage, and you need to be careful not to lose this shield early on, because we've seen it bite these teams in the butt a lot of times.
I love the fact they're getting the picks angles early, but if they're not prepared to shut it out, that can happen. Painfully, they're losing Grim early. As I said before, if you don't change your playstyle is, it can be shut down very early and very quickly.
Yeah, it is going to be a real fun burner for this one. Flashbang's coming towards site here. Rise just going to retreat, tucked in the corner of bathroom, fighting for holding on for dear life right now. A key point in this defense. SSP playing these power positions right now. Cerberus do have them locked in, but they can't quite get that hurdle over to be able to deal with the players and shoot them offline fully. Meaning that Rise has gotten back up into this power spot. They're playing it close to the soft wall with shotgun in hand. We know about the lace, and the free fire is going to come on through, and here can he activate. Shield's going to go in from behind, but gets caught as well. Vassie with another. Cerberus, they're collapsing in this round, and SSP are making things work. Kylo and Hard, they're on an island, isolated from one another, and the players of SSP, they're encircling them, trapping them in. There's a very little way back into this round here, unless they can come up huge, and it's now just down to Hard. Ace clutch, pull up a 1 versus 5, but cornered in operations, 30 seconds to go. All of SSP aiming their barrel at his head. It looks very, very unlikely.
Quick fire, 1v4, getting 2, actually making a 1v3. Huge pick coming up from Sabana with that. But you can't leave it alone. One way or another, you're too close. There's 10 seconds left. You have to go in and try to go for the plant. But she can't. She's still getting her picks though, making it a 1v2 very early. But yeah, just shotgun just gets the ring around the roses and survives. But Mira's there to shut it down early. That was terrifying in my opinion, to be honest. That was very close to being loose.
Real great attempt from Hard. You've got to give credit to the guy. A great go at it. Almost the ace clutch, but I think just a little too late there. If you could have done that earlier in the round while the rest of the team was still alive, would have very much set up Cerberus for success. But unfortunately, I think just at that point, it was a 1 versus 5. The clock was against you. The player count was severely against you. There was very little way you were walking out of that situation. Finally, we see a top floor wing coming on through, and SSP can now bring themselves down into this basement site. This has been the strongest site so far for the defenders throughout both teams' defensive halves, and I have a feeling that this one is not going to be changing anytime soon here. We're going to need to see something special from Cerberus, because otherwise they're not just going to be facing up map point, they're also going to be going up against match point if they lose this round, and that is pressure. That is a lot for them, and we've seen how Cerberus can play when the pressure dials before. Yeah.
I'm actually happy to see SSP changing their lineup now. Bringing the Vigil, bringing the Pulse, bringing the Valk, bringing the Legion. But that also screams desperation to me for 2 reasons. Because, again, I've praised them for their change-up lineups. Yeah. This shows that they have something else in the back pocket, but it also shows that they're not sure what's going to work against Cerberus now.
That's it. What do you do against Cerberus? I mean, this thing, SSP have found success, as you said before, not by bringing different operators necessarily, but changing up how they play their pre-existing lineups. And here, well, they're just going for a full-on rotation, a full-on change up of the pace. Right now, they know Cerberus are going to want to play the vertical. That's where the pulse comes in. They know they're going to go and really dedicate themselves to this roam clip. That's where bunkers are. I'm guessing to waste as much time as possible. And then you've got a really solid backline of a new Valkyrie. Hold the fall down, keep site secure, and let the other 2 players really do what they need to do in this site. It's a well thought out lineup from SSP, and Cerberus, they've got their work cut out for them.
Definitely with that, but it also looks like here comes the synergy I talked about before. In fact, we do get to see the Dokkaebi, we do get to see the Deimos. If they can even track one of the roamers, aka taking off just Vigil off the board, that could be huge, especially for hacking camps and then using everything else to just track the rest of them. Could go very hard, very quick.
with pace. I think at this point, this round's one of those explosive. We're sitting at boiling point right now. We're just waiting for the pressure, waiting for the picks, the players to bubble on over and really start to make the picks happen. That's where the magic's going to be found in this one, because the Cerberus slowly make their way closer to enough space. They're letting that happen. Bunker's still upstairs, all the way above. Vasi as well playing on blue stairs. There's an extension right now, and here comes Bunker springing into action, shuts down Luna, and look, Cerberus have had to do a complete 180 because they've now got a problem, and he's behind them. Not affected by the decay call, sitting on a mute jammer. Bunkers, he can continue to run about here. He's absolutely free, and Cerberus, despite the rotation back downstairs, is chasing Ghosts, and now Ghosts might all be they are, as Spen goes down, and it's a 3v5.
That terrified me. That was not what I wanted to see, especially with how this worked out for them. I'm a wee bit worried. Looking at this time pacing, they do not have the time from this. They've got 2 rounds where SSP could take it and just absolutely win it.
Reinforce your own teammate out of sight. Well, they don't need there. Don't worry, Atox, we see you. Reinforcing your own teammate, using them as a little bit of bait. Luckily, Cerberus are playing a little bit slower, so not going to be victim to it. Charging on down now in towards Boiler, and they've got no choice at this point but just to full on send it. But with the camera and the utility being shot at, it's very much giving the game away here. 40 seconds left to go. There's no choice here but to push in for Cerberus. However, they do get the first, make it a 3 versus 4 situation. But I don't think they're aware of Vasi locked away in the corner with the shotgun. He's straight on down, can't quite find the picks, gives the game away. 30 seconds to go here. Cerberus need to get a push in. You've got 2 in Boiler, 1 up above. How can you capitalise upon this? How can you make some success work? 20 seconds now, clock ticking on down. Maybe a little late in the round to be droning, but you can't be walking in blind either. Flashbangs go on through, so maybe you try and make your opponents blind. But 15 seconds are being made, so it's out from SSP to get 1. Back toward 3 versus 3, but kills being lost here. It's all on the interlude on the shield. Just has to push, just has to go aggressive, but cornered, drowned in. SSP take round number 9, and they will take themselves series point.
So, it's 6-3. This is where they want it. They need it for SSP to win this one last round, and they take the match. But if they can't, it's up to Cerberus to try to win 3. This is high risk for Cerberus, high reward for SSP. They do not have the time. They got to make sure they get the right ban here. That completely flips it into Cerberus's favor. Because if not, SSP don't have to worry that much, and they can win it. Sammy and Maverick. I'm going to say that's probably the right ban from Cerberus, but the wrong ban from SSP. Well, we'll just wait and see.
I would argue that's not a great ban from Cerberus. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here and go with the opposite. I think the Vigil, because look at the damage Bunkers did in the previous round there. Cerberus spent 45 seconds to a minute chasing Ghosts. Bunkers gets a freebie, runs back to site. Cerberus are chasing Ghosts. They just have no idea that he slipped away from them because he's hiding on the mute jammer, not affected by the logic bomb. It's so scary. There is the benefit in his army ban. He has been bought extensively as well, and I think for the side of Cerberus, they would want more bans than the 3, but you got to pick your poison, right, Drago?
Definitely right about that. But again, they have their own ghosts in the shell. They've got their knocks, they've got their gridlocks, and they've got everything else they could possibly imagine just to try and counter the defense. So hopefully they pick wisely, because right now, from what I can see from SSP, they're bringing out every other operator that they love with a good gun, and maybe I'm not sure how I feel about the Mozzie, but they've got Mozzie, which can work very well to stop any intel from drones, but it's not great, especially in the case of, let's say, if they're bringing twitches or anything else like that can destroy it early. Or it seems like Mozzie's just being brought to protect the Goyers. That's what I'm hoping is the case. Because right now Goyer's trying to spawn pick, and if he can get a huge pick, that could just start a turnaround.
That could just be a massive nail in the coffin quite early on here. But he's able to find anything. I don't see any outlines out there, so I think for now, Rise is going to reload his gun, move away to a bit more relative safely as Cerberus decide to go through the external wall there. You can see the outlines making things work, knocking on the door of the objective, and you can hear it in the background. They're going pacey, they're going fast, keeping SSP on their toes throughout the entirety of this one.
You're right about that. It looks like they're just testing. They're just hoping to set up a little bit of pressure, not really go for the send yet. But that might not work out in their favor, especially with 2 operators above. Hopefully the callouts are there for the teammates, because if not, there's a lot of time to be wasted.
That's it. 2 2 minutes now. Final couple of seconds here, or first few seconds gone in the round. 10 players still standing on. Cerberus going in quite cautiously here, but SSP are more than happy to respect them. They're giving up the space right now. Bar one player. The star of the show so far, it's been Atox, and he continues to shine on bright. Shuts down hard, almost get caught out by the other, but no, manages to walk away with a direct trade from it. He's going to be happy with that one there. As Luna's down for the count, Spen does find a way to equalise the board, but still a 3 versus 3 situation. And if Shinji can get away with this one, walk away 3, not going to be able to do so. So Cerberus will maintain their advantage. Already they're trying to contest this simple shot out of midair. Bunkers gets over aggressive, gets shut down, and Vasi, well, he's got to hold the line for SSP right now. Otherwise, Cerberus, they're going to be holding on for 1 round more.
I've got to say, having Scopus just having 1 shield left as your own savior, but then not being able to survive on it, Cerberus is here for it. They're not letting it go. As you can see, they were preparing their best. It just did not work in the favor. And the fact that we got to see such a clean F2 shows that Cerberus isn't afraid to take risks. A 4-6, it's good. They need 2 more rounds, though. They need 2 rounds where they can drone out upstairs, clear it as much as possible, and use the time wisely. Because the round they lost, making it into 3-6, was because they weren't droning, because they didn't have good drone economy and they weren't checking their corners.
Andrego, do you know what the score was before we went to an overtime on border? SSP had match point. What was the score?
I don't know. I need to know.
6-3. Exactly what we have just seen here yet again on Lair, and they say there's a cyclical nature to history. Cerberus, they've done this comeback once before, just a couple of hours ago. They're a third of the way there. Can they go the distance? Can they go the mile? They're bringing on the Montaigne, diversifying their attack. This top floor has been a cornerstone of the attack so far on this map. Really strong for them. SSP were able to buckle the trend a couple of rounds ago, change things up, start to get things going their way, but with a 50-50 success rate on it so far this half, it's still up in the air here. But they're doing something interesting here. They're hiding the clash.
Something else out of this right now, because one way or another we don't have the time to waste. It's 4-6. We're getting to see the multi come out, so hopefully Cerberus is trying to go for the plant, remembering the objective of the game isn't to go necessarily to go for kills, but just to go for anything that they can. But for now it looks like there still might be another team kill. That itchy trigger finger from his own teammate hunting him down.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that one. SSP, now is not the time for making mistakes here. Spots the feet there of, I believe that's Bonkers. Brian, rather, inside of Bathroom. Smoke canister going to be popped on out there, folks. And blocks the obscurity in the hallway there for just a second. And great position there, really, because of how long this hallway is. Allowing him to just move on up. Fairly free reign. Buck down below. Cerberus shaping up quite well right now. Uh-oh.
Here's the problem, there's not enough roaming, but never mind, there's a run out instead, even better. Getting a huge pick, taking off her, but I don't have a lot of time, but that is the main fragger gone for the side of Cerberus.
Yep, that is a very important run out there for SSP. Go for the big round reinforcement, try to get the vertical from below, but Spen can't quite get the job done. Escapes a little bit of damage, trading a bit back the other way, but he is eventually able to find Atox off the back of it, and that's the clash loss there. Something that has been a pain in the backside for Cerberus on their attacks, and now she's been shut down. Now she's not going to be able to be brought along. This one shaping up to be spicy here. 4 versus 4 for the final half of the round.
Oh, 4v4 and a minute and a half left. They have to make the choice now. They know there's a buck still below, so they can't waste any time. Whether or not the smoke can catch the buck off guard is going to be a massive play. It will set the pace for this round right now. If he can catch this buck off guard, it could be huge. But Monty does take a little bit of chip damage first off, and just trying to get into sight. Hopefully going to try and pick off this echo, but he does have to rotate back. The call is still a buck is below, but they don't have the time to waste. There's a minute left. They have to be prepared to try and shut down as much as they can.
Concern for right now for me is the 3 players boxed inside of Cerberus. Sure, they're trying to protect the echo. That's the game plan right now. But Cerberus are more than fine to play that way. They're capitulating on towards the objective. Another run out here from Bankers. Does go punished there by Luna. Gives the advantage over towards the offensive side as they make their way through. seconds left to go on the clock. Plenty of time to work with. Pulls up the Bailiff, ready for this close action. Does indeed find it with another pick going elsewhere. Cerberus are able to take the round there, forcing us to the very brink of regulation and possibly, just maybe, Drago into some overtime.
You told me that the last couple were clutchbacks, and I'm happy that I believed you because one way or another, these teams are just here to show me a masterclass of, hey, we can rank star with the best of them, but if we need to, we could take on the old GT roster like there's no problem. That's what I'm seeing. I'm hoping the callouts are coming out, and as you said, this is controller. The precision coming out from these teams, I wouldn't be surprised to see on a PC.
Yeah, these guys at the very top of the console scene, and something, you know, I've watched from ESA, watched here a bit of Phantom as well, is the very top of the console scene. These guys right in front of us, they are phenomenal. They can compete. We've seen it. I've seen it in open qualifiers where for PC where we've had peak console players coming over. You know, there is this aura around console players sometimes, and I think it's totally off the ballpark for the most part. These guys are incredible at their game. They're so good at what they do, and it's showing here, right? They're delivering matchups. We've got two incredible teams giving it all they've got, and we're now on the round 12, possibly going into an overtime here, Drago. This could be a one for the ages, but before we get to that overtime, there's one more round. Cerberus relying on the Montaigne, going back to that tried and tested shield strategy. SSP bringing one of their own. What concerns me for the attack is that vigil. No Deimos, no hunting to deal with it. You're going to have to be careful of bankers, but either way, this round isn't going to be anything spicy.
I do like the fact that we're going back upstairs for what could be the penultimate round of this game, because it's either OT or it's not. It's gone. And right now, it looks like everyone's trigger finger is itchy. Every spawn pick wants to come out, but they're trying to play it safe.
Yeah, that's
Here's
it.
the problem. Would you like to see what's called Boss G or not on the Vigil?
We're not going to be seeing Vigil. That's the answer. I think for that one, Draco spent found the answer to that question. Poor old Bankers, if he's watching this back. Blame Drago. You have been rightfully cast accosted. Sir, you are welcome to your fair entitlement of compensation. Either way, though, Cerberus, get the opening pick for this one. And that Vigil I spoke about being a massive problem in this round, well, he's been the first thing to be dealt with.
Well, no need to ban it or just shoot it. But now that has worked out in their favor. But again, we do still have the Legion Shock, which is a wee bit more something I don't see very often. So I'm just going to have to kind of wait and see how this gets to play out. Because there could be a jump in, there could be a rush, there could be anything, even some kills through the drone holes, and that could still possibly work. But now the timer is not their friend. The Flores drones are here getting through the mute jammers and clearing off as much of the site as possible. And it's only the Clash as a walking drone that they can really trust right now.
That's it. Things are stacking up against SSP right now, and you can see them in the position they're playing. They're timid as one down, but they know Sven has a number on them, and it's very, very risky for the defense. Hence this scramble vertical, but Sven is playing this smart. He's applying the pressure, but he's not extending himself to do so. Not going in for these gunfights. They're just giving SSP something to look at, a distraction, while the rest of the kills flurry on in, and the team starts to apply that pressure from above. Almost able to take down the buck from below there, but not enough bullets in the SMG-11. Rise misses the shots. 60 seconds now to go.
This is one of the few things you have to remember. Having the high ground is actually better in some cases. But if you can catch somebody off guard like that and you've got a better gun, it still works out. Sven answering the turn onto the board. Now it's a 5v3, so you do have to be careful with this. Those floor shots work both ways. They can actually give them a buck. But the Clash is there, trying to get a pixel angle, hopefully trying to take her head off the line. And it's worked. It's down Clash, so that's a huge pick.
T5 now. The only thing you've got going for you if you're SSP at the moment is you've got the Yokai drones, you've got the Echo able to can you deny this plant. The issue is the Legion's trying to take long range gunfights with the gun that won't shoot more than 10 feet in front of it. Won't shoot at all now that he's been dropped. It's all up to Shinji. A flawless round to end regulation at Cerberus. They're taking us the distance, they're taking us the way. And Drago for map number 5. We go into overtime because this one requires the distance to be settled.
I'm going to have to ask, whose idea was it to go to Lair? Which team? Was it SSP or Cerberus?
This was the decider. This was just the final one. It's a bit of ground for both.
I've gotta say, anyone whose idea was this to let this happen did not check the stats on both teams. Cerberus taking a flawless round, yes, that can come out to that early pick, but it can also come out to the fact that the last one just did not work out. Skyscraper was better for SSP. It's just happening time and time again. They're getting shut out early, or they're not getting into sight, or they're getting caught off guard, making simple mistakes. And this is working for Cerberus massively well.
And the chat goes absolutely ballistic. What more could you ask for, folks, to end off your weekend here? We've been here for almost 6 hours now. Almost 6 hours we have been live on this stream, and we are not done yet. Drago, one thing we've got here in Phantom League for you as your inaugural game, you're going to be bringing with you the bangers, and with it, infinite overtime is available. You know what that means. It means until one of these teams can claim a lead from another of 2 rounds, you're stuck here. We're stuck here, and we are stuck in a room with some amazing siege.
Infinite overtime on the final map as well. Painful, but necessary. You do not want to have anything come down to chance. You want it to come down to who's the better team.
2 rounds for €950. When you think about it like that, it's very crazy that all of this fighting comes down to no. It comes down to basically, can you just win the next 2 rounds in a row and get yourself all of the prize money? Because it's all or nothing right now for these 2 teams. An incredible storyline this grand final has been and well spent. He's going to have to be sitting out round number 13 as the Vigil of Bankers comes back online for the woes at round number 12. Wrongs is rights. Rights is wrongs. Gets the job done.
That Deimos has been taken out early is a huge pick, because that's Speen. He's been there with tooth and nail the whole match, but Benz is being taken a little bit of damage right now, and I'm pretty sure this is coming out due to the Pulse's callouts as well as that camera watching. This is the only problem they're going to have. That's another attacker just taken gone. The 3v5, I honestly thought Bunks was going to have to survive that, and sadly, Benz is being taken off the board as well. That becomes a 3v4. They have to push in, have to push down the site, but they don't have a lot of utility to waste. Ram's best utility is being upstairs. That means only IQ and Dokebe can be there. It's not great.
That's it. It can be so split on the push down towards the suggestion. Not the things that if you play this vertical game, look at the top of the screen. There's 3 C4s in the back pocket of SSP right there. There's a lot available to them. Let's find the Shinji's going to start off the party there. Doesn't quite hit the mark. But elsewhere, Luna's going to be looking for try and find this player down. Does he know about the one directly below this little spot of vert? No, can't quite see it. A little bit of concrete there. Sealing off the deal. So, right now, 3 versus 4 is going to stand. SSP happy to hold on to this advantage. Meanwhile, for the attack of Cerberus, they need to find a way to flip this around to get themselves in the driver's seat.
I'm gonna correct you quickly. That little part of concrete you're talking about, that wasn't concrete. That was just the roof of the ceiling not collapsing in correctly, and it just didn't work. But for now, it's 3-4, 45 seconds. They have everything they need, call-out-wise, utility-wise. They don't have the drones. For now, the Ram catch is going to be used as a makeshift sledgehammer. The flash comes out, hopefully can get a pick. But that person is still on the floor. It has gotten out, luckily in time. There's 2 people. It's just up to the round. 1 HP, 1 up versus 4. They know where she is. They do not have the time to waste, but the close pick does not come out. 20 seconds left. It's going to have to be used as a makeshift timer. Don't have a lot of choices on what to do. 3 C4s, as you said, waiting in hand. And there it is. Atox gets the kill with the C4 though.
Seen some ridiculous things these games. And definitely was not going to be a 1v4 there. There was no way out of that one. SSP, I think they've locked in at the moment now. Get themselves to 6-7. An opportunity yet again to close it out in regulation. Couldn't quite do it inside of border. Couldn't quite do it in regular overtime. Cerberus now have an opportunity to try and tie up the game. Regulation bans from the previous half, or first half rather, are going to be restored up. And immediately, I like that Cerberus aren't going to be tempting fate with this top floor. They're going down to the basement, and they know it works. Start off their overtime on a high note.
For now, we're hoping to see something different, because this is the final operators of the penultimate round of this game. Let's get ready to rumble, because one way or another, this Ella is going to have to take us away. We don't see any other way for this. We're going to lab support. This time it's Cerberus's choice. We get Legion, Mira, Smoke, Ella, and Warden to hopefully finish us off. Shotguns in hand of Legion. Why is there so many shotguns? Hold on, please don't tell me Ella has a shotgun as well.
You know what? At this point, I hope she does. It would be absolutely hilarious. Either way, though, it's gonna be a slow start. They're playing close, right? And there is a lot of tight angles to be held here on this basement. It can be a little bit mazy at points in time, so I can see the idea behind wanting to bring all these shotguns. But as you say, Drago, it opens you up to the vulnerability of that long-range angle. If SSP get a wind of that's what they're going against, they're in a tough waters. They're in a rough spot, certainly, to say so. Either way, though, now basement defense coming up for them. Got strong lineup of operators. SSP have ideas of their own. Rora, Nook, and Blackbeard. Certainly going to be a lot of spice and fire coming into this one.
Especially with the fact that I like to see Ace and I like to see Striker, but they're such strong operators. The fact that they've been left on the table kind of means that Cerberus hopefully have something against them that can be shutting them down early. One way or another. Okay, Ellis got Scorpio. Thank goodness. I thought we were going to have 4 shotguns and then Mira's going to walk around with her secondary as well. But no, that is not the case. For now, we've got 2 minutes. No picks. Nobody's trying to go swamp peaks or anything early. They're just trying to hold the staircase and waste as much time as possible. But Blackbeard can still push into the back of B as well. But it's probably best to clear it as much as possible because that Striker's still on the first floor. If they don't waste any time... Sorry, Ella's still on the first floor and she can catch off a lot of players.
That's it. She can just catch about around there. She's got plenty of time to waste. This is the thing. It's oddly slow here for SSP. Both teams playing so cautious now in this open. They know what's on the line, and SSP know they mess up this round, and it's reset point yet again. Cerberus, they've got no reason to give anything up. Play with caution, play slowly, and this is where you can really start to see this war of attrition, this tug-of-war game begin to evolve. The mirror window's been identified there, holding on in towards spoiler, so that's going to be a hard thing for the attack. They need to find something to clear it out, whether it's going to be a frag grenade, whether it's going to be opening it up from behind. They need to deal with it right now. Still plenty of time to do so, 90 seconds to go on the clock.
Now they kind of just have to waste enough time where the defense either don't feel safe or have to be pushing. There's a first smoke grenade being wasted. That's a huge pick. But Info did take a little bit of chip damage from the Capita outside. Sorry, that was actually by the nade, my mistake. But for now, again, it seems like they know there could be a player on the first floor. They're not prepared for it. They know they just have to push in. They don't have time to waste.
No time to waste at all. And now, well, they're losing players. Ajax takes down half there. That could be the first one to fall. Sneaking on through a key here for Rise. Can't quite find the pick. Takes some shots back, but they have to deal with this Ella here and now. Elsewhere, there's kills exploding on towards the objective, but they're still playing this game up top, leaving SSP quite split, quite isolated. And this gunfight here is going to be crucial, but Luna just continues to dig himself deeper, going for this top floor, and Rise doesn't really know what to do with it.
Ella wins it out just because of the faster and bigger mag on her gun, but for now, it's now down to 30 seconds. Ella is still above and shut down a lot, but Atriox is there being an absolute menace. Vasi goes down next. It's just Atriox being the hopefully last one to clutch it. Striker trying her best, but Atriox versus Ella in a 1v1 upstairs. No time left. 15 seconds. Has to drop the hatch and go for all these kills. Try and go for the pop, but that's not going to be the option. The timer is ticking away. Atriox does get a triple kill, now has to go for the ace. 2 players left. Shotguns in hand of both Smoke and Warden, but it's not going to win versus the SMG-11.
Oh, we are going the distance, Drago. All the way. This one does not stop no matter what you do for it. 7-7. We are reset. The winning threshold is now moved up on towards 9. We've seen defensive wins, which is interesting. Considering regulation was very attacker-sided, we've now just seen 2. No, it wasn't regulation. I can't even remember regulation. Regulation was defender-sided, so we've seen more defender-sided wins here. English, please, help. Either way, 7-7, overtime. We're going up to the top floor now, and this is the tricky one for SSP, because top floor, as I've said so far, it's been incredibly turbulent. These defenders have really struggled to hold on to it here, and Cerberus may just have a good opportunity here, just on site choice alone.
I'm going to say you're right about that. Us going back to Master's office kind of gives me a hint of what could be seen, especially from the side of SSP, but if Cerberus can hold their own like they did previously, it could go massively well for them. It could shut down this entire match. Cerberus were able to get a flawless round on it, so that kind of leads us to a little bit more thinking that, hey, this Legion, this Mute, this Smoke, no clash, instead of Jaeger and a Sentry could get shut out very quickly, but they also could just be 5 roamers on one defensive team upstairs. I'm not going to call it yet because SSP and Cerberus have told me never call it, never expect it to be over.
If there's one thing this game has been, it's been unpredictable. Been back and forth the entire way, and I am so glad we're in this overtime now. We have gotten to a point where this series really is coming to its real tip of its end, and yet, with infinite overtime, it still feels like we're at the beginning, even though things are really drawing down to a close here. Could be the final couple of rounds. We could be here for the distance more. Either way, spawn peaks being made right now by SSP just to try and get themselves an early leg up in the round, and as a outline crosses it. Oh, this could be here. Yes, it is going to be half shut down, and there goes your Flores.
That's a huge opera to lose, especially with so much utility still in the pocket. Those drones as well, the fact that the drone economy has not been the best for these teams, losing an opera that early is not great. For now, it's 4 or 5. It's still 2 people down on the first floor just running around, and or third about to join them. That means there's only 2 people inside that could go for a push, but they have to drone it out. They've got to think ahead and see what they can actually find.
It's going to be so crucial right now. Find what they've got ahead. They know about the hit blitz. Gordon Montaigne rather chugging around here, and it's going to be moving across there, unaware of Rise's position. SSP, they find their second in the round, not before elsewhere though. Cerberus does get one back the other direction. They're keeping themselves close, keeping themselves competitive, but the issue was there, I believe it was Diffuser fell cold with the Montaigne. So now a state of recovery is going to need to be found as SSP realise their advantage, realise they're a great situation, and just run back to site and hide.
And that's perfect for what they need right now. This round has just been put in their favor with their advantage. Yes, they're not watching the diffuser, but having not only a man count, but also having all of the defenders back on the second floor is huge, especially for the south side. And the attackers haven't even got operation rooms, and they haven't pushed mezzanine. There's no drones left to help protect them. There's only 2 drones up, and I do believe the rest are either in pockets or been destroyed already. Curve and Interlude are just trying their best to flip through and give any intel that they can. But for now, you only have the buck on the first floor. Right now, they know where everybody else is due to callouts or from shots ringing out. Grim might be able to sneak away actually with this Lunar just trying his best. Or with a buck and reception, if he can sneak up behind this mute, he could catch somebody off massively. But no, the mute actually wins the gunfight.
Rise on the triple kill in and around there. Massive one for that. Luna and Kyron with a lot to do currently. 12 to 10, 5 to 8. One's had a good game, one. It's a bit of a quiet map here, but they're going to need to come up absolutely nuclear here. 30 seconds left to go. SSP entrenching it into their positions, not letting anything slip on by just yet. Holding it close, caught with the track stingers in hand there. Luna gets one back. Rise sneaking for a ace, can't quite get it. Denied by Luna. A 1 versus 2 situation now for the offense here, but with Toxic Flame stalling you out, no way into the objective. You're just going to have to push through the smoke. SSP know you've only got one option here. They've got their guns trained in. They're just going to let the clock do the talking. SSP get themselves up onto match point position, but the question is, can they get it over the line?
The fact that that's come down to this again, SSP having the victory, having that 1 round lead, now going back down to Cerberus' defense, and at least now we can't go back downstairs, so it has to be up, which is a lot easier to attack, especially on this map. Actually, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Where do you prefer to attack on this map?
Oh, top floor. Top floor. I actually quite like. I don't mind attacking the top floor. Basement for me, I've got a skill issue. Still get lost in it. Can't lie. No further comments. Top floor. It's quite easy because you can just get into there from the outside.
I'm gonna have to say I do agree, but again, that works downstairs as well. You can get into it that way. But here comes the biggest play. They need to know what they're bringing, because if they're not, it's going back up to Masters now. Second time round, we've got the Sam, we've got the Warden, we've got the Jaeger, we have the Smoke, and we've got the Tachanka. Those 5 operators are the defense upstairs. We've seen them hold it before quite handily, but there's always still mistakes that can be capitalized on. There's no bandit, there's no carry to save them, there's no mute being brought this time, so they're just expecting, hey, things are going to get opened, we will shut it down.
Yeah, that is it. Obviously shut down here. We've got the Chanka back on the board as well. Cerberus just wanted to waste time. I mean, this is the thing we've really seen is resurgence in defensive wins, and this is the thing with this Lair so far. And if you ask me, Drago, this is what's going to separate the two teams here between sides. Whoever can crack an attack first, I think, has the game in the bag, in my honest opinion. If SSP can crack an attack here, they've got the job done. If Cerberus win their defense and then crack the next attack, they've got a match point and they're comfortable. For me, it's just going to be who can get an attack first. We know these teams defend well, but the attack so far of Lair, they've been a little bit lackluster, in all honesty. Someone needs to step up to the table, but as this game goes on, I can't help but feel it's just going to get scrappier and scrappier.
Well, the scrap is now we have Sammy hiding away in operational, just trying to waste time, but also cause as much destruction as possible. Drones being destroyed, or at least trying to be, but also causing a lot of time being wasted. They're trying to use as much utility as possible to clear out this Sammy, and it's working, but again, that's still 22 seconds gone. The thermite is going to be a little bit low. This is Sammy barricade now set up into again. Just got one more keyboard which you can set up at any point when necessary, but again, don't have a lot of time to waste one way or the other. They're gonna have to try and either hope somebody pushes something else or in a different point.
This is the strength of this army here. Look at how many portable pieces of cover she's setting up around this, giving Cerberus the room to play. And they know what SSP are about to attempt for. They know what they're going to go for. Vertical from the shotgun belief on the Grim Hive can't quite find its mark. Low magazine capacity can be the one to deal with the blow there. Well, 10 players still standing. Trying to pass it around, but not for long. Rise moves in towards site there, gets dropped by Include, who's woken alive, come up on the Janker, spraying down that LMG, and now really raining fire from above. SSP not going to be able to get their plant opportunity there.
I do like the fact we can see the Grim Beast just barely out of range, not picking up from below. But a huge pick actually comes up from Vasi, taking out her, this Jaeger off the board. One way or another, they don't have a lot of time to waste. 4v4, but Knock is still below, so if anyone gets beat by a Grim Trap, they are in danger. Pola could come out here, but Knock is actually going to try and make it reception. Ooh, pre-fires all the way around. It's not going to work out for the favor, but oh, the hatch is just barely opening. Does not kill Smoke, but can catch him off guard and push him out of position.
Look at the HP right now, but the attack cannot hold on to that man equalisation as they find one back. Despite low HP, they're able to hold on to this game, hold on towards this round. 4 versus 2 as the defensive advantage extends. This one continues to go on further and further and further. Seems like we're going in for another round of overtime unless Shinji and Vazzy can make the mark go. But with players down below, isolated outside of objective, the Janker doing its job to perfection. Drago, I don't know how much they can do left with this one, in all honesty with you. 25 seconds on the clock. 2v4, they've been spotted out. They're moving inside, going to try and attempt the clock, but there's no one in the to really cover right now. They're going to be shut down by Luna. It's all up to Vasi, but I've got a feeling we're going to be going for yet another round of overtime.
Coming out 11 seconds, Smoke goes down first. Thermal tries to go for a pick, has to reload quickly, tries to hope to catch an angle, but there is a hole in the wall, and Chanky gets on the side. So yep, yeah, you called. Infinite overtime is not your friend until it comes out to something like this, where both teams' defenses are so strong now that their attacks can't make it through.
This is it. And I don't know whether it's their defense. Is it their defenses are getting stronger, or is it just the attacks are slowly declining as the night's going on and everyone's getting a bit tired? It's 50-50 with that one. Either way, double digits are going to be needed to win this one. 10 rounds. This one. Whew.
So we might see a 10-8, or we're going to have to see all the way to the next 15-20. Again, infinite literally means infinite. And this game, unlike some others, doesn't break once you pass 16 rounds.
No.
So for now, we're just going to have to wait and see. One way or another, the team's going to have to push in, hopefully get the pick. What I'm hoping to see, and I'm pretty sure you're hoping as well, is the fact that we have the new operator. You got to confirm me. Is that allowed? Yes or no?
Oh, I love the new operator. I love Denari. I love to watch him play. I love to see what he can do. And, well, Drago, as I've just been doing some maths, we are currently on round 69, nice, of this series here. This one, we're going to be breaking 100, I feel like we could be with this one. Round 69 of the entire series to get to this point. This one has really gone the distance, and still there is very little separating the sides. What do you do at this point to break the stalemate?
at this point, I'm gonna have to say bring Twitch, hopefully destroy every Goyo, catch a couple defensive operators in the traps, and hopefully you Cerberus take the round. But if not, it's gonna have to be SSP win the defense. And then just, you know, try and win through a rush strat, because that might be the best hope. But now we are getting to see the near operator as you do like it, or if I like it, because the way I like to set up is cover the one entire side of sight, whether it be from floor to ceiling or just however you can. Make sure that nobody can walk into site without triggering at least one or destroying it, and you hear the break in the connection.
This is going to be it. You need to be careful on how you play against that Denari. It brings a lot of utility, a lot to work through for Cerberus. Replay C4s on the vertical as well here. There's plenty to chew through here really for the attack, but a lineup that's not going for that vertical. Instead, they're just going to be going for, I think, a bit more of a direct taking towards the objective here. Get the balls open that they need to do so. Place the track steals, watch that flank, and then just go hunting. Spen opens up the round there with a beautiful pick. That's exactly what you needed right now. Cerberus getting an early advantage here as one player up above and one thing less that they have to worry about.
It's exactly what we needed. The fact that Valkyrie was taking off board, meaning that's a C4 to hand as well, is a huge pick. But it's still there to play a little bit of a mental mind game. We have locked into a small bit of a bug, it looks like. But now we'll try to give you the best rundown from what we can see.
There we go.
There we go, it's fixed.
The animation does run out eventually. It's much longer animation than it's ever displayed on for the screen. But don't rest be assured, we're not losing the feed just as of yet. But what we might be losing, well, might be some more players here in this one. As everyone understanding Shinji in a really hot spot right now. As Rise goes down up above, Cerberus extending their advantage by 2 here. We spoke about how difficult it's been for these two sides to attack. Well, Cerberus, they're currently in very good roads to try and get themselves an attack, try and get themselves and get the job done here, get themselves up onto a map point for the first time on Lair for the first time in overtime. 3 more players stand in their way as Interlude shuts down Shinji, make it just 1. All up to Adux, the star of the show, but he's not going to be there for long. With a flawless round, Cerberus go it, they get map point, and now they get to move on to the defense. They get to move on to the comfortable side and ride the sails, ride the wind. They can get this one done.
I'm sorry, I had to get water because my brain just kind of broke, and it's like, hydration. Stay hydrated because it's now Cerberus's defensive round. This is their time to take it. And please remember, both teams have agreed to winner takes all, which is £950 or euros? Just
Euros.
Because I'm British. Euros. 950 euros. Both teams have agreed to it. They're happy about that. And I've got to say, that's a terrifying thing to bet on, but
yeah,
they're okay with it.
Ooh,
So
I think it's risky.
this could be the final round, and honestly, Cerberus having the defense on the overtime, this is the first switch up we've had, and it's the one they need.
This is it. And, you know, echo back what we said a couple of rounds ago, where the team that cracks an attack first, they are now they're basically one step already past the finish line. They just need to get another foot over there. Such a great positioner right now for Cerberus. You cannot overstate it. But SSP, they have got an attacks over the board. We're going towards that tertiary bomb site, the one that we just saw SSP lose on their own defenses. So what happens now? Can SSP get an attack and we start to see some more attacks floating through? Or are we going to be sealing the deal here right now? It still could be either way, and there's still no real way to cement the series.
You're right about that, but with what we can see from the attack bringing right now, Dokebi, Twitch, Blackbeard, Bravo, and Thermite, they understand that the defense isn't even that concerned about letting the attackers in. But now their entire plan is to have that split from up and down, to try and make sure that nothing can stop them from a plant going down. Here's the problem. This is the one site where I'm okay with a rush trap plant, and it does work a fairly large amount of the time.
Go for it. There is a good option here because it's easy to get in towards the site. There's external walls, meaning you can very easily dip in and out of that one. But whether they're going to go for that, they're going to go for a clear. Spendo opens it up with a pick down to bunkers, able to down Shinji as well. A massive blow from the side of Cerberus really early on in this round here.
Bigger problem is the fact that Shinji's not going to know about the down unless he goes back around with that camera. The Twitch drone does get spotted and taken out, but that does mean Shinji will be able to be protected and rezzed. Here's the problem. That's a huge pick losing to Dokebi early, especially with the fact that they have so much utility and the C4 rings out, destroys another drone, but does not get a kill.
You can see SSP, they're hesitating, they're cautious, they're worried right now. It's the hero play, they need someone to be the difference maker. But no, it's not going to happen. Chiron's going to take down Vazzy there, a 5 versus 3 situation. Advantage is being extended for the defense right now. Cerberus, the golden opportunity waiting upon them. The ticket is almost in their hands. They just need to seal the deal, dot the final I's, cross their T's. Final little bit to go. 3 versus 5 situation now for SSP.
The Twitch drone having to be used as a makeshift. You do gotta remember, Twitch does actually have another drone in pocket. It's just probably a mistake come out, but Spen actually gets killed in the back, and Luna gets to the next one. It's just up to Twitch to try and save this match. It needs the ace or the plan. Does not have the time to do it, and it's done. Cerberus win the match.
Doubted, denied, but eventually get the job done. Did anyone think at the start of the day this one would be a Cerberus victory? Well, they certainly backed themselves. Some of you in chat, some of you believers, they certainly the sounds of victory in their ears. What a fitting MVP animation to close out this series. It's going to be none other than Cerberus here. Get the job done, seal the deal, and they will be your Phantom League Season 5 champions there as they get the job done. What a series.
I'm not sure how to say it. I love to see it, but it's also just kind of like... It's great. Yes, fantastic. Cerberus won it, as they should have. You've got to tell me the history, like the head-to-head information for these teams, because 10-8, they took it all the way to overtime after a 2-map lead as well.
That's it. So that one was 71 rounder there for you folks at home. A long as hell game of Siege. The longest one I've ever had the pleasure of casting in my short time on the desk here. And what a banger to do with. I'm just going to pull up the graphic for you folk at home now of the head-to-head just to show you how you can learn from your mistakes, right? So let's just pull that one up quickly. This was our upper bracket final. Dominance from SSP. And this time around... it's been anything but the case. Cerberus have made the impossible happen. They have made that comeback come all the way on through, and you have to give them the credit for it. What an incredible performance across all maps, keeping it close, taking the lead, and eventually getting the job done. Such a great job of it. So incredibly proud of them for the resilience, for that factor, and a very well-deserved win.
Couldn't agree more. And thank you for having me. Thank you for having Puffer Bob when he was here. I'm gonna say the match has gone incredibly well, and congratulations to Cerberus.
Yeah, congratulations to all of the players on Cerberus. Of course, commiserations as well to SSP, who put up a phenomenal game. One of the best finalists I've seen in a good while there. No doubt they're going to go on to win many more things, and hopefully both teams, we will be seeing them in Phantom League Season 6, because that one's only a couple of weeks away, so there's not much of a break from the action as well. Combine it with the major qualifiers, all the regional leagues going on right now. There has never been a better time to be a Siege fan. There's so much going on for us on Phantom League. That is us going to be signing off here for Season 5. Drago, thank you for coming on and casting with me on such short notice. Shout out to Puffo, shout out to Shadow, shout out to Kiri and all of the wonderful team here making this one possible. We're going to be back for Season 6 in a couple of weeks, but for now, Cerberus, you've earned your 950 euros. You go and enjoy your win. Have a wonderful evening, folks, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Take care and good night.
How can a heart just forget what's kept in stone? I need to know what's that living slowly goodbye, my love. time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery, yeah. Socializing doesn't fit me, but I can get away so easy. I was born a misfit.